helping clean civic hospital. There was an allegation made by the Aam Aadmi Party that makeover of civil hospital Morbi is taking place because Prime Minister Narendra Modi is due to visit here, and we came on the ground here. It's about midnight and the hospital is very much buzzing. We'll show you outside the passage. We'll come to the ward later. Outside passage we'll see the mopping, cleaning in the entire hospital is taking place. People from as far as Rajkot have come here and the hospital is being cleaned. The second thing we notice is that painting work on the outside structure of the building is taking place. Third thing, new water tankers have been installed. Now going inside this ward, this is the ward where people who are survivors who are injured in the Morbi bridge accident are there. So it's likely that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be visiting here. What we are getting to see is that new beds have been put in place here, and this has happened just a few minutes ago. So we'll just speak to the relatives of the survivors as to what is happening. मोदी जी आने वाले हैं कल मिलने के लिए, ऐसी जानकारी मिली है आप लोगों को?
जी, ये सब हादसा हुआ, दुर्घटना हुई, इसलिए मोरबी आ रहे हैं सर जी।
ट्रीटमेंट मिली है यहाँ पर? अच्छी
ट्रीटमेंट मिली है, तुरंत मिली है। तंत्र की थोड़ी बेदरकारी हुई, ओवरलोड के लिए हादसा हुआ है। ये
जो बेड है, हॉस्पिटल बेड नहीं लगाए गए हैं?
जी नहीं लगवाए, अभी 5 मिनट के पहले लगाए।
So clearly that there is what we can say the makeover of civil hospital, which is good thing for the residents of Morbi, but happening for a specific reason. With camera person Sambit Patra, Mustafa Sheikh in Morbi for India Today. રાતમાં ઝાડુ મારો છો તમે?
હા, અત્યારે સાફ સફાઈ માટે
રોજ સાફ સફાઈ થાય છે यहाँ?
થાય જ ને,
રોજ થાય। 11 वाजता।
अभी तो हम राजकोट से आए हैं।
क्यों राजकोट से आए?
अभी तो साफ सफाई के लिए बुलाया, इसलिए हम आए।
क्या साफ सफाई हो गई क्या हॉस्पिटल की? बाकी है
अभी चालू करते हैं गेट से शुरू करते हैं हॉस्पिटल साफ।
So this clearly has now led to a mega political face-off. India Today's fact check on the ground has led now to the opposition parties also indulging in the slugfest. Let's listen in now to what the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress have said.
जब पूरा गुजरात गम में डूबा हुआ है, तब भारतीय जनता पार्टी का शासन मोरबी की सिविल हॉस्पिटल को रंग रोगान कलर काम करके सजा दरा रहा है, क्योंकि उनको ये लगता है कि इस तरह से इवेंट मैनेजमेंट करके मोदी जी खुश हो जाएंगे। मुझे लगता है कि मोदी जी को इसके बारे में जल्दी से जल्दी कोई कदम लेना चाहिए।
पीएम मोदी जी जो आ रहे हैं उसके लिए ये हॉस्पिटल दुल्हन की जैसी सजाई जा रही है। आप देख रहे हो पूरी हॉस्पिटल को अभी मरम्मत चालू कर दिया है, कलर का काम चालू कर दिया है, और दूसरा अभी पीछे ब्लॉक का काम भी चालू कर दिया है। लेकिन दुख इस चीज का है, अभी तक 27 साल में जो ये सुविधाएं नहीं मिल पा रही है, और गरीब लोग जितने भी है वो इतने साल से दुखी थे। इधर पूरे डॉक्टर की भी व्यवस्था अच्छी तरह से नहीं थी, कोई एमडी डॉक्टर भी घट इधर दिख रही है, और इधर बहुत सारी अव्यवस्था थी। और रातों रात जो पीएम मोदी के लिए जो काम चालू कर दिया गया है, तो ये लोग हमारी फीलिंग्स के साथ जो खिलवाड़ कर रहे हैं ना, उससे हम लोगों को अभी तक दुख है।
So this, remember, is clearly the timing of the facelift, that the hospital was perhaps needed it in the past, but to do it overnight, a speed work, just because Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to visit this hospital at about 3:30 p.m. today. But this, remember, is while there are families mourning the death of their children, still wondering if their family members and loved ones are trapped alive or not. This while the rescue operation relief work is on. At a time when the tragedy is to this extent, new hospital beds are being brought in, not exactly for the victims, but more so because there's a VVIP visit that is being scheduled. And that's why it's become such a political slugfest that's taking place. We're talking about water coolers that are being changed, beds that are being brought in, paint and tiling work that are being done by workers who've been brought in. And this is not a work that we are being told that has been going on for several days or weeks as some routine work, but primarily in the past few hours since it was officially clear that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to visit. This, remember, when the hospital authorities are still receiving dead bodies of men, women and children. And therefore, while of course we understand that for the local residents, for the ones working there, in the hospital. They would be looking forward to Prime Minister Modi's visit, that he's there to express solidarity and interact with the kith and the kin. But does it reflect well of the sort of facelift? And that's why the politicians are asking, is this an event being made out? I go across to Mustafa Sheikh, who got us that ground reality check. Now, Mustafa, you know, I understand the manner in which some of the cleaning staff or the locals there would be eagerly waiting for the Prime Minister to visit and express solidarity and speak. That's exactly what a leader needs to do and should do. But the facelift coming at a time when there is already this tragedy that has taken place, what did you see on the ground in the hospital? What is the administration and the staff telling you, and how has politics started on it?
Well, that's true. In the civic hospital, there were many amenities which were being prepared. The entire hospital, which it was being cleaned out, and that was happening in the midnight at a government hospital, so one can imagine. Now, what the concern is of the local politicians and the people is that if this continues to be a case with the civil hospital, it's a good thing. If you can provide new hospital beds, if you can provide water coolers, if you can clean a hospital in this way, repair the doors, tiling and everything in just one day, then why can't it be done for a common man for always? So that's the question they're asking. So that's the question is of the local administration is that they can do it, but they are only doing it when there is a PMO visit. So that is something which is being raised as a question by the local politicians. And we have seen on the ground the changes a civil hospital went through. The day this incident took place, there was not enough space to keep the bodies, but at the same time, yesterday by midnight, the hospital was looking different. It was colored from outside. There were water coolers, tiling work was done, doors were repaired, new hospital beds for the ward in which Morbi incident survivors are being kept. They were told that PM will come and meet them. So these things are, whether it's an optic at a time of tragedy is something which you can say is being asked. But yes, slowly it seems that the incident is getting old. The politics over it, because after all, Gujarat is an election-bound state. So politics over it has started, and there is an eye of the opposition on everything which the government is doing, whether it's preparing the civic hospital or any other manner in which these investigations are going on. The main construction company or the contractor has not been named in the FIR. The FIR which was registered yesterday had no accused name. So these are things which are now being pointed out slowly. So yes, it seems like as the time passes by, there will be a lot of politics on this issue.
Mustafa, keep tracking the latest, and that was good work, because we did not just go with who's saying what. India Today's reporters were on the ground. Mustafa went into the hospital to try and find out if there is actually some sudden work being done, spoke to the staff members and found out that there is out of routine work that was being done ahead of the visit. Mustafa, well done, but we'll have to now check what the reactions are coming in. In fact, already Netas are starting to speak. Let's go across to that. All right, one of the first BJP leaders, Khushbu Sundar, has come out with a strong word, and I quote what Khushbu Sundar has said. The Morbi bridge collapse was man-made. Every single person responsible for this heart-wrenching tragedy must be punished severely. With our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji looking into it personally, I'm sure justice will be delivered soon. Human life matters. Rest can wait. That is Khushbu Sundar, a BJP leader, but very clearly saying that this is man-made and there needs to be heads rolling, that responsibility needs to be put where it needs to, and this precisely with regard to the death toll, remember, already crossing 132 now, has touched 133 officially. She says with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji looking into it personally, I'm sure justice will be delivered soon. Human life matters. Rest can wait, and rest referring specifically to the dirty politics that's also playing out. What she has said is that this is clearly a man-made collapse. Every single person responsible for this heart-wrenching tragedy must be punished severely. The country is clearly in shock. We are talking about 133 people officially dead, and among them, almost 50 are children as young as toddlers. While the country mourns with the people of Gujarat about the deaths that have taken place, questions are also being asked. And this, with the tragedy that was clearly man-made, was clearly avoidable. Gujarat police says technical and structural flaws were noticed. Lack of certification as well as some maintenance issues were responsible for the tragedy. But then what happens to those responsible? 9 people arrested, charged with culpable homicide not amounting to murder, which are 304, 308 of the Indian Penal Code. Among the 9 arrested are 2 ticket clerks, 2 managers, all employed by the Oreva Group, the company responsible for the maintenance of the bridge. The other 5 accused include 2 repairing contractors hired by the Oreva Group and 3 persons working as security guard. The question is this just the small fish that's been caught? Where will the heads roll for the big fish? What about the municipal corporation that says they did not even know that the renovation was finished and the bridge was reopened? Why did the Oreva Group not seek a security and fitness clearance certificate before they inaugurated the bridge? And that remains the big questions.
सर ये बताइए कि कितने लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हुई है, उन पे क्या-क्या चार्जेस लगे हैं?
आज हमने जो दुखद घटना बनी थी उसके अंदर 9 लोगों को अरेस्ट किया है और तमाम के विरुद्ध में भारतीय दंड संहिता के कलम 304, 308 और 114 के तहत इसमें गुना दाखिल किया गया है।
साथ ही एक सवाल ये भी खड़ा होता है, जो कंपनी है, क्योंकि ओरेवा कंपनी है, उसकी टिकट पे भी फोटो और लोगो लगा हुआ है, तो क्या उस कंपनी के खिलाफ कोई कार्यवाही पुलिस करेगी?
देखो, पुलिस ने सभी मुद्दाओं को खुला रखा है। पुलिस कोई भी कंपनी हो, कोई भी व्यक्ति हो, किसी को छोड़ने के लिए हम लोग इसमें तमाम प्रकार की जो हमारी कायदे की प्रक्रिया पूरी करेंगे। किसी व्यक्ति को छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा।
स्ट्रक्चर में कहीं गड़बड़ थी जिसकी वजह से ब्रिज गिरा है?
अभी जो 2 दिन की जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन उसके अंदर लगता है कि इसमें टेक्निकल जो खामी थी उसकी वजह से इसमें ये नुकसान हुआ है, ब्रिज कोलैप्स हुआ है।
Meanwhile, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is in Gujarat, will be visiting Morbi today, and he will be first visit the accident site of the bridge collapse where it happened, and then he will also be interacting with those injured and specifically the family members and express condolences and in solidarity. While he'll be meeting with the victims of the tragedy, he's already been constantly monitoring rescue and relief operations. On Monday evening, Prime Minister Modi held a high-level review meeting at the Raj Bhavan in Gandhinagar. Also, Prime Minister was briefed on the rescue operation. Sources are telling Indiatoday all aspects related to the tragedy were discussed. Prime Minister has again emphasized on ensuring that those affected must get all possible assistance. The high-level meeting was attended by Chief Minister Bhupendra Bhai Patel, MOS Home Harsh Sanghvi and other top officials. On Monday, Prime Minister got emotional at an event as he spoke about the tragedy. A video of the event clearly shows a visibly distraught Prime Minister trying to keep his emotions under control. Remember, Prime Minister Modi has his home state as Gujarat, which he's also led 3 times as the Chief Minister.
जिन लोगों का अस्पताल में इलाज चल रहा है, वहां भी पूरी मुस्तैदी बरती जा रही है। लोगों की दिक्कतें कम से कम हो, इसे प्राथमिकता दी जा रही है। इस हादसे की जांच के लिए एक कमेटी भी बना दी गई है। मैं देश के लोगों को आश्वस्त करता हूं कि राहत और बचाव के कार्यों में कोई कमी नहीं आने दी जाएगी। मोरबी में आ भयंकर पीड़ादायक मन बहुत व्यथित हूं दुविधाમાં હતો કાર્યક્રમ કરું કે ન કરું, પરંતુ આપનો પ્રેમ, આપના પ્રત્યેનો મારો સેવાભાવ અમારી વચ્ચે આવ્યો।
133 people dead because a suspension bridge collapsed, which was after an extensive repair work was reopened just about 5 days ago but had no clearance certificate. What exactly happened on 30th October and that evening as it unfolded? We tried to put together a timeline of the event. Here's what the incident took place.
Around 6:30 p.m. on Sunday evening, disaster struck a British-era suspension bridge on Machhu River in Gujarat's Morbi city. Hundreds of revelers, including dozens of children, out for a joyful evening on the legendary Jhulto Pul, or the hanging bridge, suddenly plunged into the Machhu River. Horrified screams rented the air as iron cables of the bridge, crowded many times, its capacity snapped. After some in the crowd shaked the bridge vigorously. Many others were left dangling from the broken portion. Some were seen pulling at the snapped wires to stay afloat. The locals were among the first to respond, rushing into the river to rescue the victims.
ऐसे मैंने देखा जब पुल ऐसे अमुक लोग क्या होते हैं कि आजकल के फैशन वाले लोग हैं, इसमें जवान लोग भी हैं, बहुत मैंने हेल्प की है और पूरी रात सोया नहीं हूँ। और मैंने मेरी लाइफ में 10 बच्चे लाया, इसमें एक लड़का जिंदा है।
पूरा दिल देने वाला मैडम, मेरा मगज ही काम नहीं कर रहा था कि मैं आज क्या कर रहा हूँ, ये क्या दुख देख रहा हूँ मैडम। बस मेरे अल्लाह और भगवान से एक ही प्रार्थना है, किसी को ऐसी मौत ना दे मैडम।
The Gujarat government immediately pressed NDRF and SDRF personnel into service, who ended up saving over 170 lives.
50-60 तो वो जुलता पुल पर ही लटक रहे थे, तो पहले तो उसको लगा दिया तो वो ऊपर चढ़ के चले गए। बाद में इधर जो लाश पड़ी थी उसको निकाल के रस्सी से बांध के 15 लाश यहाँ से ऊपर चढ़ाई। इसमें 3 बच्चे थे छोटे।
Gujarat CM Bhupendra Bhai Patel arrived at the spot at around 11:30 p.m. to oversee the rescue operations. While the rescue operations continued through the night, CM Patel held a review meet at 3:30 a.m. By early Monday morning, Army, Navy, Air Force personnel also joined the rescue operations alongside NDRF and Fire Brigade personnel.
Look at this thickness of this cable, literally 5 to 6 inches of this cable, and this is how it broke upon. So one part of the cable still hanging upon, which is supporting the rest part of the structure, and this is how it damaged.
And this, remember, politics breaking out about what's unfolding in Morbi, and that ahead of Prime Minister's visit with the repaint, the tiling work, all of that is being done at the hospital. And now, with that politics breaking out, I'm joined on the phone line, Arjun Modwadia from the Congress Party, and as he joins me live in this telecast. Arjun Modwadia ji, पहले बात करते हैं प्रधानमंत्री की विजिट से। तो ये जो रीपेंटिंग हो रही है, इसमें कांग्रेस पार्टी ने अटैक किया है। किस तरह का सवाल है आपका कि क्यों ये रीपेंटिंग जो हो रही है आज अस्पताल में वो गलत है?
देखो, ये सिर्फ ये रीपेंटिंग की बात नहीं हो रही है। ये जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने एक कल्चर बना दिया है, जो संस्कार बना दिया है कि बस भाजपा की ही पूजा करो और उसके बड़े नेता की पूजा करो, और मरीज है, कोई जनता है, उनकी कोई यहाँ नहीं है। कल परसों ये घटना घटी। कल प्रधानमंत्री जी बड़ा अच्छी तरह से ड्रेसिंग करके अलग अलग लिबास में उन्होंने ये संबोधित किया। मोरबी पूरा बंद था, शोक मना रहा था। हमारी भी 31 तारीख को यात्रा शुरू होने वाली थी, लेकिन हमने पोस्टपोन कर दी क्योंकि हमारी ड्यूटी बनती थी कि वहां जाके उसको मदद करें। मैं तो 6:40 को घटना हुई, 8:30 बजे वहां पहुंच गया था। लेकिन ये जो एक घटिया मानसिकता है, प्रधानमंत्री जी यहाँ कोई शादी में नहीं आ रहे, यहाँ आएंगे, रोएंगे, वे करेंगे या नाटकबाजी होगी, लेकिन मरीजों की देखभाल करने के बावजूद प्रधानमंत्री जी जो रूम में जाए वो रूम ठीक होना चाहिए। ये जो मानसिकता है, मरीज ठीक होना नहीं चाहिए या जो इंजर्ड लोग हैं वो ठीक होना नहीं चाहिए। वो कितना वो शोक में है, उस शोक कैसी तरह कम हो जाए, उनके मदद क्या किया जाए, उनकी कोई चिंता नहीं है। लेकिन वो आ रहे हैं तो पेंटिंग करके सज्जत कर बना रहे
ने अपने कुछ पार्टी इवेंट कैंसिल भी किए थे। कल एक बड़े दुखद भी लगे जब वो अपनी बात रख रहे थे। तो आपको लगता है कि यहाँ पर आना, वो कहना वो इनफ नहीं है?
कहाँ कहना?
जो उन्होंने कल भी एक मैसेज दिया, काफी दुखद लगे थे, आज वो आ रहे हैं अस्पताल में मिलना, तो आप कह रहे हैं मिलने से आपको प्रॉब्लम है या ये जो पेंटिंग हो रही है उससे आपको ऑब्जेक्शन है?
नहीं, मिलने से कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं, उनको तो कल आना चाहिए था। ये जो पूरा प्रोग्राम था वो उसको रद्द करना देना चाहिए। ये सभी पॉलिटिकल रैली थी, या ऐसा नहीं था कि भाई ऑफिशियल कोई प्रोग्राम था, पॉलिटिकल रैली थी। पॉलिटिकल रैली एक दिन के लिए बंद नहीं कर सकते, हम ऑपोजिशन में हैं। तो भी हमने अपनी यात्रा जो निर्धारित यात्रा थी वो एक दिन के लिए पोस्टपोन कर दिया। प्रधानमंत्री जी का गुजरात है, वो प्रधानमंत्री जी यहाँ मुख्यमंत्री रहे, यहाँ का नेटिव है, उनको ये करना चाहिए। ये बड़ी ड्रामाबाजी तो सब लोग कर लेते हैं। बंगाल में गए तो कहे कि वहाँ जो बाढ़ से एक ब्रिज गिर गया तो उन्होंने कहा कि ये एक्ट ऑफ गॉड नहीं है, एक्ट ऑफ फ्रॉड है। तो यहाँ तो कोई ना बाढ़ आई, ना बारिश आई, ना पानी आया, कुछ नहीं। ये मैन मेड डिजास्टर थे और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की म्युनिसिपैलिटी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी
तो मोदवानी जी उसी सवाल पे 9 लोगों को अरेस्ट कर लिया है, क्लर्क, मैनेजर, सिक्योरिटी गार्ड, क्योंकि वो वहां थे, लोकेशन पे उनका इन्वॉल्वमेंट है। तो आपको लगता है मैनमेड कोलैप्स में क्या ये इनफ है? अथॉरिटी और भी अरेस्ट होने चाहिए?
देखिए, ये तो बेचारे यहाँ डेली बेसिस वाले लोग हैं, उनको पकड़ के अंदर किया है। किसकी जिम्मेदारी है? जो म्युनिसिपैलिटी के प्रेसिडेंट थे, उन्होंने दिवाली के पहले उन्होंने ये कहा कि हम मोरबी की जनता को ये रिनोवेटेड ब्रिज की गिफ्ट दे रहे हैं। वो क्रेडिट ले सकते हैं तो जिम्मेदारी नहीं ले सकते। सरकार है, वो क्रेडिट ले सकती है तो जिम्मेदारी नहीं ले सकती।
मोदवादिया जी, आप इतना कुछ कह रहे हैं, पर आपके नेता जो है राहुल गांधी, उन्होंने कहा हम पॉलिटिसाइज नहीं करेंगे। बिल्कुल, ये बहुत ही शोक का समय है।
देखो, हम भी पॉलिटिसाइज प्रधानमंत्री की तरह नहीं कर रहे हैं। हम ये नहीं कह रहे हैं कि ये एक्ट ऑफ गॉड नहीं, एक्ट ऑफ फ्रॉड है। उन्होंने बंगाल में जाकर पब्लिक रैली में ये कहा था और उसकी वीडियो चारों ओर आज घूम रही है। हम नहीं कर रहे, हम अपना बर्थडे सेलिब्रेशन नहीं कर रहे हैं। जबकि उनके एक मंत्री है, जब यहाँ ये घटना घटी उनके बाद बर्थडे सेलिब्रेशन कर रहे हैं, मौज मना रहे हैं। और यहाँ प्रधानमंत्री जी आते हैं तो जैसी शादी होती है और अपने यहाँ मेहमान आते हैं, ऐसी तरह सज के करते हैं। ये हमारा कल्चर है, हमारा संस्कार है। कपड़े बदल कर जाते हैं, हम कहीं जाते हैं, कहीं किसी के ये जो कॉन्डोलेंस के लिए, ये तरीका है कोई? कल प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अलग अलग ड्रेसिंग में अलग अलग जाकर अपना भाषण दिया। ये क्या समय था ये करने का, या शोक मनाने का समय था? ये पॉलिटिसाइज है। हम बात करें कि जिम्मेदारी किसकी है। ये कोई ऐसा नहीं है कि पानी भगवान ने या फ्लड भेजा या और कोई किया, ऐसा तो नहीं था, मैन मेड था। और रिनोवेटेड ब्रिज जिसका सर्टिफिकेट नहीं लिया, जिसने कितना
तो ये आप कह रहे हैं कि जो अरेस्ट हुए हैं वो काफी नहीं है, क्योंकि म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन का कहना है कि हमसे नहीं सर्टिफिकेट लिया, हमें पता ही नहीं था इन्होंने कब खोल दिया ब्रिज। 26 अक्टूबर को खुला था, 3 दिन तक 4 दिन तक पता ही नहीं था म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन को।
तो स्टेटमेंट क्यों दिया म्युनिसिपल प्रेसिडेंट और सब लोगों ने कि हम मोरबी को नई गिफ्ट दे रहे हैं? गिफ्ट तो वो देते हैं, वो खुद कहते हैं कि भाई कर दिया। और पूरा देखो, पूरा मोरबी में सबको मालूम है कि ये ब्रिज शुरू हो गया जी। उन्होंने चेक नहीं किया, उनकी प्रॉपर्टी तो उनकी है और सिर्फ O&M उनको कंपनी को दिया है। और O&M ऑपरेशन एंड मेंटेनेंस जिस कंपनी को दिया था, नो टेंडर के बिना दिया, क्योंकि सब उनके दोस्त थे वो लोग। तो उसके बाद ये कहे कि हमें मालूम नहीं है। कोई छोटे से क्लार्क या वो जिम्मेदार होते हैं।
बिल्कुल सर, जाने नहीं देना है इसमें किसी को भी, जिसकी गलती अकाउंटेबिलिटी फिक्स होनी चाहिए। सर, एक आखिरी सवाल आपसे लेंगे, क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी आज पहुंच रहे हैं अस्पताल और एक्सीडेंट साइट भी जाएंगे, लोगों से मिलेंगे। उनका होम स्टेट है, ये मुख्यमंत्री रहे हैं 3 बार गुजरात के, और वो आप कह रहे हैं कि लेट हो गए एक दिन आने में, लेकिन वो तो कल से उनकी मीटिंग्स चल रही हैं, रिव्यू मीटिंग्स हैं, असिस्टेंट्स प्रोवाइड करे जा रहे हैं, ट्रैक कर रहे हैं सारी मीटिंग्स को। तो आपको लगता है कि वो इनफ नहीं था, उनको कल ही आ जाना चाहिए था? आज तो वो आ रहे हैं मीटिंग्स करके।
देखो, वो गुजरात में थे कल जी, वो गुजरात में थे और ये यहाँ क्यों नहीं आए? क्योंकि चुनाव है, वो चुनाव में 3 पॉलिटिकल रैलियां करनी थी उनको। और ये रैली में भी आप देखो कि उन्होंने जो वहाँ केवड़िया कॉलोनी में गए, वहाँ बड़ी हैट लगा के वहाँ भाषण दिया, दूसरी 2 जगह दूसरा कपड़ा पहन कर दिया। ये प्रधानमंत्री जी को शोभा देता है ऐसी तरह करके? ये उसको आ जाना चाहिए था। पॉलिटिकल रैली तो कल भी हो सकती थी। हम भी पॉलिटिकल, हमारे चीफ मिनिस्टर है वो वहाँ अंबाजी में से ये इनाग्रेट करने वाले थे परिवर्तन यात्रा को, हमने पोस्टपोन कर दिया। राजस्थान के चीफ मिनिस्टर अशोक गहलोत वहाँ थे, लेकिन उनको सूचना मिली कि आप ये सभी प्रोग्राम पोस्टपोन कर दो,
ठीक है,
वेन्यू पर पहुंचो। मैं ये यात्रा यहाँ सोमनाथ से शुरू कर रहा था कल, तो मैंने पोस्टपोन कर दिया। मैं डायरेक्टली शाम को अहमदाबाद से आ रहा था, मैं सोमनाथ नहीं आया, डायरेक्ट वहां पहुंच गया। तो प्रधान, मेरी तो जिम्मेदारी नहीं थी, मैं ये ब्रिज का कंट्रोल मेरे पास नहीं था।
ठीक है सर, नेता को पहुंचना भी चाहिए। प्रधानमंत्री का शायद सर थोड़ा सिक्योरिटी प्रोटोकॉल भी रहता है, एक अरेंजमेंट्स होती हैं, वो
नहीं रहता
जी।
कोई ऐसा क्या प्रोटोकॉल है? वहाँ 3 रैलियों के प्रोटोकॉल रहता है, यहाँ आ जाते हैं।
ठीक है सर, वो आपका पॉइंट भी बिल्कुल फेयर है। और हमारा सवाल ज्यादा रहेगा, प्रधानमंत्री चाहे कल आए आ जाए, लेकिन उसमें हॉस्पिटल को सडनली बदलने की क्या जरूरत थी, इतना रीपेंट करने की क्या जरूरत थी? अर्जुन मोडवादी ऑफ द कांग्रेस पार्टी, सर थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर स्पीकिंग टू इंडिया टुडे। आपने हमारी बात रखी, सवाल लिए। सो प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी इज अराइविंग एट 3:30 PM. देयर हैव बीन रिव्यू मीटिंग्स दैट आर ऑलरेडी ऑन, एंड व्हाट यू आर लुकिंग एट आर द पिक्चर्स ऑफ वन ऑफ द CCTV footage and the collapse that took place, and primarily the renovation and the repair work that's suddenly taking place at the hospital where the dead bodies are still being brought in Morbi. It's political slugfest and unfortunately even dirty politics that's now playing out. Aam Aadmi Party is now attempting guns and all guns blazing, this ahead of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit. Aam Aadmi Party is now saying public will not forgive the BJP. The BJP gave the tender to its favorite contractor. Why are security guards or security personnel being investigated in this case? So Aam Aadmi Party, which is also trying to make inroads into Gujarat elections, has been campaigning for the past few weeks there, has jumped into it with the Congress party attacking the BJP, and they are saying that the public will never forgive the BJP. They gave tender to favorite contractors. Why do security personnel or security guards have to be questioned over this case? That's the Aam Aadmi Party attacking the BJP. This, remember, is primarily a case of man-made negligence, an avoidable tragedy at all costs. We are talking about 133 people dead, among them at least 50 children, one as young as 2-year-old. What exactly happened? Who needs to be held responsible? Are the arrests enough? We get you the latest on this about the negligence that has taken place.
National shock and fury over the Morbi deaths. Sheer negligence claims the lives of over 130 people, including 45 little children. The 140-year-old bridge, a popular hangout spot in Morbi, was reopened after renovation just a week ago by a private group named Oreva, which also used to manage the bridge. The company had 1 year to complete the renovation, but it rushed to complete the work in just 5 months to meet the rush for Gujarati New Year and Chhat. Shockingly, the hanging bridge was reopened to the public on Gujarati New Year Day without the mandatory fitness certificate by the local municipality, probably to make a quick buck by selling tickets.
जो ओरेवा कंपनी है उनको हमने एग्रीमेंट करके दिया है, हमारे पास था तब हमने ये बंद करके रखा था। जब तक इसका अच्छी तरह से रिनोवेशन नहीं होगा तब तक हमने उसको चालू नहीं किया था। 2-3 दिन पहले उन्होंने शुरू किया है, नगर पालिका को कुछ भी इंफॉर्मेशन दिया नहीं है कि हम शुरू करने जा रहे हैं।
The operators who managed the bridge also violated every safety norm. They kept selling tickets priced ₹17 for adults and ₹12 for kids, even as the crowd swelled. There was no one to check people from climbing the hanging bridge. Tourists were also allowed to shake the bridge. The bridge, which normally sees 25 people on it at one go, was crowded by hundreds of revelers when it collapsed. Among those, 45 were children, the youngest a 2-year-old toddler who became the victim of the filthy greed of local operators. The Morbi municipal body accuses the operator of keeping it in the dark and reopening the bridge clandestinely.
फिटनेस जो सर्टिफिकेट है वो देने का अधिकार तो आप ही को है ना?
हाँ, पर वो अगर हमारे पास जानकारी नहीं होगी तो कैसे देंगे?
आपको कंपनी ने जानकारी नहीं दी?
नहीं दी है। यही तो हद से केवल है।
The accused have been booked for culpable homicide by the Gujarat police, and multiple arrests are likely after a probe by a 5-member special investigation team. With Mustafa Sheikh in Morbi, Gujarat, Bureau Report, India Today.
The tragedy that has caused a lot of pain to people across the country, not just in Morbi and across Gujarat. While there were rescue operations on by the Indian Armed Forces, by the SDRF and the NDRF, which are still on, do remember the first responders, the villagers in the area, the migrant laborers, the workers who jumped in, risked their also own life to protect others, even women and children. They were the ones, as first responders, who saved many lives. Take a look at this report.
Heartbreaking images of grief, of sorrow in Morbi, as the scale of the tragedy has shocked all of India. Families wiped out, friends left in tears, as what was supposed to be a fun weekend turned into one they will never forget. Over 130 lives lost in this horrific tragedy, but hundreds who were also rescued thanks to the heroic efforts of locals and the NDRF officials on site. The moment the bridge collapsed, locals present at the spot jumped into the water in a bid to save as many as they could. Ajay and Pankaj from Varanasi were at the site when the crash took place, and they recount how they tried to pull out all those that had fallen into the water.
सर भीड़ बढ़ रही थी तो पुल जो है लचक रहा था सर।
कौन लोग थे जो कह रहे थे कि मत जाओ, भीड़ आगे जा?
हमारे ही लोग थे सर।
महिलाएं थी ज्यादा, औरतें थे या बच्चे ज्यादा?
बच्चे महिलाएं सब लोग था ज्यादा, लेकिन बच्चे लोग ज्यादा था। बच्चे लोग को दो लोग को कान पे मैं टांग कर ऊपर लाया।
As the scale of the disaster became clear, NDRF and SDRF officials were pressed into action and locals actively helped them.
ब्रिज सेफ था क्या? सुरक्षित था पहले?
हाँ, सुरक्षित ही था, वो चालू ही था, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं था, नया ही था, क्योंकि अभी रिनोवेट करके कंप्लीट करके ही रखा था। ऐसा कोई पुल
आज पहला दिन था?
नहीं ऐसा नहीं था। लास्ट 6-7 दिन से ये दीपावली की छुट्टी से शुरू कर दिया। चालू।
अब देखिए बहुत सारे लोग आए हैं मदद के लिए। देखिए खाना वाना भी लेकर के आए हैं। इतनी बड़ी वर्कफोर्स यहाँ काम कर रही है। एम्बुलेंस के लोग हैं, पुलिस कर्मी हैं, सिविल डिफेंस है, तमाम सारे लोग ये इसीलिए आए हैं कि कम से कम किसी भी तरह से इस पूरे ऑपरेशन को लगातार चलाया जा सके।
The personnel on site struggled to sift through the polluted lake filled with debris, weed and plastic, and have been working round the clock to ensure all bodies are pulled out.
बीती रात से जो ऑपरेशन चला था और ये अंदाजा था कि ये कई घंटे तक चलेगा। लगभग 15 घंटे का समय बीत चुका है और अब आखिरी चरण में है पूरा ऑपरेशन। ब्रिज का जो पूरा हिस्सा है चूंकि उसको काट करके निकाल लिया गया है, तो अब इस समय जब हम बात कर रहे हैं हमारे ठीक आसपास में ही लगभग 2 नेवी के गोताखोर है जो इस समय पानी के नीचे हैं। अब सबसे बड़ी मुश्किल ये है, रात में एक तो रोशनी नहीं थी, दिन में जो समस्या है वो ये कि जो गोताखोर अंदर गए वो ज्यादा देख नहीं सकते, पानी इतना गंदा है कि अंदर विजिबिलिटी नहीं है। तो जो पारंपरिक तरीका है वो ये है, इस तरह के हुक फेंके जा रहे हैं और जब वो हुक फेंकते हैं तो इस कोशिश में कि जब उसे खींच रहे हैं, अगर कोई शव है तो कम से कम उस कपड़ों में फंस के या शरीर में फंस के तो उसे कम से कम खींच के निकाला जा सके।
Despite all the challenges, rescue personnel and locals have been working hand in hand to ensure every body is fished out of the Machhu river.
The city hasn't slept since last night. People are out on the road managing traffic, crowds, so there is not any disruption of the administrative fleet or the ambulances. In fact, where we are seeing hundreds of the personals who are working round the clock since last late night. These civilians here in the community centers are making food for them, arranging food for them, water, juice, biscuit, everything, and every minute they are ensuring that how it should reach to the personals, those who are working at the rescue side, because the operation yet not known how long it may take.
These heroes ensured that many of those who fell into the water were rescued immediately and are now as a community doing everything they can to help those in these terrible times. With Ashutosh Mishra in Morbi, Gujarat, Bureau Report, India Today.
Imagine an excited, enthusiastic family heading out for a Sunday outing to a recently opened, renovated bridge. And then most of them do not return, and including them, little children. Out of 133 people who have officially lost their life, approximately 50 were children. We also caught the snapshot of a little child's abandoned shoe. The youngest dead was about 2 years old, a toddler. That has been the human cost of this tragedy of destroyed families. Here's a news report specifically about how we have lost children to this man-made negligence case.
You know, a baby shoe that I can see literally here.
Is there any image more painful than this?
You know, the giant metal.
The little ones, the tiny little children who met their terrible end on that bridge in Morbi. Three heartbreaking pages that capture 132 lives. A quick glance through it shows that 45 of the dead were minors. The youngest among them, Duruk Satish Bhaujhala, who was just 2 years old. Little children whose names mean nothing to anyone except their loved ones. We don't even know what most of these children look like. They did no wrong. They were taken by their parents and family for a day of fun. How could these kids know that this would be their end?
Shocking images that I could see here. You know, a baby shoe that I can see literally here. And this is the part how literally broke out. All these, you know, the giant metal bolts, nuts, everything literally erupted. That's a small baby shoe that I can see here. Water bottles. Of course, the people were carrying these water bottles. And this structure, till here, it is the concrete. That's the structure. And from here, this metal sheet, look, this is one part of that bridge. This is what I'm seeing. This is one part of it. And from here, it begins. And the suspension part of the bridge, that begins here from that one baby shoe. Literally, it's, you know, it's heartbreaking to see those images.
They say the heaviest bodies are the littlest ones. As India stands with Gujarat in this monumental man-made tragedy, will those whose murderous negligence has snuffed out so many young lives face justice? Will they be called upon to answer for a crime that can never be forgiven? With Ashutosh Mishra and Gopi Maniar in Morbi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, this bridge was no ordinary bridge. It was of heritage value. It has been a tourist attraction, but also for Morbi, it was a bridge that they looked at with pride. Because this was about the former ruler who decided to make it. It was first inaugurated way back in 1879. This 230-meter long bridge had been shut for 7 months, was being repaired and renovated to be showcased as perhaps the biggest attraction for Morbi. It is now the biggest blot and the biggest tragedy that this town has seen. Here's about timeline of what this bridge first was.
Around 300 kilometers from Gujarat's capital Gandhinagar, on the Kathiawar Peninsula, Morbi or Morvi is a city by the river Machhu. A 230-meter long bridge connected it by land to the rest of the district. The bridge was an engineering marvel, built by its former ruler, Sir Vagji Thakur. Inspired by colonial architecture, the bridge was built in the 19th century, much like the Lakshman and Ram Jhulas on the Ganga in Uttarakhand. The Morbi Bridge was supposed to connect two royal palaces of the time, the Darbargarh Palace and the Nazarbagh Palace. To build a 1.25 meter wide and 233 meter long bridge, the latest technology available in the 19th century Europe was used. Came at an approximate cost of 3.5 lakh rupees at the time. The suspension bridge was inaugurated on 20th February 1879 by then Mumbai Governor Richard Temple. The 143-year-old bridge was severely damaged in the Gujarat earthquake of 2001. Recently, the bridge was closed down for maintenance. It was opened to the public on Gujarati New Year Day of October 26. Bureau Report, India Today.
This is not a story that India Today will forget and will continue to report and ask questions over the same. I'm heading to a very short break. When I return, I take you to Tamil Nadu because that's where incessant rainfall in Chennai has led to the closure of schools, and likely for the next few days that is going to be a developing situation in the city. This, remember, for many a remnant of the Chennai flood. So we are going to get you the details about what does the city look like today.
Remember them? Amber Heard and Johnny Depp have both been busy with their lives ever since the defamation trial. And everything seems to be going quite well for Johnny. He's returning to movies with the role of King Louis XV in Jeanne du Barry. Has found love in his former lawyer, Joel Rich, and recently made 20 times the profit for his Queensland mansion. This isn't just any house, but it is the place where the infamous incident of Depp losing his finger took place. Amongst the many fights that were mentioned in court of the former couple, this incident was one to stick out quite a bit. He sold this mansion in Australia for $40 million. The house had 10 rooms with 10 bathrooms and a wine cellar with a capacity of 2,000 bottles, along with a go-karting ground within that premises. To get into the details of this infamous incident, Heard had been throwing bottles at the actor, 2 bottles in fact, the second one resulting in a cut finger. Amber Heard did not agree to this version and said that Johnny Depp had instead been throwing those bottles due to anger, and that's how he cut his own finger. The incident has taken place in 2015 and has been brought up in trial multiple times. Now, as the dust settles on the defamation trial, Johnny Depp has been seen doing quite a lot of concerts with his close friend Jeff Beck. And Amber Heard, on the other hand, is peacefully living her life in Spain. She will be seen next in Aquaman 2.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Right, incessant rainfall taking place currently in Tamil Nadu, and schools have been closed in Nagapattinam and Thiruvarur. Our reporters are on the ground trying to get you the latest visuals from different areas across the state. Now, Mayiladuthurai, Chennai, Chengalpattu, Kanchipuram, Tiruvallur and Thanjavur districts are facing a lot of inconvenience due to the incessant rainfall. Schools and colleges will remain closed today across the state of Tamil Nadu. 1st November, which is today, is the date that has been, at least for now, that it's been set in Nagapattinam and Thiruvarur districts in the wake of heavy rainfall alert by the Met Department. Schools will be closed in Mayiladuthurai district also today. This, remember, is only going to be updated looking at the situation, but take a look of the result of the waterlogging and the incessant rainfall. Trucks that have fallen on the side, people facing inconvenience while heading to their houses. Take a look at this ground report.
Chennai has faced severe rainfall for the past night, and the average here is 6.9 centimeters. And yes, water has receded in many locations. However, there are certain spots where people are still facing difficulty. This is in one part of North Chennai, near Vyasarpadi region. Water stagnation is still there. On one side, many notorious spots, which are normal spots where water stagnation occurs, like T Nagar and Mambalam. Those areas, water has receded. However, in certain spots, water stagnation still continues. The rain is supposed to continue for the next 2 days as well. As per the weather updates, 8 districts, they have declared holiday for schools. That also includes Chennai, Kanchipuram, Tiruvallur and certain other districts as well. And for now, yesterday's rainfall, Perambur was the one which received 12.2 centimeters. Very heavy rainfall. And that's what, this is a region that is close to Perambur. This is why you could see a lot of water stagnation at this spot. Officials claim that they are also looking in various ways to remove this water. The Greater Chennai Corporation is also going to start the work in full-fledged to remove debris from areas where debris collect in flood stormwater drainage systems to make sure such water stagnation does not continue. However, Chennai is expected to face heavy rainfall for the next 2 days as well. This is Deva from Madhav for India Today.
That's a wrap on this bulletin for now. Thank you so much for watching India Today. Have a great day coming up. Our anchors will take on from here. Thank you so much for watching.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political black.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
A very good morning. You're watching India's Agenda. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get to the top stories in this edition first. Air quality worsens across Delhi as several locations turn hazardous. Quality to remain very poor in the severe category in the next 6 days. After 133 people died in Morbi bridge tragedy, cops arrest clerks, managers and security guards. No accountability on authorities just yet. Can municipal authorities pass the buck? Ahead of Prime Minister Modi's Morbi visit, the civil hospital gets a facelift. Walls painted, new hospital beds and water coolers. Politics erupts over renovation of hospital. Big move ahead of Gujarat elections where Home Ministry to grant citizenship to Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, Jains, Parsis and Christians from Afghanistan, Bangladesh and Pakistan residing in 2 Gujarat districts. China's bizarre zero COVID policy. COVID scare at China's Apple facility. Workers try to break out of harshest COVID lockdown in the world. Elon Musk cements control on Twitter. Now the sole director of Twitter must fuel suspense on Trump return. News just coming in. The BJP is hit out at Aam Aadmi Party over pollution. BJP slams the Punjab government over stubble burning. Big increase in stubble burning in Punjab. Arvind Kejriwal made Delhi a gas chamber. AAP has failed both Delhi and Punjab is what the BJP has said. This has been a common refrain of the Bharatiya Janata Party blaming the Aam Aadmi Party and the government of Punjab, which is run by the Aam Aadmi Party, for their failure in controlling stubble burning. Pictures on your screens are of stubble burning being reported from Punjab, not just in Punjab but also in UP and Haryana, which are incidentally BJP ruled states. Stubble burning continues, but there are instances of Punjab reporting many cases of stubble burning. The BJP says AAP is responsible for turning Delhi into a gas chamber.
Delhi has been made a gas chamber by part-time CM Arvind Kejriwal because of his complete failure in ensuring that the causes of pollution are tackled. No action has been taken except for blaming others, blaming A, blaming Centre, blaming B, C, D, and then blaming Diwali, making a scapegoat out of Diwali and Hindus who burst crackers. Diwali is long gone, but the pollution is still there. We cannot breathe in Delhi, and the reason for that is Mr. Arvind Kejriwal and his complete incompetence.
Amit Malviya is joining us for his views on that story. Amit Malviya, no one is denying that there is big failure on the part of the Aam Aadmi Party government to control the stubble burning in Punjab. Do tell us what is expected of the Aam Aadmi Party government and what can the centre do to ease out the situation for all of us here living in the NCR?
I want to make this very clear that this is Aam Aadmi Party's failure in Punjab and in Delhi, and no one else's. The centre has no role to play in it. In fact, states like Haryana and parts of western UP where stubble burning problem existed have put in mechanisms to ensure that the farm fires have come down significantly. On the other hand, in Punjab, the farm fires have gone up by 33% over previous year. And in Delhi itself, the AQI is worse than 3 times of what it was last year at the same time. Naturally, Arvind Kejriwal has failed to contain the farm fire problem in Punjab. He hasn't provided the decomposer that he spoke about and spent over 20 crore rupees advertising for in Delhi to the farmers of Punjab. He hasn't provided them 1,000 rupees per acre that he had promised during election campaign. He hasn't put in industries which will buy the stubble and convert them into energy. He's actually just done nothing other than advertising, putting money in the hands of media and buying their silence. And the people of Delhi are suffering as a consequence. Today, Delhi is choking, people are dying. This is the free death that Arvind Kejriwal does not advertise about, but he's dishing out to people year after year, every winter.
You know, Mr. Malviya, I'd like to ask you a question, but this has got nothing to do with the pollution. I would really want the focus to be on pollution. Like I said, it affects all of us. No one is spared. You said putting money in the hands of the media and buying their silence. We have been headlining this story, reporting on it relentlessly, doing shows around it. How is it buying the silence of the media? We're calling out the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi and in Punjab for their abject failure on dealing with the situation when they promised to do so. How is it that buying media silence?
I'm sorry, your own question started with what could centre do. This is not the centre's problem.
Because we're trying to look for solutions. We are trying to look for solutions. That's the reason why I asked you this question.
Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab.
You know, Mr. Malviya, you can in fact raise these issues, but you can't say that the silence of the media is being bought by the Aam Aadmi Party. We have every right to ask questions. What can the centre do since the AAP has failed? Is my simple question to you. When have I said that the AAP has not failed?
Yesterday you asked me a similar question, and in the same way you said Haryana and UP also
Which is
have
also
problems.
true.
Today,
I agree that instances of stubble burning are maximum in Punjab. I'm saying it. It is Aam Aadmi ruled Punjab and instances are maximum as compared to Haryana and UP. But stubble burning in Haryana and UP also continues is what I'm trying to say.
here because the Haryana government has put in mechanism. There is no recognition for it. There is no recognition for the fact that Arvind Kejriwal has failed Punjab and Delhi. There's no recognition of the fact that this is a criminal act to allow stubble burning to continue.
It is.
Despite knowing that there is a problem.
The
question must be just asked of Arvind Kejriwal.
Of course we ask those questions. Of course we ask those questions. Please do not, insinuate that the media has been bought. Our silence has been bought. We are asking these questions repeatedly of the Aam Aadmi Party government, and we will continue to do so. My only reason to ask you about what the centre can do is to look at what possible solutions can be found in all of this, because there is no respite year after year, no matter which government is in power. I'm thanking you for the moment. We have some news, in fact, just coming in. All right, I'm being told that Alka Lamba of the Congress Party is now joining us. Alka Lamba, we've been talking about the failure of the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi and in Punjab to control the situation. I was asking Amit Malviya of the BJP about what can be a possible solution to be worked out with the centre. What are the Congress's thoughts?
थैंक यू कि आप कांग्रेस से सॉल्यूशन पूछ रही हैं, क्योंकि आज हर कोई सॉल्यूशन ही पूछ रहा है. तो सत्ता में उनके पास हल नहीं है. वरना आपको आज ये ना पूछना पड़ता सॉल्यूशन क्या, आप ये बताती कि सरकारों ने क्या सॉल्यूशन लागू किए हैं. दुख की बात है, आप और हम राजधानी दिल्ली, देश की राजधानी में बैठे हैं, जो दूसरे राज्यों के लिए या विश्व के लिए उदाहरण बन सकता था. लेकिन दुख की बात है, हवाई जहरीली, यमुना का पानी जहरीला है, लेकिन दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री इंडिया नंबर 1 बनाने का नारा देकर दिल्ली छोड़कर पंजाब, हिमाचल, गुजरात देश भर में चले गए हैं. दुख की बात है, कूड़े के पहाड़ को जलते हुए आपने हमें देखा है, जहरीली हवाओं को निकलते हुए गैस को हमने देखा है, लोगों को मरते हुए हमने देखा है. आज टीवी और मीडिया में हमें हल पे बात करनी पड़ रही है, क्योंकि सरकारों के पास हल नहीं, कोरी राजनीति है. दुख है, हल शीला दीक्षित जी देकर गई है. 15 साल में शीला दीक्षित जी ने मेरी दिल्ली, हरी भरी दिल्ली, ट्रैफिक कम करना है, यातायात कम करना है, मेट्रो चलाई. याद आता है, अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी प्रधानमंत्री थे, शीला दीक्षित जी मुख्यमंत्री थे. अटल जी ने हाथ पकड़ा, मेट्रो में बैठाया, शीला दीक्षित जी को मिलकर उद्घाटन किया था कि कैसे हम भारी जाम, भारी वाहन, डीजल पेट्रोल जो जल रहा है उससे निजात है मेट्रो. फिर फ्लाईओवर की दिल्ली बन गई थी, सारी दिल्ली में पहचान बन गई थी फ्लाईओवर वाली दिल्ली. शीला जी ने वो काम किए थे. हरी भरी दिल्ली, पेड़ लगाने के काम, कागजों पर नहीं हकीकत में दिल्ली हरी भरी हुई थी. वहां पर सीएनजी की हम लोगों ने बसें, जो है सरकारी सीएनजी की बसें खरीदी हम लोगों ने, और आज पता लगता है कुछ बस नहीं खरीदी जा रही सरकार के द्वारा, है ना. 90% बसें जो प्रदूषण और जाम में खड़ी हैं बंद. आज केजरीवाल को पूछना चाहती हूँ, क्या बनाने आए थे दिल्ली को, क्या बना डाला है। आज गुजरात में धर्म पर राजनीति, नोट पर तस्वीर किसकी हो।
सिर्फ व्हीकल पोल्यूशन तो नहीं है अलका लांबा, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी, मैं मानती हूँ कि व्हीकल पोल्यूशन एक इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर है, लेकिन कंस्ट्रक्शन एक्टिविटी जिस तरीके से बढ़ गई है दिल्ली में, देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्क गिवन द पॉपुलेशन बर्डन एंड ऑल्सो स्टबल बर्निंग दैट कंटिन्यूज इन पंजाब एंड ऑल्सो इन हरियाणा एंड यूपी, सो देयर इज अ लार्जर प्रॉब्लम दैट वी आर लुकिंग एट, इजंट इट?
बिल्कुल आप ठीक कह रहे हैं। आपने सोल्यूशन मांगा, शीला जी के समय में क्या हल दिए मैंने बता दिया आपको। स्टबल बर्निंग हरियाणा, पंजाब, यूपी, राजस्थान, दिल्ली, बिल्कुल केंद्र के पर्यावरण मंत्री को, सरकार को, सारे मुख्यमंत्रियों को बैठना चाहिए। लेकिन हर बार यही तमाशा, 8 साल भाजपा को हो गए, 7 साल केजरीवाल को हो गए, बाकी मुख्यमंत्री यूपी कहूँ, हरियाणा कहूँ, इन्हीं के हैं। क्यों नहीं बात करते हैं? क्यों हमेशा सुप्रीम कोर्ट अदालतों को बीच में आकर पर्यावरण हमारे विशेषज्ञों को जाकर फटकार लगानी पड़ती है? और तब खाना पूर्तियों के लिए आप थोड़ा बहुत दिखावा ढोंग करती हैं सरकारें। 8 साल कम नहीं है, बैठ जाइए साथ में, छोड़ दीजिए राजनीति को, बंद करिए दरवाजे। मैंने उदाहरण भी दिया अटल जी और शीला जी का, बैठिए ना। दिल्ली के लोगों की जान जा रही है, 50,000 मौतें कम है। अगर मैं कहूँ कि जो सांस की वजह से, लंग की वजह से, अस्थमा के, थैलीसीमिया की हमारी बच्चियां हैं, सांस में बहुत लोगों को हर तरह की प्रॉब्लम है। एम्स देखिए भर चुका है, ऑल इंडिया मेडिकल इंस्टीट्यूट, बिस्तर नहीं मिल रहे हैं। आज भी अखबार की एक तस्वीर मैंने पोस्ट कर दी है, बिस्तर नहीं है, लोगों का दम घुट रहा है, बच्चों की सांस, बुजुर्गों की सांस। लेकिन राजनीति करनी है ना, वोट चाहिए गुजरात में, भाड़ में गई दिल्ली आपकी और हमारी, लोगों की जान ताक पर रख दी है। देख रहे हैं हम क्या हो रहा है, शर्म आ रही है। मैं कुछ नहीं कहना चाहती, माफी चाहूंगी, लेकिन धन्यवाद कि आपने कांग्रेस की प्रवक्ता के तौर पर मुझे अपना पक्ष रखने को बोला, हल मांगा, क्योंकि आपको पता है कांग्रेस ने 15 साल के शासन में शीला जी हल देकर गई है, रास्ता दिखा कर गई है, करना क्या है, लेकिन नियत नहीं है। सॉरी, माफी चाहूंगी।
अलका लांबा, शुक्रिया मेरे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। वी आर स्टेइंग विद द स्टोरी एंड आई एम बीइंग टोल्ड दैट देयर इज सम न्यूज़ जस्ट कमिंग इन। लेट्स गो स्ट्रेट टू दैट। इट्स गॉट टू डू विद पोल्यूशन, पॉलिटिक्स। लेट्स गेट टू द वेरी लेटेस्ट। Haryana government is passing the buck now. Manohar Lal Khattar, the chief minister, says Punjab is responsible for stubble burning. Okay, Khattar says crop burning increased in Punjab. In comparison to Punjab, there are not even 10% cases of stubble burning in Haryana. Last year, there were 2,561 incidents of stubble burning, which has decreased to 1,925 this year, while 13,873 incidents have taken place in Punjab this year. Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar has said it's Punjab responsible and not us.
हम अगर हम पंजाब के साथ तुलना करते हैं तो पंजाब का हम 10% भी हम उसमें नहीं हैं, 10% के आसपास है। हमारे यहाँ पराली की जलाने की घटनाएं बहुत कम हो गई हैं, जो 2561 थी पिछले वर्ष, वो इस वर्ष में 1925, लगभग 25% की कमी आई है। जबकि पंजाब में 1925 हमारी है, उनके यहाँ 13,873 है, तो इतना अंतर है।
All right, so you heard from Manohar Lal Khattar, the Chief Minister of Haryana, clearly saying that Punjab cases of stubble burning have increased and not so much so in Haryana. Well, as stubble burning in neighbouring states continue, air quality in Delhi continue to remain in the very poor category, as the overall air quality index of the national capital stood at 385. The air quality is worsening in spite of the graded response action plan. Stage 3 was imposed in Delhi on Saturday to combat air pollution. Air quality in neighbouring Noida slipped to severe quality, while AQI in Gurugram is expected to slip to severe by tomorrow. In spite of incessant efforts by the Punjab government, there has been no improvement in the cases of stubble burning. Record over 2,000 cases of stubble burning have been reported in Punjab alone. Environment Ministry has pointed out that AQI is likely to worsen, as only about 50% of sown area in Punjab had been harvested up until last week.
हम वॉक करते हैं, हम साइकिलिंग करते हैं या कोई भी फिजिकल एक्टिविटीज़ करते हैं तो हमें प्रॉब्लम होती है सांस लेने में। हमें बस ये ध्यान रखना है कि भाई ज़्यादा पोल्यूशन ना करें। लोग अपने साथ, जैसे अकेले गाड़ी में जा रहे हैं तो 4 लोग साथ लेके चले जाएं आस पड़ोस के।
लोगों को ये समझना चाहिए कि हमें पॉल्यूशन कम से कम फैलाए। मतलब ये है कि गाड़ी अगर चल रही है तो वो बंदे सोचे कि हमें बस से भी सफ़र कर सकते हो, कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है। ऐसा कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं। लोग सोचते हैं कि अपनी पर्सनल गाड़ी लेके चलो, तो जितनी गाड़ी का कम यूज़ होगा उतना बढ़िया रहेगा। बस में इतना है कि मतलब कम व्हीकल चलेगी तो पॉल्यूशन भी कम होगा।
जी तो सांस ही नहीं आ रही है बेसिकली, हर टाइम ये कफ रह रहा है, जुकाम रह रहा है, पोल्यूशन सही है। हमें ही कुछ करना पड़ेगा, इनिशिएटिव लेना पड़ेगा इन चीज़ों को लेके। जितना भी 2 व्हीलर 4 व्हीलर है कम से कम यूज़ करिए, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा वॉक करिए, उससे आपका हेल्थ बढ़ेगा, हेल्थ इम्प्रूवमेंट आएगी, बेनिफिट्स होंगे।
दिवाली के बाद हमेशा ऐसे ही होता है। मेरे ख्याल से लोगों को भी समझना चाहिए कि लोग ही यहाँ पे रह रहे हैं, तो अपना ध्यान लोगों को स्वयं रखना चाहिए, पहली बात। दूसरी बात, पार्क को भी साफ़ रखना चाहिए। हम देख रहे हैं यहाँ पे साफ़ सफाई उतने अच्छे से नहीं हो रही है और गवर्नमेंट को भी ध्यान रखना चाहिए।
पोल्यूशन वाकई बहुत ज़्यादा है। ये मैं जब सुबह उठता हूँ तो ये महसूस करता हूँ, जब कमरे से बाहर आता हूँ बालकोनी में तो मुझे महसूस होता है कि मतलब सांस लेने में ही पता चलता है। तो ये मुझे लगता है पोल्यूशन की वजह से ही है, तो पोल्यूशन तो कम होना चाहिए।
जो आग लगा रहे हैं हम इस खेत में, वो देखो हमारी ये बहुत बड़ी मजबूरी है। सरकार ने आधुनिक तकनीक से जो बनाए हुए हैं साधन, सुपर सीडर वगैरह, उससे क्या होता है कि वो तो 2500 रुपया 1 एकड़ का ले लेते हैं। उससे हमारा जो खर्चा है, देखिए किसान है जो पंजाब का, उसके ऊपर तो आगे ही बहुत ज़्यादा कर्जा हुआ है, तो वो अपना मतलब जो खर्चा है निकाल नहीं सकता। इसलिए
सरकार वालों कोई ऑप्शन नहीं आ रहे, सरकार वालों कोई हल नहीं हो रहा। किसान प्रोडक्शन कर रहा है, अनाज पैदावार कर रहा है, सरकार ਨੂੰ ਅਨਾਜ ਦੀ ਪੈਦਾਵਾਰ ਕਰਕੇ ਦੇ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈਗਾ। ਹੁਣ ਜਦੋਂ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਕੋਈ ਸਮੱਸਿਆ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਪਰਾਲੀ ਦੀ ਸਮੱਸਿਆ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਤਾਂ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਹੱਲ ਕਰੇਗਾ। ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ? ਅਸੀਂ ਟੈਕਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਕਾਹਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ? ਸਮੱਸਿਆਵਾਂ ਹੱਲ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ। ਕਰੇ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਗੌਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਤੇ।
ਮੈਂ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਚਾਹੂੰਗਾ ਜੀ, ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵਾਲੀ ਬਿਜਾਈ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਦੀ ਬਿਜਾਈ 'ਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਫਰਕ ਹੈਗਾ। ਤੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਾ ਦਿਨ ਰਾਤ ਵੀ ਨਿਕਲ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਸੀਗੀ, ਤੇ ਅੱਗ ਲਾਉਣੀ, ਵਾਤਾਵਰਨ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਪੋਲਿਊਸ਼ਨ ਕਰਨਾ, ਘਰ 'ਚ ਰੀਪਰ ਵੀ ਫੇਰਨਾ, ਡਬਲ ਕੀ 3 ਗੁਣਾ ਖਰਚਾ ਵੱਧ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ। ਹੁਣ ਜੋ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਖੇਤੀਬਾੜੀ ਵਿਭਾਗ ਲਹਿਰਾ ਗਾਗਾ ਨੇ ਛੋਟੇ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਜੰਨੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਸੁਪਰ ਸੀਡਰ ਮੁਹੱਈਆ ਕਰਵਾਏ ਨੇ, ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੋਈ ਕਿਰਾਇਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈਗਾ, ਸਿਰਫ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਆਪਦੇ ਡੀਜ਼ਲ ਖਪਤ ਤੇ ਸੁਪਰ ਸੀਡਰ ਮੁਹੱਈਆ ਕਰਵਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ ਹੈਗਾ, ਤੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਵਾਤਾਵਰਨ ਪੋਲਿਊਸ਼ਨ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ।
Right now I am on Kartavya Path and right behind me is India Gate, which you cannot see from bare eyes. It is not fog, rather the smog which has completely covered the India Gate stretch. On the other side is the Rashtrapati Bhavan, which is usually can be seen with bare eyes right from here, but the situation even there is not any better. It is all because of the worsened air quality index in the national capital. If we talk about data right now, as per SAFA, AQI level in the national capital is 385 as far as the PM 2.5 levels are concerned. If you talk about areas such as Anand Vihar and ITO, the situation is even worse there. Right now in Anand Vihar, the AQI level is 445, which means it is in the severe category. If we talk about ITO, the situation there is similar. 417 is the AQI at ITO. So clearly, as predicted by the Commission for Air Quality Management, in the first week of November, the AQI level in Delhi has worsened, and it is in fact touching the severe category in several parts of the national capital. As per health experts, AQI level in such dangerous levels are concerned unsafe, specifically for people who are already facing problems related to health issues related to breathing. With video journalist Mridul, this is Amit Bhardwaj reporting for India Today from Delhi.
Rahul Gautam, my colleague, is getting us more details on that story. Rahul, just talk to us about how you're feeling right now, because to step outdoors is a huge problem. There is a stench in the air which is unbelievable, and the throat and your eyes obviously go for a toss, isn't it?
Well, Sneha, breathing in the national capital is akin to breathing in a gas chamber at this point of time. The AQI level has touched 385, the value of 385, which is comes under the severe category. Now, in several parts of the national capital, the AQI has gone to almost 600. In Narela specifically, the AQI is in 591, which comes in very severe category. Now, obviously, this is affecting the very health of Delhiites. In fact, we've been reporting on this very issue since morning. Delhiites today woke up to this thick blanket of smoke and fog, which is obviously, making things very difficult for people living in Delhi. Health experts are saying that prolonged exposure to this toxic environment is actually going to cause you long-term respiratory problems and also going to come up coupled with other ailments and health complications. So obviously you can say that it's a nightmare that the Delhiites are living at this point of time, all because of political parties who are only busy in shifting the goalpost. The Aam Aadmi Party is now blaming the trucks which are coming in from Uttar Pradesh. Remember, earlier it was stubble burning that were happening in Punjab, but now you have a government of Aam Aadmi Party. Therefore, now the blame has now shifted to Uttar Pradesh. We have to really wait and watch that when respite is going to come to the national capital, because it seems that at least for next 6 days, the air quality is only going to get worse in coming days.
Rahul, I'm thanking you for the moment for getting us up to speed with all of those developments vis-a-vis the air situation in Delhi city. And it's a sense of deja vu, horrible sense of deja vu year after year when we discuss the same issue without any solutions in sight, really. More news coming in. BJP sensational allegation on Delhi Mantri. BJP says AAP Satyendra Jain conned. Conman Sukesh Jain took 10 crore rupees as protection money in Tihar. Jain extorted 50 crore rupees for a party post. Aam Aadmi Party leaders are extortionists is what Amit Malviya of the BJP says. I'm going to put out what he's just spoken about. AAP and its jailed minister Satyendra Jain conned. Conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar extracted 10 crore rupees as protection money and 50 crore rupees for an influential party position in South India. AAP leaders are extortionists. Satyendra is still a minister in Arvind Kejriwal's government. Big allegation from the BJP on Satyendra Jain, which says that AAP and Satyendra Jain conned conman Sukesh. Jain actually took money from conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar to the tune of 10 crore rupees. This was protection money in Tihar. Jain then extorted 50 crore rupees for a party post. AAP leaders are extortionists is what Amit Malviya of the BJP is saying. AAP and its jail minister also. Satyendra Jain conned conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar, extracting 10 crore rupees as protection money and 50 crores for an influential party position in South India. AAP leaders are extortionists is what the BJP says. Well, this is a big move by the Ministry of Home Affairs in pole-bound state of Gujarat. People from 6 communities, Hindus, Sikhs, Christians, Buddhists, Parsis and Jains coming in from 3 countries, Afghanistan, Bangladesh and Pakistan, residing in Gujarat's Anand and Mehsana will be granted citizenship after due diligence and process. The decision has been taken under the Citizenship Amendment Act 1955. Okay, Citizenship Act 1955 and not the controversial Citizenship Amendment Act 2019, which resulted in nationwide protests. This is not the first time that such a decision has been taken. Even in 2016, 18 and 21, the MHA empowered district collectors in several areas of Gujarat, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Haryana and Punjab to grant citizenship certificates to migrants from 6 communities who entered India on valid documents. Well, previously as well, a decision of this nature had been taken in the year 2016, 18 and 21 when the Ministry of Home Affairs had empowered district collectors in several districts of Gujarat, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Haryana and Punjab to grant citizenship certificates to migrants from the 6 communities, barring Muslims, who entered India on valid documents. Hindus, Sikhs, Parsis, Jains, all of them from 3 neighboring countries, Bangladesh, Afghanistan and Pakistan, will be given citizenship in 2 districts of Gujarat, in Mehsana and in Anand. Amit Bhardwaj is getting us more details. Amit, how is this move really playing out politically? Having said that, it has been done in the past as well. This is not the first time that such a concession has been granted.
Absolutely right, Sneha. In fact, the order that has been released yesterday will be giving citizenship to six people from 6 communities, including Hindus, Sikhs, Parsis, Christian, Buddhists, as well as Christians from Afghanistan, Bangladesh and Pakistan. Now, the powers have been given to the district collectors of Mehsana and Anand, and we have seen in the past as well that these are not the only districts or the district collectors or magistrates who will have such powers. In fact, in the past, similar powers have been given to several district magistrates and district collectors in states such as Punjab, Rajasthan, Gujarat and Chhattisgarh as well. And the point to be noted here is that, these are people who had moved to India on valid documents, and this particular right has not been granted under the Citizenship Amendment Act. Rather, this is a regular, citizenship clause under which these powers have been given to the Mehsana and Anand district magistrates. And in fact, but the timing is something that is very crucial, Sneha. It has been, the power has been extended right ahead of the Gujarat Assembly elections, and this is in most likelihood going to strike a controversy from here. A controversy might snowball from here because political parties and the political opponents of the Bharatiya Janata Party would definitely say that this particular action has been taken keeping in view the Gujarat Assembly elections, and that BJP is taking such steps, the central government is taking such steps to get undue advantage in the Gujarat Assembly election. So this could be the, a very obvious attack that might come from the opposition parties. Back to you, Sneha.
Amit, I'm thanking you for the moment for getting us all of those details. So finally, a home for refugees from 3 countries in 2 districts of Gujarat. Essentially, this is Mehsana and Anand. Moving on, the state of Tamil Nadu braces for heavy rainfall, with its capital Chennai and suburbs experiencing light to heavy rainfall. Waterlogging has been reported in several parts of Chennai. In light of the recent weather, a holiday has been declared in schools in Thiruvarur, Nagapattinam, Mayiladuthurai, Chennai, Chengalpattu and Kanchipuram, also Thanjavur and Thiruvarur. Chief Minister Stalin chaired a video meeting with officials from across the state to assess the situation. Pramod Madhav is getting us more details on that story. Pramod, talk to us about the kind of solutions really in store, given that this is a perennial problem.
Well, for Tamil Nadu, for the next 4 days, rain has been predicted, and this is one location in front of SIT College in Tenampet, and this is one of the usual suspects because here water stagnation occurs every year during the monsoon period, and just like you mentioned, 8 districts holiday has been declared for schools, and all these districts fall on the northern part of Tamil Nadu. Another important aspect is that many locations in Chennai, like T Nagar, Mambalam, in such spots, water stagnation did not occur because of the stormwater drainage that has been constructed. However, work is not yet complete, and even the last time when we spoke to the Chief Minister, he said 70 to 80% work is over, and considering the rain, they will complete the other works as well. And in areas where water stagnation occurs, they will use water pumps to remove the water. So, like certain areas, there is relief, but however, in many parts of North Chennai and locations such as SIT, water stagnation still continues, and we are expecting rain for the next 4 days as well.
Pramod is getting us all of those details from what is in store for Chennai City and Tamil Nadu as rains are expected to continue. I'm thanking you, Pramod, for getting us up to speed with those developments. With that, it's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, fire breaks out at a top floor in Marvel Vista building in Lulu Nagar Chowk of Pune. We're getting to that story on the other side of this break.
Artificial intelligence, or AI, is the science of programming machines or computers to reproduce human processes like learning and decision making. Recent technological advances, for example, intelligent algorithms which decide autonomously what actions to take to achieve their objective, have seen AI take great strides forward, creeping steadily into our daily lives. Smartphones are getting smarter, cyber assistants can find information in the blink of an eye, and autonomous vehicles could soon increase road safety, potentially eliminating the risk of human error. AI offers the promise of a highly efficient world in which robots take care of our sick, stock our fridges, plan our holidays, and do hazardous jobs humans should not or will not do. Game playing is a crucial measure of AI progress, proving that a machine can execute certain intellectual tasks better than humans. Computer mastery of chess and more recently Go, the ultimate board game, have been hailed as moments in humanity's quest to create smart machines. In medicine, software can already diagnose illnesses, including some cancers, as efficiently as a real doctor. But the issue of how to adapt workforces to cope with this fourth industrial revolution has economists and policymakers scratching their heads. Millions of jobs could be threatened as robots become capable of nearly everything humans do. There are concerns that if left unchecked, the development of superintelligence could pose a threat to humanity, with computers outsmarting and outmanipulating humans.
Welcome back. We'll hear the top stories of the day from across the country. Prime Minister Modi will reach Rajasthan's Banswara district today, where he is going to attend a public program to pay homage to the sacrifices of the unsung tribal heroes and martyrs of freedom struggle. He will also address a gathering of Bhil Adivasis and other tribal populations of the region. Amit Shah on a two-day visit to the pole-bound state of Himachal. The Union Home Minister will be addressing 6 rallies in 2 days in pole-bound Himachal. Starting today, he will also hold closed-door organizational meetings during this visit. Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra to enter Hyderabad city starting today. Congress's MP Rahul Gandhi to attend a national flag hoisting program at Charminar. Later in the day, Mallikarjun Kharge to join the Yatra for the first time after he took charge as the President of the Indian National Congress. Just days after Karnataka minister's video over alleged paid posting in the state, police went viral. The minister is now on damage control mode. MTB Nagaraj was caught on camera hinting that a police officer paid 70 to 80 lakh rupees bribe for his posting, has now denied making these comments. Fire has broken out at the top floor of Marvel Vista building in Lulu Nagar Chowk of Pune. Cricketer Zahir Khan's restaurant is situated on the ground floor. 6 fire tenders in the spot to control this fire. Alright, it's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, after 134 people died in Morbi bridge tragedy, cops arrest clerks, managers and security guards. No accountability on authorities yet. Can municipal authorities pass the buck?
Ever heard of zombifiers? No, I'm not talking about flesh-eating maniacs. This is a rare phenomenon that is also known as overwintering fires. This occurs mostly in countries like Russia, Canada and Alaska. So what are zombifiers really? Peat fires burn underground and are very difficult to detect. They're also known as zombie fires as they can burn underground and reignite weeks or months later. Climate change is drying peatlands and making them more susceptible to fire. During a fire, burnt trees fall to the ground, igniting the flammable peat in the soil. The embers can continue to burn more than a meter underground for weeks or months, even in winter in certain regions of the world. The embers are fed by peat, a spongy material rich in carbon formed by decomposition of organic matter. They burn underground and return to the surface where in dry and windy conditions they can start a new fire.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Let's now take you through the top developments regarding the Morbi tragedy. Prime Minister Modi chaired a key meeting to review the work, relief and rescue operations after the cable bridge collapse in Morbi, killing 134 people. He emphasized on all possible assistance for survivors. The meeting was attended by key state officials, including Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel and the Home Minister. Prime Minister Modi will visit the affected site in Morbi, where the cable bridge collapsed. After that, he will visit the civic hospital in Morbi and visit the injured in a show of solidarity. The opposition is training guns on the BJP government in Gujarat over the Morbi horror. After accusing the state of negligence, AAP and Congress have now claimed hospital in the district has been beautified ahead of the Prime Minister's visit, which is there evident on through these pictures. Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel has expressed his condolences over the death of 134 people after the bridge collapse in Morbi. He announced the tricolour will fly half-mast on government buildings on the 2nd day of November, and no state government events or functions will be organised tomorrow. A PIL has been filed in Supreme Court seeking a court-monitored probe into Morbi tragedy. The plea seeks appointment of Judicial Commissioner for the supervision of retired Supreme Court judge to initiate probe in the Morbi bridge collapse fault. Politics has broken out ahead of the Prime Minister's visit to the civic hospital in Morbi after the unfortunate death of 134 people because of the cable bridge collapse. The opposition AAP and Congress have said the hospital has been decked up before the Prime Minister's visit, accusing the BJP government of deflecting attention from the tragedy to making it all about the Prime Minister. India Today went to the hospital to bring you a ground reality, and indeed, we have seen that new hospital beds were brought in, water coolers are being brought in. Further, minor tiling work and door repairs are also being done. We spoke to the cleaning staff who said they have been brought in from Rajkot for all of this work.
We are at this point at Civil Hospital Morbi. Morbi bridge collapse incident took place in the jurisdiction of this hospital. People who died were brought in here. What people are alleging is that there is a huge difference between what this hospital was yesterday and what it's going to be today or tomorrow, because Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Morbi. He'll be going to the spot, coming to the civil hospital, meet the patients. So what has changed in one day, you can see that because the water tanks is being installed, water purifier is being installed. The old one, which seems to be a discarded one for a long time, but now there are water coolers. This is the second water cooler we have seen on the ground floor. There was another water cooler, and entire place, the tiling which has been done very cleanly, and this seems to happen just in a day's time. At the same time, it's about midnight and the civil hospital is buzzing. The mopping work is starting here. You can see people are present here to clean the hospital premises, and the likely reason is that Prime Minister is coming tomorrow is the reason why this hospital is getting so much attention. We saw some sweepers who had come from Rajkot and this entire cleanliness operation will go on till the entire night so that it can be cleaned for the Prime Minister's visit tomorrow. At the same time, Aam Aadmi Party and Congress has alleged that there is special treatment which is being given to the hospital because Prime Minister is visiting. It's a good thing for the residents of Morbi because they have now have a different fortune with getting a better equipped and clean civic hospital. There was an allegation made by the Aam Aadmi Party that makeover of civil hospital Morbi is taking place because Prime Minister Narendra Modi is due to visit here, and we came on the ground here. It's about midnight and the hospital is very much buzzing. We'll show you outside the passage. We'll come to the ward later. Outside passage we'll see the mopping, cleaning in the entire hospital is taking place. People from as far as Rajkot have come here and the hospital is being cleaned. The second thing we notice is that painting work on the outside structure of the building is taking place. Third thing, new water tankers have been installed. Now going inside this ward, this is the ward where people who are survivors who are injured in the Morbi bridge accident are there. So it's likely that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be visiting here. What we are getting to see is that new beds have been put in place here, and this has happened just a few minutes ago. So we'll just speak to the relatives of the survivors as to what is happening. मोदी जी आने वाले हैं कल मिलने के लिए, ऐसी जानकारी मिली है आप लोगों को?
जी, ये सब हादसा हुआ, दुर्घटना हुई, इसलिए मोरबी आ रहे हैं सर जी।
ट्रीटमेंट मिली है यहाँ पर?
अच्छी ट्रीटमेंट मिली है, तुरंत मिली है। तंत्र की थोड़ी बेदरकारी हुई, ओवरलोड के लिए हादसा हुआ है। ये
जो बेड है, हॉस्पिटल बेड नए लगाए गए हैं?
जी नहीं लगवाए, अभी 5 मिनट के पहले लगाए।
So clearly that there is what we can say the makeover of civil hospital, which is good thing for the residents of Morbi, but happening for a specific reason. With camera person Samir Shanbag, Mustafa Sheikh in Morbi for India Today. રાત માં ઝાડુ મારો છો તમે?
હા, અત્યારે સાફ સફાઈ માટે
રોજ સાફ સફાઈ થાય છે यहाँ?
થાય જ ને,
રોજ થાય। 11 वाजता।
अभी तो हम राजकोट से आए हैं।
क्यों राजकोट से आए?
अभी तो साफ सफाई के लिए बुलाया, इसलिए हम आए।
क्या साफ सफाई हो गई क्या हॉस्पिटल की? बाकी है
अभी चालू करते हैं गेट से
शुरू कर हॉस्पिटल साफ।
हाँ।
Let's now listen to the charges that have been made by the Congress and the AAP.
जब पूरा गुजरात गम में डूबा हुआ है, तब भारतीय जनता पार्टी का शासन मोरबी की सिविल हॉस्पिटल को रंग रोगान कलर काम करके सजा दरा रहा है, क्योंकि उनको ये लगता है कि इस तरह से इवेंट मैनेजमेंट करके मोदी जी खुश हो जाएंगे। मुझे लगता है कि मोदी जी को इसके बारे में जल्दी से जल्दी कोई कदम लेना चाहिए।
पीएम मोदी जी जो आ रहे हैं उसके लिए ये हॉस्पिटल दुल्हन की जैसी सजाई जा रही है। आप देख रहे हो पूरी हॉस्पिटल को अभी मरम्मत चालू कर दिया है, कलर का काम चालू कर दिया है, और दूसरा अभी पीछे ब्लॉक का काम भी चालू कर दिया है। लेकिन दुख इस चीज का है, अभी तक 27 साल में जो ये सुविधाएं नहीं मिल पा रही है, और गरीब लोग जितने भी है वो इतने साल से दुखी थे। इधर पूरे डॉक्टर की भी व्यवस्था अच्छी तरह से नहीं थी, कोई एमडी डॉक्टर भी घट इधर दिख रही है, और इधर बहुत सारी अव्यवस्था थी। और रातों रात जो पीएम मोदी के लिए जो काम चालू कर दिया गया है, तो ये लोग हमारी फीलिंग्स के साथ जो खिलवाड़ कर रहे हैं ना, उससे हम लोगों को अभी तक दुख है।
Well, there is national shock and fury over 134 deaths in the Morbi bridge collapse. It is now certain that the tragedy was indeed man-made. Gujarat police say technical and structural flaws, lack of certification as well as some maintenance issues were responsible for this tragedy. So what happens to the men responsible for this huge disaster? 9 people have been arrested and charged with culpable homicide not amounting to murder. Among the 9 who have been arrested are 2 ticket clerks, 2 managers, all employed by Oriva, the company that was responsible for the maintenance of the bridge. The other 5 accused include 2 repairing contractors hired by the Oriva group and 3 persons working at the bridge as security personnel. But these are small fish. What about the big ones? What about the municipal authorities that didn't know that the renovated bridge was opened up? Or the Oriva group that did not seek a security and fitness certificate before restarting the bridge? When will the big heads roll?
सर ये बताइए कि कितने लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हुई है, उन पे क्या क्या चार्जेस लगे हैं?
आज हमने जो दुखद घटना बनी थी उसके अंदर 9 लोगों को अरेस्ट किया है और तमाम के विरुद्ध में भारतीय दंड संहिता के कलम 304, 308 और 114 के तहत इसमें गुना दाखिल किया गया है।
साथ ही एक सवाल ये भी खड़ा होता है, जो कंपनी है, क्योंकि ओरेवा कंपनी है, उसकी टिकट पे भी फोटो और लोगो लगा हुआ है, तो क्या उस कंपनी के खिलाफ कोई कार्यवाही पुलिस करेगी?
देखो, पुलिस ने सभी मुद्दाओं को खुला रखा है। पुलिस कोई भी कंपनी हो, कोई भी व्यक्ति हो, किसी को छोड़ने के लिए हम लोग इसमें तमाम प्रकार की जो हमारी कायदा की प्रक्रिया पूरी करेंगे। किसी व्यक्ति को छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा।
स्ट्रक्चर में कहीं गड़बड़ थी जिसकी वजह से ब्रिज गिरा है?
अभी जो 2 दिन की जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन उसके अंदर लगता है कि इसमें टेक्निकल जो खामी थी उसकी वजह से इसमें ये नुकसान हुआ है, ब्रिज कोलैप्स हुआ है।
The Prime Minister is in Morbi today at around 3:30 p.m. He will be expected to visit the accident site and meet relatives of the victims of the tragedy. The Prime Minister has been constantly monitoring the rescue work. On Monday evening, he held a high-level review meeting at Raj Bhavan in Gandhinagar. The Prime Minister was briefed on the rescue work. Sources are telling us that all aspects related to the tragedy were discussed. The Prime Minister once again emphasized on ensuring that those affected get all possible assistance. The high-level meeting was attended by Chief Minister Bhupendra Bhai Patel, Minister of State for Home, Harsh Sanghavi and other top officials. On Monday, Prime Minister got emotional at an event in Banaskantha as he spoke about the Morbi tragedy. A video of the event showed a visibly distraught Prime Minister trying to keep his emotions under control.
जिन लोगों का अस्पताल में इलाज चल रहा है, वहां भी पूरी मुस्तैदी बरती जा रही है। लोगों की दिक्कतें कम से कम हो, इसे प्राथमिकता दी जा रही है। इस हादसे की जांच के लिए एक कमेटी भी बना दी गई है। मैं देश के लोगों को आश्वस्त करता हूं कि राहत और बचाव के कार्यों में कोई कमी नहीं आने दी जाएगी। मोरबी में आ भयंकर पीड़ादायक मन बहुत व्यथित हूं दुविधाમાં હતો कार्यक्रम करूं કે ન करूं, परंतु आपनो प्रेम, आपना प्रत्येनो मारो सेवाभाव हमारी वच्चे आयो।
While the world continues to get over the COVID fear, China, where the outbreak began, is imposing harsher restrictions in light of recent surge in COVID cases. In Foxconn's iPhone manufacturing factory in Zhengzhou, some workers made attempts to flee the facility after an outbreak. Here's more.
China's zero COVID policy has pushed them into adopting some real strict lockdown measures, leaving the world baffled. In the latest, COVID outbreak was reported at Foxconn's iPhone manufacturing factory in Zhengzhou. Fearing harsh lockdown measures, droves of migrant workers were spotted climbing up factory walls and fleeing to their hometowns on foot more than 100 kilometers away as public transport has been suspended due to COVID norms. Chinese authorities have been acting unsparingly to curb COVID spread. After running out of indoor quarantine spaces, authorities in Zhengzhou have come up with outdoor quarantine chambers. These transparent tents have been set up at open grounds to restrict people from moving out. And to quell the mere thought of leaving, authorities have mounted sharp needle-like spikes on walls across most factory buildings in town. Some of them have even completed their quarantine period and left the center are required to wear electronic bracelets for home quarantine, which help authorities track their movements. Scores of buses were spotted moving, some of them secretly, taking away people 100 miles away for quarantines. Most high-rise buildings in Zhengzhou have transformed into isolation centers. Windows to these buildings have been sealed off, fearing people may jump out. Cell phone signals have been restricted too. People have accused the Chinese government of providing them just one meal a day, resulting in violent protests in several districts. A high school in Henan, central China, has been locked off with students inside crying for help. Students who went to school like on a regular day got trapped when authorities sealed off the premises after news of a minor COVID outbreak emerged. Chinese media has refused to cover the plight of these young children stuck inside their school premises, and many students' social media accounts too have been suspended. Even as Chinese citizens have been highly frustrated and upset with the government's deadly zero COVID strategy, healthcare workers have been motivating themselves to carry on with their duties by breaking into a dance every morning, quite literally. This collective exercise routine among COVID healthcare teams have become a common sight in China. They stand in a line and pull off this coordinated dance routine right in the morning to pump themselves up for an excruciating day. In the latest figures, the Chinese city with the worst outbreak has only 2,500 cases. This, global experts say, is grossly disproportionate to the extreme preventive measures adopted. Locals have been hopelessly waiting for this trauma to end, even as the world outside has long moved on. Bureau Report, India Today.
It's a terrible and heart-wrenching situation in China for most of the people there. We have more international news. Elon Musk has disbanded Twitter board and become the sole director. Twitter's board of directors was dissolved on Thursday following Elon Musk's takeover of the company, making Musk the sole director of the social media giant. Apart from Parag Agrawal, the organization's CEO, CFO Ned Segal and policy chief Vijay Agade are amongst the 9 board of directors who have been fired. Within days of purchasing and taking control, Musk has already made a number of significant adjustments. Twitter has not commented on the plans, but Musk says the whole verification process is being revamped and a council to review content moderation decisions may be established. Amid the takeover, there are concerns that Musk might allow former US President Donald Trump to return to the platform. Well, that story and much more going up on our website. That's Indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. That brings us to the end of this edition. Thanks for watching.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
It's been 15 long years.
In the air, Srishant takes it. India win.
Since Team India got their hands on the ICC T20 World Cup.
Will 2022 be the year, the moment the entire country's been waiting for? It's in self-run, and that is 50. Join us on India Today as we follow the men in blue.
And bring you all the latest news and analysis with our cricket experts Harbhajan Singh, Sunil Gavaskar and Pragyan Ojha.
Watch the Battle of Champions at these times throughout the World Cup on India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Co-powered by RK Marble, Khoobsurat Imandari. In association with JioMart, Har Ghar Ka Mart.
You are watching India Today.
Good morning and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. Air quality deteriorates across Delhi as several locations turn hazardous. Quality to remain very poor to severe over the next 6 days. BJP sensational charge against Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain. BJP claims Jain extorted 10 crores as protection money and 50 crores for a party seat in South India from conman Sukesh. After 134 people died in Morbi bridge tragedy, cops arrest clerks, managers and security guards. No accountability on authorities yet. Can municipal authorities pass the buck? Ahead of Prime Minister Modi's Morbi visit, the civil hospital gets a facelift, walls painted, new hospital beds and water coolers. Politics erupts over renovation of hospital. Big move ahead of Gujarat elections. So Ministry to grant citizenship to Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, Jains, Parsis and Christians from Afghanistan, Bangladesh and Pakistan residing in 2 Gujarat districts. Elon Musk cements control on Twitter. Now the sole director of Twitter. Musk fuels suspense on Trump return. Jailed Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain finds himself in the dock again, this time over an allegation that conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar bribed him. The BJP has lashed out at Jain, alleging that Sukesh Chandrasekhar paid 10 crores to the jailed minister and even paid 50 crores to the Aam Aadmi Party for a political role in southern India. The charge has created a political storm, with the BJP calling Aam Aadmi Party an extortion party and now questioning if Kejriwal will continue to shield and defend Satyendra Jain. Satyendra Jain, who is currently in Tihar jail over money laundering charges, was in the midst of a massive controversy over the weekend as the Enforcement Directorate alleged Jain was getting VVIP treatment and was receiving massages and home food while behind bars.
10 crore rupees was extorted by Satyendra Jain, Arvind Kejriwal's most dearest minister, who is in jail for the last 4.5 months, who has got no relief on the Hawala charges, was extorting 10 crores as protection money from conman Sukesh Chandran. Imagine, Sukesh Chandran cons the system, cons many people, but he is conned by Satyendra Jain. You can imagine what category of a conman Mr. Satyendra Jain is. And not just this, 50 crore rupees was extorted for giving a party position to Sukesh Chandran by Aam Aadmi Party. This is their true face.
So that is, of course, that very sensational charge that the BJP has levelled against the Aam Aadmi Party. We are yet to hear from the Aam Aadmi Party, but the BJP alleging over there that jailed minister Satyendra Jain had extorted money. In fact, he had sought money from Sukesh Chandrasekhar and was paid so. So it was a bribe in order for Sukesh Chandrasekhar to get a party ticket to contest from southern India and also a party position as well. Remember, Sukesh Chandrasekhar is also in jail. He's a conman. He faces allegations of having duped several individuals over many years, and there are several charges and allegations against him as well. But this is the latest in the charges that the BJP has levelled against the Aam Aadmi Party. Satyendra Jain has been in jail for a few months now over money laundering charges. The Aam Aadmi Party, of course, has given him a clean chit, saying that this is BJP playing politics, that this is BJP allegedly using central agencies in order to target its political opponents. In fact, very recently, the Enforcement Directorate made a very sensational charge against Satyendra Jain as well, saying that he was receiving VVIP treatment in Tihar, where he's lodged at the moment, that he was in fact getting home food and massages as well while he has been in jail. The Aam Aadmi Party, of course, had alleged earlier when Satyendra Jain had been arrested and sent to jail that this was the BJP's way of trying to stop the Aam Aadmi Party from making inroads in Himachal Pradesh, because Himachal was what in fact Satyendra Jain was in fact responsible for in terms of the party's activities over there. The Aam Aadmi Party, of course, said that this is the BJP trying to stop the Aam Aadmi Party from making inroads into Himachal ahead of the elections there in the state. My colleague Amit Bhardwaj is joining me over the phone line right now. Amit, very sensational charges levelled by the BJP against Satyendra Jain and the Aam Aadmi Party. What is the evidence?
The BJP right now is alleging that the conman had paid money to Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain, and the amount that is being quoted by the BJP is rupees 10 crore. Now, it is to be seen whether the BJP, comes with any document or the alleged letter that the party leaders are referring to, leaders such as Shahzad Poonawala is referring to, because so far it's just a tweet, a couple of comments that has come from the Bharatiya Janata Party, but we have to see whether they actually have the copy of the letter that is being referred to, or on the basis of which this claim is being made. On the other side, this could further mount trouble for Satyendra Jain, who is already in jail, facing a lot of trouble, legal trouble, because of the ED case that he is facing. And obviously that would also be problematic for Aam Aadmi Party. But as of now, what AAP might say is that please show us the evidence, please show on what basis you are making such claims. And it is to be seen, again, whether the BJP comes forward with the alleged letter that it is constantly referring to make this serious allegation against Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain, who is in jail right now.
Okay.
Back to you.
Amit, stay on with us. My colleague Munish Pandey is also joining us live over there. Munish, some very sensational allegations which have been levelled by the BJP against Satyendra Jain and the Aam Aadmi Party. What is the Enforcement Directorate saying about this?
Well, Polami, Enforcement Directorate is still verifying the facts that whether any money was paid by Sukesh Chandrasekhar to Satyendra Jain or not. Remember, both Sukesh Chandrasekhar and Satyendra Jain, they have been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in different cases. But also one of the serious allegation about bribery to Delhi Minister, that fact is still being verified by the Enforcement Directorate because whether Sukesh Chandrasekhar has access to that amount of money, whether the money moved from someone to Satyendra Jain or not, that is still to be verified, and that is why the ED officials are tight-lipped about this. As far as Sukesh Chandrasekhar is concerned, remember, in Tihar jail, he has been kept in a very isolated jail, in a cell where there is a lot of surveillance. Amid that, if he has paid that amount of money, if some meetings has happened between Satyendra Jain and Sukesh Chandrasekhar, it becomes a very serious issue. Sukesh Chandrasekhar, at this point of time, we have been given to understand is that he has written a letter to the LG of Delhi, alleging that he has paid money to Satyendra Jain. But we are not sure whether these allegations have been verified by the Tihar authorities or ED officials or some other agency.
Also, Munish, some very, again, significant and sensational charges that were levelled by the Enforcement Directorate over the weekend against Satyendra Jain as well, saying that he was in fact receiving VVIP treatment inside Tihar jail. What are the details of that?
Well, Palmi, what Enforcement Directorate before a court, it was a bail hearing, and before the court they filed an affidavit alleging that Satyendra Jain inside the jail premises, he is using his influence. Second, he is meeting some of the witnesses in the case where he stands accused. Third, he is also getting VIP treatment like massage inside the jail. There are persons who are cleaning his cell. There are people who are working so that he doesn't have to suffer inside the jail premises. So these are the serious allegations which the Enforcement Directorate has leveled against Satyendra Jain, that he is using his influence and he is getting VIP treatment. So as of now, ED is opposing the bail application of Satyendra Jain. It has been a very controversial matter, the bail application of Satyendra Jain. But this new revelation that conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar has paid 10 crore as protection money to Satyendra Jain, that is extremely sensational. And that is why the agencies are also trying to verify, because if it is true, if it is the allegations are true, then it is going to be very troubling for Satyendra Jain, because the court will take cognizance and there will be very dim possibility that still he will be given bail. Otherwise, the Enforcement Directorate, they will go all out to ensure that Satyendra Jain is not granted bail on these grounds also. Paul.
Okay. Munish, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. So that is, of course, the charge which has been levelled against the Bharatiya Janata Party, by the Bharatiya Janata Party, I beg your pardon, against the Aam Aadmi Party. What the BJP has said, and this is national spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party, Shehzad Poonawala, who said, conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar was paid 10 crore rupees had paid 10 crore rupees to Satyendra Jain as protection money. Jain was jail minister. 50 crore was paid to Aam Aadmi Party. AAP is an extortionist party. Kejriwal defends this hawalabaz as Kattar Imandar. Will Kejriwal sack Satyendra Jain or defend him? Manjinder Singh Sirsa is joining us over the phone line right now. Mr. Sirsa, a very serious charge which the BJP is levelling against Satyendra Jain and the Aam Aadmi Party, saying that Sukesh Chandrasekhar, conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar, while he was lodged inside jail, was paying protection money to then jail minister Satyendra Jain, who himself, of course, is in prison at the moment.
This fact came also during the investigation, and also
the Supreme Court had raised the eyebrows कि ये कैसे हुआ कि इतने करोड़ों रुपया जेल में जो जेल के अंदर दिया जा रहा था वो पैसा किसके पास जा रहा था. अब ये he himself, the conman has himself admitted by writing a letter through his advocate कि ये पैसा मैंने भी सतेंद्र जैन को भी दिया, जेल अथॉरिटीज को भी दिया, जेल के लोगों को भी दिया, और उसने स्पेसिफिक अमाउंट बताया कि किस तरह से सतेंद्र जैन का ये जो था सेक्रेटरी वो 2 करोड़ रुपया मंथली लेता था. अब ये बात कोई और नहीं कह रहा, ये खुद वो कॉनमेंट बता रहा है कि मैं जेल की सुविधाएं वीआईपी जो वहाँ पे फैसिलिटीज थी वो लेने के लिए किसको पैसे देता था.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, बहुत ही सेंसेशनल चार्ज है जो बीजेपी ऑफ कोर्स लेवल कर रही है आम आदमी पार्टी के खिलाफ. मनजिंदर जी, शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए. अमित मालविया is also over the phone line with us right now. Mr. Malviya, a very sensational charge that the BJP is levelling against the Aam Aadmi Party and Satendra Jain, saying that conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar was paying protection money to Satendra Jain as jail minister.
Well, it is not a sensational charge. It is based on a letter that Sukesh Chandrasekhar has written to the Delhi LG, stating that while he was in the jail, he was asked for protection money to the tune of 10 crore rupees by Satendra Jain, who is the jail minister incidentally and is now lost in the same Tihar jail for various illegal activities. But the question does not just limit itself to the 10 crore that he paid to Satendra Jain. There is also an allegation that he paid 50 crore rupees to the Aam Aadmi Party for a possible position in the South India in Aam Aadmi Party, and therefore questions must be asked of Arvind Kejriwal as well. That is your party positions up for sale, and what kind of an extortion is going on in Tihar, where your jail minister is seeking money from convicts who are in jail for protection. What kind of protection was being provided to Sukesh Chandrasekhar? Is it facilities like Satendra Jain himself is enjoying? Recently, the ED disclosed that they are in possession of CCTV footage where Satendra Jain is getting massage in Tihar jail. So is the 10 crore that he recovered from Sukesh Chandrasekhar meant to provide certain similar facilities, or what was the protection money all about? And if you are extorting protection money for those who are lodged in jail, you can imagine what is happening in rest of Delhi, where perhaps a lot of criminals are still roaming free because the Aam Aadmi Party leaders are taking protection money and are not acting against them. Is that probably the reason why the law and order situation in Delhi is what it is today?
That's important. That's important. Mr. Malviya, stay on with us. Brijesh Kalappa of the Aam Aadmi Party is also over the phone line with us. That's a very serious charge, Mr. Kalappa, which is being levelled. It's not the BJP levelling this charge. This is a letter purportedly written by Sukesh Chandrasekhar to Delhi LG saying 10 crore rupees. I paid 10 crore rupees as protection money to Satendra Jain and 50 crores to the party for a party position in southern India.
No, see, merely because a person says it doesn't make it the absolute truth. I think the first thing is that, of course, a person making such a statement does have some value. It does, in law, it does have some value. But the point is this, that, when a person is inside, he's incarcerated, he's behind bars, it's always available for the prosecution agencies to misuse the gentleman. Right, and this we have seen.
That's a very serious charge that you're levelling. You're saying the prosecution agencies would be misusing the conman in order to level charges and target the Aam Aadmi Party.
No. Listen me out. No, please listen me out.
Sure.
See, there were serious charges which a lady who has been who has been in jail for murdering her own daughter. That lady was used to target one important Congress leader. Is that true or wrong? Right, and when a person is inside, naturally they are in a completely vulnerable situation. So this also has to be kept in mind. I'm not saying anything right away. One can't answer whether he's right or wrong or nothing like that. But I'm saying this has been done in the past. That when a senior Congress leader was being sought to be put in jail, there was a lady who was also in the media. That lady's testimony was taken that 10 lakh rupee bribe had been paid to this gentleman on the basis of the former Home Minister of India was put into jail, and finally he got bail. Right? And
so what you're insinuating, Mr. Kalappa, is that there is external pressure on the conman to make such charges against the Aam Aadmi Party by the party's political opponents.
I'm not saying there is external pressure. I'm saying that the agencies have earlier made use of one person
right? So quite possible that they could have also made use of another person. Ultimately, what is the idea is to make one political party look dirty, right? So the central agencies now have extraordinary power and extraordinary clout. Now, depending on, how the central agencies behave and act, this con man and whoever can get relief. So ultimately, you see, this lady who I said had been charged with murdering her daughter, she's out on bail now. Why, for what reason is she out on bail? Right? So these are all reasons why, people don't immediately believe and jump to believe exactly what the central agencies say, or, somebody says at the instance of central agencies.
But Mr. Kalappa, you're making an excuse already. Don't you think the allegations are extremely serious that this man has written in his letter to the Delhi LG? And as a party, you need to investigate and look into this, because what he's saying is that your jail minister was taking money from a conman who, in fact, claimed that he was giving it as protection money.
No, he was not the jail minister. That's absolutely wrong, right? Because as you know, the jails work under the central government, and that's why you have a huge Tamil Nadu force there. So for what reason would somebody from the Aam Aadmi Party be given protection money? What kind of protection can the Aam Aadmi Party provide when this gentleman is operating in Bombay? Is the Aam Aadmi Party available in Bombay to help this gentleman? So, I mean, it's very easy to throw muck.
We're talking about Sukesh Chandrasekhar.
No, I'm right. I'm speaking of Sukesh Chandrasekhar. This gentleman was operating mostly in Bombay, right? So he was not operating in Delhi. For what reason did he need protection from the Aam Aadmi? And in any case, the Aam Aadmi Party doesn't have the policing under it. Everybody knows that. So what kind of protection can the Aam Aadmi Party provide? So you think a person who brainlessly keeps feeding somebody even though they can't provide any protection? So ultimately there has to be a cash trail. Where is the money given? Where is the money being received? How much has been received? Where is the money gone? So let the cash trail come. There are plenty of answers to be given by the agencies. It's not enough that one person writes a letter and then the party is now in the dock. It's not as simple as it is. That's all I'm saying.
Mr. Kalappa, thank you so much for speaking to India Today. As stubble burning in neighbouring states continue, air quality in Delhi continues to remain in the very poor category, as the overall air quality index of the national capital stood at 385. The air quality is worsening despite a graded response action plan stage 3 being imposed in Delhi on Saturday to combat air pollution. Air quality in neighbouring Noida slipped to severe, while AQI in Gurugram is expected to slip to severe by tomorrow. Despite incessant efforts by the Punjab government, there has in fact been no improvement in the cases of stubble burning reported in the state. The record of burning maximum stubble in this season was broken on Monday, as 2,131 places in Punjab burnt stubble. The Union Environment Ministry has pointed out that the AQI is likely to sharply deteriorate, as only about 45 to 50% of sown area in Punjab had been harvested until last week.
हम वॉक करते हैं, हम साइकिलिंग करते हैं या कोई भी फिजिकल एक्टिविटीज़ करते हैं तो हमें प्रॉब्लम होती है सांस लेने में. हमें बस ये ध्यान रखना है कि भाई ज़्यादा पोल्यूशन ना करें. लोग अपने साथ, जैसे अकेले गाड़ी में जा रहे हैं तो 4 लोग साथ लेके चले जाएं आस पड़ोस के.
लोगों को ये समझना चाहिए कि हमें पॉल्यूशन कम से कम फैलाए. मतलब ये है कि गाड़ी अगर चल रही है तो वो बंदे सोचे कि हमें बस से भी सफ़र कर सकते, तो कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है. ऐसा कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं. लोग सोचते हैं कि अपनी पर्सनल गाड़ी लेके चलो, तो जितनी गाड़ी का कम यूज़ होगा उतना बढ़िया रहेगा. बस में इतना है कि मतलब कम व्हीकल चलेगी तो पॉल्यूशन भी कम होगा.
एक तो सांस ही नहीं आ रही है, बेसिकली हर टाइम ये कफ रह रहा है, जुकाम रह रहा है. पोल्यूशन सही है, हमें ही कुछ करना पड़ेगा, इनिशिएटिव लेना पड़ेगा इन चीज़ों को लेके. जितना भी 2 व्हीलर 4 व्हीलर है कम से कम यूज़ करिए, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा वॉक करिए, उससे आपका हेल्थ बढ़ेगा, हेल्थ इम्प्रूवमेंट आएगी, बेनिफिट्स होंगे.
दिवाली के बाद हमेशा ऐसे ही होता है. मेरे ख्याल से लोगों को भी समझना चाहिए कि लोग ही यहाँ पे रह रहे हैं तो अपना ध्यान लोगों को स्वयं रखना चाहिए, पहली बात. दूसरी बात, पार्क को भी साफ़ रखना चाहिए. हम देख रहे हैं यहाँ पे साफ़ सफाई उतने अच्छे से नहीं हो रही है, और गवर्नमेंट को भी ध्यान रखना चाहिए।
पोल्यूशन वाकई बहुत ज़्यादा है। ये मैं जब सुबह उठता हूँ तो ये महसूस करता हूँ, जब कमरे से बाहर आता हूँ बालकोनी में तो मुझे महसूस होता है कि मतलब सांस लेने में ही पता चलता है। तो ये मुझे लगता है पोल्यूशन की वजह से ही है, तो पोल्यूशन तो कम होना चाहिए।
जो आग लगा रहे हैं हम इस खेत में, वो देखो हमारी ये बहुत बड़ी मजबूरी है। सरकार ने आधुनिक तकनीक से जो बनाए हुए हैं साधन, सुपर सीटर वगैरह, उससे क्या होता है कि वो तो 2500 रुपया 1 एकड़ का ले लेते हैं। उससे हमारा जो खर्चा है, देखिए किसान है जो पंजाब का, उसके ऊपर तो आगे ही बहुत ज़्यादा कर्जा हुआ है, तो वो अपना मतलब जो खर्चा है निकाल नहीं सकता। इसलिए
सरकार वालों कोई ऑप्शन नहीं आ रहे, सरकार वालों कोई हल नहीं हो रहा। किसान प्रोडक्शन कर रहा है, अनाज पैदावार कर रहा है, सरकार ਨੂੰ ਅਨਾਜ ਦੀ ਪੈਦਾਵਾਰ ਕਰਕੇ ਦੇ ਰਹੇਗਾ। ਹੁਣ ਜਦੋਂ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਕੋਈ ਸਮੱਸਿਆ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਪਰਾਲੀ ਦੀ ਸਮੱਸਿਆ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਤਾਂ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਹੱਲ ਕਰੇਗਾ। ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ? ਅਸੀਂ ਟੈਕਸ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਕਾਹਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ? ਸਮੱਸਿਆਵਾਂ ਹੱਲ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ। ਕਰੇ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਗੌਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਤੇ।
Delhi has been made a gas chamber by part-time CM Arvind Kejriwal because of his complete failure in ensuring that the causes of pollution are tackled. No action has been taken except for blaming others, blaming A, blaming center, blaming B, C, D, and then blaming Diwali, making a scapegoat out of Diwali and Hindus who burst crackers. Diwali is long gone, but the pollution is still there. We cannot breathe in Delhi, and the reason for that is Mr. Arvind Kejriwal and his complete incompetence.
I want to make this very clear that this is Aam Aadmi Party's failure in Punjab and in Delhi, and no one else's. The centre has no role to play in it. In fact, states like Haryana and parts of western UP, where stubble burning problem existed, have put in mechanisms to ensure that the farm fires have come down significantly. On the other hand, in Punjab, the farm fires have gone up by 33% over previous year. And in Delhi itself, the AQI is worse than 3 times of what it was last year at the same time. Naturally, Arvind Kejriwal has failed to contain the farm fire problem in Punjab. He hasn't provided the decomposer that he spoke about and spent over 20 crore rupees advertising for in Delhi to the farmers of Punjab. He hasn't provided them 1,000 rupees per acre that he had promised during election campaign. He hasn't put in industries which will buy the stubble and convert them into energy. He's actually just done nothing.
तो सत्ता में उनके पास हल नहीं है, वरना आपको आज ये ना पूछना पड़ता सोल्यूशन क्या, आप ये बताती कि सरकारों ने क्या सोल्यूशन लागू किए हैं। दुख की बात है, आप और हम राजधानी दिल्ली, देश की राजधानी में बैठे हैं, जो दूसरे राज्यों के लिए या विश्व के लिए उदाहरण बन सकता था। लेकिन दुख की बात है, हवाई जहरीली, यमुना का पानी जहरीला है, लेकिन दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री इंडिया नंबर 1 बनाने का नारा देकर दिल्ली छोड़कर पंजाब, हिमाचल, गुजरात, देश भर में चले गए हैं। दुख की बात है, कूड़े के पहाड़ को जलते हुए आपने हमें देखा है, जहरीली हवाओं को निकलते गैस को हमने देखा है, लोगों को मरते हुए आपने हमने देखा है। आज टीवी और मीडिया में हमें हल पे बात करनी पड़ रही है क्योंकि सरकारों के पास हल नहीं, कोरी राजनीति है। दुख है, हल शीला दीक्षित जी देकर गई है। 15 साल में शीला दीक्षित जी ने मेरी दिल्ली, हरी भरी दिल्ली, ट्रैफिक कम करना है, यातायात कम करना है, मेट्रो चलाई।
Right now I am on Kartavya Path and right behind me is India Gate, which you cannot see from bare eyes. It is not fog, rather the smog which has completely covered the India Gate stretch. On the other side is the Rashtrapati Bhavan, which is usually can be seen with bare eyes right from here, but the situation even there is not any better. It is all because of the worsened air quality index in the national capital. If we talk about data right now, as per SAFA, AQI level in the national capital is 385 as far as the PM 2.5 levels are concerned. If you talk about areas such as Anand Vihar and ITO, the situation is even worse there. Right now in Anand Vihar, the AQI level is 445, which means it is in the severe category. If we talk about ITO, the situation there is similar. 417 is the AQI at ITO. So clearly, as predicted by the Commission for Air Quality Management, in the first week of November, the AQI level in Delhi has worsened and it is in fact touching the severe category in several parts of the national capital. As per health experts, AQI level in such dangerous levels are concerned unsafe, specifically for people who are already facing problems related to health issues related to breathing. With video journalist Mridul, this is Amit Bhardwaj reporting for India Today from Delhi.
So those, of course, are the details of the AQI, the air quality situation in Delhi and in neighboring areas like Noida and in Gurugram as well, which is only in the very poor, severe category, doesn't seem to be improving, only is likely to get worse over the next 6 days. In fact, farm fires rage on in Punjab. You can see those images. You can see the comparison between Haryana farm fire and Punjab farm fire there. You can see how much in terms of stubble burning is happening in Punjab itself and how much of it is happening in Haryana. Those images are absolutely clear. There's nothing much to say about it. It's absolutely clear where much of it is happening and how, despite efforts that are being made by the state government, there is absolutely no respite from the air, which continues to get polluted as a result of the stubble burning that is happening and continues to choke cities like Delhi, like Noida, like Gurugram as well. 2,131 places where, in fact, farm fires were reported from on Monday. And it's a mega India Today exclusive news break that we're bringing to you right now. Conman Sukesh's bombshell letter. India Today has accessed that letter. The letter says, Jain met me in jail several times. Sukesh says paid 10 crore rupees to Jain as protection money. He says paid money to Satendra Jain as jail minister, paid 50 crores to the Aam Aadmi Party for political role in the south of India. Sukesh Chandrasekhar's letter to the Lieutenant Governor has now been accessed exclusively by India Today. It's a mega India Today exclusive news break. Remember that the BJP had earlier leveled allegations based on this letter, reportedly, which had been written by Conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar from Delhi's Mandoli jail to the Lieutenant Governor. Now India Today has accessed that letter, that mega India Today exclusive news break right now. That letter on your screens, viewers, where Sukesh Chandrasekhar, in fact, has leveled some very serious charges against jailed Minister Satendra Jain and the Aam Aadmi Party, where he says, Jain met me in jail several times. In the letter, he says, I paid 10 crore rupees to Jain as protection money, paid money to Satendra Jain as jail minister as well, paid 50 crores to the Aam Aadmi Party for a political role in the south of India. Sukesh Chandrasekhar's letter to the Lieutenant Governor has now been accessed by India Today. That letter on your screens, viewers, at the moment, very detailed letter which has been written by Sukesh Chandrasekhar and delivered to the LG's office via his advocate. Sukesh Chandrasekhar, remember, is facing some very serious charges of having extorted money from several individuals. And he is currently sitting in Delhi's Mandoli jail. That's where he's lodged in an isolation cell. And he has written this letter, in fact, to the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, saying, Satendra Jain met me in jail several times after I was lodged in jail in 2015. He visited me several times. In fact, I paid 10 crore rupees to Satendra Jain as protection money and 50 crore rupees to the Aam Aadmi Party for a political role in the south of India. That letter on your screens, viewers, right now, accessed exclusively by India Today. That letter, of course, having been delivered to the Lieutenant Governor's office. We are waiting yet to hear from the LG's office as to what sort of action the LG has taken in this matter, having taken cognizance of this letter. But it's a very serious charge which Sukesh Chandrasekhar, the conman, has levelled against the Aam Aadmi Party. We are yet to hear officially from the Aam Aadmi Party, but earlier we spoke with Brijesh Kalappa of the party, and he said it remains to be seen under what sort of circumstances did Sukesh Chandrasekhar write this letter to the LG, alluding that there could be possible pressure because anyone sitting in jail is in a vulnerable position. There could be pressure on Sukesh Chandrasekhar to write, in fact, that letter to the LG. My colleague Akshita Nandgopal is now joining me live. Akshita, take us through the details of that letter that we've accessed.
So this is a letter that's dated 7th October. It's been sent from Sukesh Chandrasekhar to the Lieutenant Governor, Mr. V.K. Saxena. You can see it's been sent from his jail cell, from Mandoli jail via his lawyer. I'm just going to quickly read it out. The subject clearly says, complaint of threat and pressure from Satyendra Jain and Sandeep Goel, the DG of Prison Delhi, on corruption and extortion. Now, if I just read out some of the important parts. Initially, Sukesh introduces himself in this letter and then goes on to state, I've known Mr. Satyendra Jain of AAP since 2015 and have contributed more than 50 crores to AAP in the promise of giving me important posts in the party in South Zone and also helping me to be nominated to the Rajya Sabha following the expansion. He gives more details, saying after my arrest in 2017 for the two-leaf symbol corruption case, I was lodged in Tihar jail and was visited by Mr. Satyendra Jain, who holds the portfolio of jail minister, multiple times, asking me if I had disclosed anything related to my contribution to AAP to the investigating agency which arrested me. Then the last line here, he goes on to say, in 2019 again, I was visited by Satyendra Jain and his secretary and his close friend, Mr. Sushil, in jail, and asking me to pay 2 crore rupees every month to him as protection money to live safely in jail and to get even basic facility provided. Also, he asked me to pay 1.5 crore rupees to the DG prison, Sandeep Goel, who he said was a loyal associate of his. Now, he forced me to pay a total amount of 10 crores in a matter of 2 to 3 months, which was extorted from me through constant, in fact, bids. Let me get back to that second page again and show you exactly what Sukesh has said in that particular letter. Now, in this second page, he also goes on to talk about the extortion bids that were made before also, not just by Sukesh Chandrasekhar, not just by Satyendra Jain. He also talks about the information and how he paid the Aam Aadmi Party. He's brought this to the notice of the Lieutenant Governor. We're going to be reading out parts of page 2 as well. For the moment, I'm going to hand it back to you, Paulomi.
Right, so those are some of the details that we've, of course, in fact, brought to our viewers at the moment. Some very serious charges that have been levelled, of course, by the conman against Sukesh, against Satyendra Jain and the Aam Aadmi Party. Sukesh Chandrasekhar, they're levelling those charges. He, of course, saying that he had paid protection money to Satyendra Jain, 10 crore rupees and 50 crore rupees to the Aam Aadmi Party as well for a role, a political role in southern India. Sukesh Chandrasekhar, remember, is sitting in Delhi's Mandoli jail. He's lodged over there and he in fact has several charges of extortion against him. He has extorted money from high profile people including Fortis Healthcare promoter Shivinder Mohan Singh's wife Aditi. These are some very serious charges that have been levelled against him. In that letter, of course, Sukesh Chandrasekhar says, after my arrest in 2017, I was lodged in Tihar jail and was visited multiple times by Mr. Satyendra Jain, who held the portfolio of jail minister. Akshita is back with us. Akshita, take us through the other pages of the letter.
Page 2, Paulomi, I'll just read it out to you quickly. We had stopped, in fact, by telling you about how Sukesh has written, saying that Satyendra Jain forced me to pay a total amount of, in fact, 10 crores in a matter of 2 to 3 months, which was extorted from me through constant pressure. All these amounts were collected in Kolkata through his associate Chaturvedi. Hence, a total amount of 10 crores was paid to Mr. Satyendra Jain, 12.5 crores to the DG prison, Sandeep Goel. During a recent investigation by ED, I had disclosed about the DG prison and also the racket run by DG and jail administration, and also filed a writ in the Honourable High Court of Delhi seeking a CBI inquiry, where the court issued a notice. The matter is scheduled for hearing next month. He's also said that also last month, during an investigation by CBI, I had disclosed all the details of amounts paid to Mr. Satyendra Jain to the Aam Aadmi Party. After that, Sukesh has said, as of now, Mr. Satyendra Jain is lodged in jail 7 Tihar. He's being threatening me through the DG prison and jail administration, asking me to withdraw the complaint filed in High Court. I've been severely harassed and threatened, and that's why he's gone ahead and written to the Lieutenant Governor. He ends the letter, Paulomi, by saying, I'm ready to give all evidence supporting my complaint against Mr. Satyendra Jain of AAP. I'm also ready to record my statement before court and judge. The truth has to be out. I'm not able to keep it inside me anymore. I'm being harassed. They, AAP, and their so-called honest government have to be exposed and shown that even in jail they're involved in high-level corruption. Scathing two-page letter here where he's given great details, Paulomi, about how Satyendra Jain, according to Sukesh, was someone he had bribed, had given protection money essentially of a sum of about 10 crore rupees. He says that overall to the Aam Aadmi Party have given 50 crores because I was promised a political role in South India. He's saying that he's now being harassed, that Satyendra Jain is threatening him to withdraw the complaint that he's filed before the courts and withdraw the allegations that he's levelled, which is why he's brought this now to the notice of the Lieutenant Governor.
And it's also a very serious allegation that he's levelling over there, Akshita. He's basically saying that Satyendra Jain, who himself is lodged inside Tihar jail right now, is threatening Sukesh Chandrasekhar, who's in Delhi's Mandoli jail, from jail. Okay, we'll try and get Akshita back on the line. Akshita, of course, was getting us all of the details of that letter, that two-page letter that India Today has exclusively accessed, which basically is conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar's letter to the Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena, where he details out his allegations, in fact, of what he says was the Aam Aadmi Party's way of extorting money out of him. He says that he paid 10 crore rupees to Satyendra Jain, who was then jail minister at the time that Satyendra Jain visited him several times, he says, in fact, in Tihar jail. That was in 2017 when Sukesh Chandrasekhar was lodged in Tihar jail. Satyendra Jain, he says, he claims, visited him several times over and in fact extorted money out of him as protection money. He also claims, Sukesh Chandrasekhar claims, that he gave 50 crore rupees in fact to the Aam Aadmi Party as well, because he was promised a political role in the southern part of India. Remember, Sukesh Chandrasekhar comes from the southern part of India, and that is of course the allegation which he's levelled in fact against the Aam Aadmi Party. Very serious charges over there which will require thorough investigation. Akshita is back with us. Akshita, take us through more details of that letter, but very seriously, in fact, earlier that I was asking you, Sukesh Chandrasekhar says that Satyendra Jain, who's lodged in Tihar jail, is threatening and harassing him from inside Tihar jail while Sukesh is in Delhi's Mandoli jail.
That's right. And remember that this comes in the back of Paulomi, serious allegations that have been levelled by the Enforcement Directorate over the weekend that Satyendra Jain was getting VVIP treatment in Tihar jail, that he was receiving massages, he was getting home-cooked food, etc. Add to that now is this latest explosive controversy against Satyendra Jain, where in fact Sukesh Chandrasekhar says for the last many years, Satyendra Jain has visited him in jail. For many years, he's been paying Satyendra Jain, and he was told that every month he has to make a certain payment of about 2 crores. Essentially, the messaging is that this is protection money while he remains behind bars, because Satyendra Jain is the jail minister. So he's saying he directly met with Satyendra Jain, then via his aides, Jain allegedly asked for this money from Sukesh Chandrasekhar, and then there was also a conversation between Satyendra Jain and Sukesh Chandrasekhar about how much information is really out between Sukesh and the investigating agencies about the money that he's given to the Aam Aadmi Party. So all of this is also being brought up right now.
Okay, so a very serious charge there, in fact, Akshita, that Sukesh Chandrasekhar has levelled against Satyendra Jain. Any sort of reaction, Akshita, which is coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party, because they're not going to be able to wash their hands off this very easily. They've always defended Satyendra Jain and called him Kattar Imandar, that he's a true patriot, he is completely clean and there's nothing, not a spot of dirt on him. But the fact is that this is a very serious charge which is being levelled by someone who's not a party person, someone who doesn't belong to their political opponents, or this is not an allegation which is coming from their political opponents. This is a person who is in prison who's alleging that he's under pressure to pay money so as to be able to enjoy certain facilities in jail and to be protected, quote unquote.
You know, at the end of the day, what it comes down to is the fact that right now there are very serious allegations against the Aam Aadmi Party. Will AAP continue to go ahead and defend Satyendra Jain the way they have for the last many months? A money laundering case has been filed against him. He's behind bars, but he remains a minister right now in the Delhi cabinet. That's because Arvind Kejriwal has given his 100% support to him. Now, at this point, if Kejriwal continues to back him the way he has, the dent and the disdain also then goes on the Aam Aadmi Party, and at a time when, of course, with the Gujarat elections, the campaigning on in full swing, we'll have to see how the AAP actually reacts to this. You're right in pointing out, Paulomi, that this isn't a political charge. Sukesh Chandrasekhar from behind bars from the Mandoli jail has written to the Lieutenant Governor saying, I've raised this with the CBI. I'm willing to testify in court. I'm willing to give all the evidence that I have that I actually made these payments to the Aam Aadmi Party and also to Satyendra Jain. So we'll see how this plays out. But Sukesh Chandrasekhar, in that very, very strongly worded letter, has said that I'm being harassed, I'm being severely hounded, and that's why I'm seeking immediate intervention, immediate action. So far, there's been no communication from the Lieutenant Governor, from Mr. Saxena, on how exactly he plans to take this up. There's been no action also taken on Sukesh's letter. But this spells extremely bad news, not just for Satyendra Jain, but also for the Aam Aadmi Party. We'll have to see how they choose to react. Will they again cry political conspiracy, political vendetta? Because this time it's not the BJP, it's Sukesh Chandrasekhar who's levelling this charge. Or will they finally choose to say that, you know, we're distancing ourselves from this controversy, we're distancing ourselves from our minister, Satyendra Jain?
So, joining us with all of the details of that letter, a very explosive letter there, a two-page letter that has in fact been written by Sukesh Chandrasekhar and sent to the Delhi Lieutenant Governor's office. Let me just quote certain excerpts from that letter itself. Sukesh Chandrasekhar writes, after my arrest in 2017 for the two-leaf symbol corruption case, I was lodged in Tihar jail and was visited by Mr. Satyendra Jain, who holds the portfolio of jail minister for multiple times, asking me if I had disclosed anything related to my contribution to the Aam Aadmi Party, to the investigating agency which arrested me. So clearly, he is alluding to the fact that Satyendra Jain, in fact, had relations with Sukesh Chandrasekhar even before Sukesh Chandrasekhar was lodged in Delhi's Tihar jail in 2017. He goes on to say, and I quote, thereafter, in 2019 again, I was visited by Satyendra Jain and his secretary and his close friend, Mr. Sushil, in jail, and asking me to pay 2 crores every month to him as protection money to live safely in jail and to get even basic facilities provided. My colleague Shreya Chatterjee is joining me live at the moment. Shreya, some very serious charges that are being levelled by Sukesh Chandrasekhar over here against Satyendra Jain, against the Aam Aadmi Party. He's virtually saying, first of all, that Satyendra Jain, in his capacity as jail minister then, visited him several times in Tihar jail, extorted money out of him, and is now harassing him, in fact, so that he doesn't disclose all of this before investigating agencies.
Well, that's exactly the grave allegation that's now being made by conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar in a letter that he's addressed to the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi. What we're learning in this letter, there are clear allegations that he's making that he has paid amount to Satyendra Jain, and the amount was actually received by his Kolkata-based associate, is what has been written in the letter. Important to mention, Paulomi, that he's not just saying that it's limited to Satyendra Jain. He's saying that his relationship with Satyendra Jain and Aam Aadmi Party dates back to the year 2015. And since then, he's paid a hefty sum of 50 crores. He's not limiting it to just 2 crores. And he's saying in return, he was also said that he will be given an important post in the South Zone. So these are grave allegations that is now being made. He's saying that he's also being threatened right now by none other than the DG prison. That's something that is mentioned in the letter. We still have to get a response from the DG on the same. But so far as the letter is concerned, these are grave allegations that are now being made by conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar against Satyendra Jain, claiming that these are extortion money that he gave for protection inside the jail.
Absolutely. And he's, of course, gone on to say that I can provide all the evidence required to prove these allegations, to, in fact, cite evidences to show that indeed money was being extorted out of me. He says that he's willing to also record his statement under 164 before a learned court and judge.
Well, absolutely. So, you know, why it is so important now is that whether the Enforcement Directorate will be taking this letter in cognizance and whether they will actually be making Sukesh Chandrasekhar a party to the case is something that we'll have to wait and watch out for. But so far, these are grave allegations that's been put forth by before none other than the LG. This is an extremely serious charge, and right now it is in all likelihood that ED might want to investigate and look into this allegation. We'll have to wait and watch out for what the enforcement directorate's next level of action will be. But so far, very grave allegations, not just extortion money for protection. He's saying that his relationship with Aam Aadmi Party and Satyendra Jain dates back since 2015, and he's made hefty payments to the party as well as Satyendra Jain.
Just stay on with us. What sources within the Delhi LG's office, in fact, is telling us is that the letter by Sukesh Chandrasekhar has now been forwarded to Delhi's AAP government through the Chief Secretary for further action. Since the matter pertains to Tihar jail, Delhi government's Home Department is the concerned department to take action in this matter. So the LG's office has now forwarded that letter to the Chief Secretary's office in Delhi government because the matter itself pertains to Tihar jail. That, of course, comes under the Home Department, and hence it is for them to take necessary action as per the allegations that have been levelled by Sukesh Chandrasekhar. Very critically, Shreya, in that letter, he's, like you pointed out as well, Sukesh Chandrasekhar is pointing fingers at DG prisons. It's a very grave charge, one of extortion, one of having paid money to him as well, and then of course that Satyendra Jain now, while he himself is lodged inside Delhi's Tihar jail, is in fact threatening Sukesh Chandrasekhar allegedly through DG prisons. Shreya, stay on with us. My colleague Kumar Kunal is joining me over the phone line right now. Kunal, what is the LG's office telling you at the moment?
Follow me, what LG's house sources are telling that the letter which has been written from the Sukesh Chandrasekhar side and received through his lawyers, now that has been forwarded to Delhi government through Chief Secretary of Delhi for the further action, because there are serious charges of corruption against the Minister Satyendra Jain, since he is right now lodged in Tihar jail, and Tihar jail comes under the Home Department of Delhi government. So further action will be taken by the Home Department only. So the letter has been forwarded to Chief Secretary Naresh Kumar, and now he has been told to take further action according to the law, whatever that will be required. So now the ball is in Delhi government court, how they will further pursue this letter, which has been written by another person who is still in the jail, Sukesh Chandrasekhar, in a matter of fraud. So now the ball is in Aam Aadmi Party's court for further action.
Right. Okay. So the ball is in the Aam Aadmi Party's court. Kunal, any sort of reaction that's coming in from the AAP since these allegations have been levelled by Sukesh Chandrasekhar against Satyendra Jain?
So far, no reaction has come from Aam Aadmi Party. We are also waiting.
Kunal, just hold on for a minute. Hold on for a minute over there. Mr. A.K. Singh, who is Sukesh Chandrasekhar's advocate, is joining us over the phone line. Mr. Singh, thank you so much for speaking to us. We believe that this letter was in fact received by the LG's office via you. So give us a sense of the charges and allegations that are being levelled by your client, Sukesh.
I am only the instrumental in this letter. Right. I have, when I visited to meet my client in the jail, he handed over me a letter, and he just simply requested me and instructed me to place it before the office of LG so that some cognizance or some direction of investigation can be made. That is why I filed an application along with the letter to the LG.
So when did you deliver this letter to the LG's office, sir?
On, I think, 8th of October.
So you, of course, are privy to the details of the charges that your client has made in this letter. Does your client also have evidence to support the allegations he's making, sir?
Yes, in this letter, some demand of money inside the jail when he was lodged in Rohini jail number 10. He was extorted by the senior officers of the jail and some politicians, and such kind of allegations of extortion of money has been raised.
Okay, so this money was extorted by jail officials from Rohini jail or Tihar jail, sir?
Because the time to time he got transferred. Initially he was in the Rohini jail, thereafter in Tihar jail. See, Rohini and Tihar jail both are the same. In Rohini, only jail number 10 is situated there and 1 to 9 is in the Tihar.
Okay, right, sir. Also, can you clarify for us for how long has Mr. Sukesh Chandrasekhar known Mr. Satyendra Jain? How long is this association?
Exactly, I don't know the association, how long it was, but in that letter, some extortion amount, payment of some extortion amount has been revealed in that letter.
Right, so he's talking about money that he paid to Satyendra Jain, he's talking about money that he paid to the Aam Aadmi Party, he's talking about money that he paid to DG prisons as well. So there are jail officials also that he's in fact saying were extorting money on behalf of Aam Aadmi Party?
Not on behalf of the party, on behalf of the jail superintendent.
On behalf of the jail superintendent.
Jail superintendent. And recently LG has ordered to book 82 jail officials of Tihar jail.
Yes.
In Supreme Court, the transfer petition of the Sukesh Chandrasekhar was pending. In that case, Delhi government has filed a response. In that response, Delhi government has given a chart of the rank-wise officers and the amount of the money that was paid to him on the monthly basis as an extortion amount.
So is this money that Sukesh Chandrasekhar is still paying jail officials, sir?
No. Still, he is not paying. Still he is facing a threat of life due to of such an incident. That's why we filed a petition before the Supreme Court seeking transfer of jail.
Right. So he is facing threat to life, is what you're saying, sir, in jail at the moment?
Yes.
From who, sir? From who?
Not from the inmates, from the officers. Because upon his disclosure statement given to the ED under Section 50 PMLA and EOW, around 105 police officers have been booked and arrested.
Okay, so
and recently on 20th of October, LG Delhi has directed to initiate legal action against 82 police officers of Tihar jail. Due to of such kind of actions going on against the jail officers inside the jail, my client feels a threat of his life.
Okay, but has he received any specific threats, sir?
Recently he was assaulted by a CRPF personnel inside the jail, and the petition is pending in the Supreme Court.
Okay, and he also in his letter, sir, writes that Satyendra Jain, who's lodged in Tihar jail at the moment, jail number 7, is through DG prisons threatening him.
Recently, I don't know, but in the last June, he has a threat when Sukesh was in jail number 1.
Threat from Aam Aadmi Party and Satyendra Jain?
No, not from the party,
Sir, in the letter itself, and I'll quote from the letter, which you, of course, like you said, you've delivered duly to the LG's office. He, in fact, says, as of now, Mr. Satyendra Jain is lodged in jail 7 Tihar. He has been threatening me through DG Prison and Jail Administration, asking me to withdraw complaint filed in High Court. I have been severely harassed and threatened. So what he's saying is that Satyendra Jain, who himself is in prison, is in fact threatening him while sitting in jail. He's threatening him through the DG prison.
This is the allegation. Yes, this is the allegation made in the complaint that I forwarded to the LG.
So within the Aam Aadmi Party, who was Sukesh Chandrasekhar dealing with? Only Satyendra Jain, or were there others?
No, I don't know about the others. Only in that letter, see, my bite will be restricted to only the contents of the letter.
Right.
So please, in that letter, there is no mention of the other person other than the Satyendra Jain.
Yeah, but he did say that he paid the Aam Aadmi Party 50 crore rupees for a political role that he was promised in the South Zone, and subsequently after the expansion of the party, possibly a Rajya Sabha nomination as well. That is what he's saying, 50 crores to the party. Mr. Singh?
Yes, sir. That has been alleged.
Yeah, 50 crores to the party. Yes. So, sir, I know that your client has in fact claimed in his letter that he's already apprised the ED about this, he's apprised the CBI about this. Is he willing to now depose before a court and register his statement as well?
Yes, he has registered the statement. He has given all the disclosure statement to the EOW and to the ED also. And in the meantime, we also have filed a petition in Delhi High Court seeking independent inquiry, CBI inquiry in that case.
Okay, but right now what he's alleging is harassment and threat to life, right, sir?
Due to of this complaint and due to of this disclosure statement, my client is facing harassment and threat to his life.
Okay, and what was this protection money given for, sir? As he claims, protection money was extorted out of him, 10 crore rupees by Mr. Satyendra Jain, also some money to DG Prisons as well. What was this quote-unquote protection money for, sir?
Protection money was paid by my client inside the jail. I think he might be offered some. I think he had some threat to his life, and he might be demanded by the police officers the amount every month. So on the monthly basis, he has paid as the alleged in the letter.
Right now, what is your client's condition, sir? In jail, he is in isolation. What is his mental condition? How is he being treated in jail?
My client is in Mandoli jail number 14 right now. And the last week I met him, and he's very disturbed. He's very scared because on 31st of August, one of the CRPF personnel assaulted him, and the treatment is going on before the RML hospital and the GTB hospital. And in connection to this, we also have filed a writ petition in the Supreme Court. And he is very scared, and he is facing threat of his life because due to of his assertion, due to of his disclosure, due to of his petition, around 105 police personnel has been booked. So he is facing the threat of life.
Okay. Mr. Singh, thank you so much for speaking exclusively to India Today. That, of course, was the lawyer of Sukesh Chandrasekhar speaking exclusively to India Today, detailing out, in fact, some of those details from the letter that Sukesh has written to Delhi LG and claiming that Sukesh was assaulted in jail in the month of August.
संप सभा समाज के हर तबके में संप भाव पैदा हो, इसलिए उन्होंने संप सभा के आदर्श आज भी एकजुटता, प्रेम और भाईचारा की प्रेरणा दे रहे हैं। उनके भगत अनुयायी आज भी भारत की आध्यात्मिकता को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। साथियों, 17 नवंबर 1913 को मानगढ़ में जो नरसंहार हुआ, वो अंग्रेजी हुकूमत की क्रूरता की पराकाष्ठा थी। एक और आजादी में निष्ठा रखने वाले भोले भाले आदिवासी भाई बहन, तो दूसरी ओर दुनिया को गुलाम बनाने की सोच मानगढ़ की इस पहाड़ी पर अंग्रेजी हुकूमत ने 1,500 से ज्यादा युवाओं, बुजुर्गों, महिलाओं को घेर करके उन्हें मौत के घाट उतार दिया। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, एक साथ 1,500 से ज्यादा लोगों की जघन्य हत्या करने का पाप किया गया। दुर्भाग्य से आदिवासी समाज के इस संघर्ष और बलिदान को आजादी के बाद लिखे गए इतिहास में जो जगह मिलनी चाहिए थी, वो नहीं मिली। आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव में आज देश उस कमी को पूरा कर रहा है। आज देश उस दशकों पहले की भूल को सुधार रहा है। साथियों, भारत का अतीत भारत का इतिहास, भारत का वर्तमान और भारत का भविष्य आदिवासी समाज के बिना पूरा नहीं होता। हमारी आजादी की लड़ाई का भी पग पग इतिहास का पन्ना पन्ना आदिवासी वीरता से भरा पड़ा है। 1857 की क्रांति से भी पहले विदेशी हुकूमत के खिलाफ आदिवासी समाज ने संग्राम का बिगुल फूंका था। 1780, आप सोचिए 1857 से भी पहले 1780 में संथाल में तिलका मांझी के नेतृत्व में दामिन सत्याग्रह लड़ा गया था, दामिन संग्राम लड़ा गया था। 1830-32 में बुधू भगत के नेतृत्व में देश लड़का आंदोलन का गवाह बना। 1855 में आजादी की यही ज्वाला सिद्धू कान्हा क्रांति के रूप में जल उठी। इसी तरह भगवान बिरसा मुंडा ने लाखों आदिवासियों में क्रांति की ज्वाला प्रज्वलित की। वो बहुत कम आयु में चले गए, लेकिन उनकी ऊर्जा, उनकी देशभक्ति और उनका हौसला ताना भगत आंदोलन जैसी क्रांतियों का आधार बना। साथियों, गुलामी के शुरुआती सदियों से लेकर 20वीं सदी तक आप ऐसा कोई भी कालखंड नहीं देखेंगे जब आदिवासी समाज ने स्वाधीनता संग्राम की मशाल को थामे न रखा हो। आंध्र प्रदेश में अल्लूरी सीताराम राजू गारू के नेतृत्व में आदिवासी समाज ने रंपा क्रांति को एक नई धार दे दी थी। और राजस्थान की ये धरती तो उससे भी बहुत पहले ही आदिवासी समाज की देशभक्ति की गवाह रही है। इसी धरती पर हमारे आदिवासी भाई बहन महाराणा प्रताप के साथ उनकी ताकत बनकर के खड़े हुए थे। साथियों, हम आदिवासी समाज के बलिदानों के ऋणी हैं, हम उनके योगदान के ऋणी हैं। इस समाज के, इसने प्रकृति से लेकर पर्यावरण तक, संस्कृति से लेकर परंपराओं तक भारत के चरित्र को सहेजा और संजोया है। आज समय है कि देश इस ऋण के लिए, इस योगदान के लिए आदिवासी समाज की सेवा कर उनका धन्यवाद करे। बीते 8 वर्षों से यही भावना हमारे प्रयासों को ऊर्जा देती रही है। आज से कुछ दिन बाद ही 15 नवंबर को भगवान बिरसा मुंडा की जयंती पर देश जनजातीय गौरव दिवस मनाएगा। आदिवासी समाज के अतीत और इतिहास को जन जन तक पहुंचाने के लिए आज देश भर में आदिवासी स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों को समर्पित विशेष म्यूजियम बनाए जा रहे हैं। जिस भव्य विरासत से हमारी पीढ़ियां वंचित रह रही थी, वो अब उनके चिंतन का, उनकी सोच का और उनकी प्रेरणाओं का हिस्सा बनेगी। भाइयों बहनों, देश में आदिवासी समाज का विस्तार और उसकी भूमिका इतनी बड़ी है कि हमें उसके लिए समर्पित भाव से काम करने की जरूरत है। राजस्थान और गुजरात से लेकर पूर्वोत्तर और ओडिशा तक विविधता से भरे आदिवासी समाज की सेवा के लिए आज देश स्पष्ट नीतियों के साथ काम कर रहा है। वनबंधु कल्याण योजना के जरिए आज जनजातीय आबादी को पानी, बिजली, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य और रोजगार के अवसरों से जोड़ा जा रहा है। आज देश में वन क्षेत्र भी बढ़ रहे हैं, वन संपदा भी सुरक्षित की जा रही है और साथ ही आदिवासी क्षेत्र डिजिटल इंडिया से भी जुड़ रहे हैं। पारंपरिक कौशल के साथ साथ आदिवासी युवाओं को आधुनिक शिक्षा के भी अवसर मिले।
All right, here's some big breaking news that we are currently tracking. Sukesh Chandrasekhar's lawyers have now come out with an explosive allegation. Sukesh was assaulted in jail, says his lawyer. A mega Indiatoday news break as Sukesh's lawyer claims that Sukesh was assaulted while in prison. This is the allegation that he makes. Sukesh Chandrasekhar has been in prison for over a year now, and his lawyers claiming that Sukesh was assaulted, contrary to all the reports that claim that Sukesh Chandrasekhar had received VIP treatment inside his prison cell. In fact, all of this comes just at a time when Jail Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain has been accused of being given VIP treatment inside prison. Here is Sukesh Chandrasekhar, the con man, who claims, in fact, his lawyers claim that he's been assaulted inside prison. Sukesh Chandrasekhar has been imprisoned for over a year. He's been arrested for conning multiple people, businessmen, their wives, close to 200 crore rupees, that money that he extorted and splurged on several of his friends, actors, Jacqueline Fernandez and a few others. At this point, his lawyer claiming that Sukesh Chandrasekhar was assaulted inside prison. Let me cut across to Munish joining us for more on that. Munish, a quick word from you. We understand Sukesh at one point had received VIP treatment inside prison, and that was the allegation. Now it appears that his lawyers claim he was assaulted in prison. What's the truth?
Well, Nabila, remember Sukesh Chandrasekhar stands as accused in the case. He has made several allegations. Those allegations are still being verified by the authorities, whether there is any truth to these allegations or not. As far as the recent allegation is concerned, remember, he is claiming that he paid 10 crore rupees as protection money to Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain.
All right, stay with us, Munish. In fact, A.K. Singh, Sukesh's lawyer himself, spoke to India Today, and here's the allegation that he makes. Listen in.
So, give us a sense of the charges and allegations that are being levelled by your client, Sukesh.
I am only the instrumental in this letter. Right. I have, when I visited to meet my client in the jail, he handed over me a letter and he just simply requested me and instructed me to place it before the office of LG so that some cognizance or some direction of investigation can be made. That is why I filed an application along with the letter to the LG.
So when did you deliver this letter to the LG's officer?
On, I think, 8th of October.
So you, of course, are privy to the details of the charges that your client has made in this letter. Does your client also have evidence to support the allegations he's making, sir?
Yes, in this letter, some demand of money inside the jail when he was lodged in Rohini jail number 10. He was extorted by the senior officers of the jail and some politicians, and such kind of allegations of extortion of money has been raised.
Okay, so this money was extorted by jail officials from Rohini jail or Tihar jail, sir?
Because the time to time he got transferred. Initially he was in the Rohini jail, thereafter in Tihar jail. See, Rohini and Tihar jail both are the same. In Rohini only jail number 10 is situated there and 1 to 9 is in the Tihar.
Okay, right, sir. Also, can you clarify for us for how long has Mr. Sukesh Chandrasekhar known Mr. Satyendra Jain? How long is this association?
Exactly, I don't know the association, how long it was. But in that letter, some extortion amount, payment of some extortion amount has been revealed in that letter.
Right, so he's talking about money that he paid to Satyendra Jain, he's talking about money that he paid to the Aam Aadmi Party, he's talking about money that he paid to DG prisons as well. So there are jail officials also that he's in fact saying were extorting money on behalf of Aam Aadmi Party?
Not on behalf of the party, on behalf of the jail superintendent.
On behalf of the jail superintendent.
Jail superintendent. And recently LG has ordered to book 82 jail officials of Bihar jail.
Yes.
All right, let me quickly cut across to Shreya Chatterjee for more on this. Shreya, these are some really explosive details coming out. In fact, Sukesh Chandrasekhar's lawyers claim that he has been assaulted in jail. This comes a little while after there were many allegations made that he is being given VIP treatment. But now it appears that Aam Aadmi Party has come into the dock here with Sukesh and allegations now arrive that he's paid enough and more money to the Aam Aadmi Party to get him a political role in the south for some kind of businesses. Satyendra Jain has met him. All these kind of allegations has finally led to his lawyer saying he's being assaulted in prison. What really is going on?
Well, exactly. So, Nabila, you know, it's a very crucial piece of letter that's been written by the conman to the LG, something which really needs to be investigated. But what we do understand that Sukesh Chandrasekhar has gone ahead and levied an allegation that a total amount of 10 crores was paid to Satyendra Jain in a span of 2 to 3 months. And that is only to get protection inside the jail. He's also come forward and mentioned the name of the DG prison, Tihar, Sandeep Goyal, saying that a total of 12.50 crore has been paid to him. He's also alleged that his relationship with the Aam Aadmi Party and Satyendra Jain dates back to 2015. And earlier as well, he's paid 50 crores to the political party for an important position in the South Zone in the party and also a nomination to Rajya Sabha. So these are allegations that he's met. We're learning that the LG has also forwarded this letter.
As I'm going to quickly cut across to Arvind Kejriwal addressing a presser. Let's listen in.
हमने लोगों की इलाज के लिए अगर कोई बीमार हो जाए स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं का इंतजाम किया है। चारों तरफ मोहल्ला क्लिनिक खोले हैं। दिल्ली के सरकारी अस्पताल जो कि पहले बहुत बुरे हालत में होते थे उन सारे सरकारी अस्पतालों को बहुत शानदार बनाया गया है। सारी दवाइयाँ मुफ्त हैं, सारे टेस्ट मुफ्त हैं, सारा इलाज मुफ्त है। लेकिन हमें लगता है कि किसी को इलाज की ज़रूरत ही क्यों पड़े। हमें जनता को स्वस्थ रखना है, हमें जनता को हेल्दी रखना है और जनता स्वस्थ रहेगी अगर रोज़ लोग योगा करेंगे, प्राणायाम करेंगे तो जनता को बीमारियां ही नहीं होंगी। उस मकसद से दिसंबर 2021 में दिल्ली की योगशाला नाम का कार्यक्रम शुरू किया गया था जिसमें दिल्ली के अलग अलग इलाकों में, पार्कों में और जगह कहीं भी 25 से ज़्यादा लोग अगर इकट्ठे होकर दिल्ली सरकार को एक मिस्ड कॉल मारें तो दिल्ली सरकार एक टीचर भेजती है और वो टीचर फ्री में भेजती है, सारा इंतजाम करती है दिल्ली सरकार और लोगों को फ्री में योगा करवाती है, डेली सिखाती भी है और करवाती भी है। पिछले 11 महीने से ये बहुत शानदार चल रहा था दिल्ली की योगशाला। लगभग 590 स्थानों पे क्लासेस डेली चलती थी योगा की और इनमें 17,000 के करीब बेनिफिशरीज आ रहे थे डेली। हमारा मकसद था इसको 17,000 से भी और बहुत आगे ले जाना। नया कार्यक्रम था लेकिन बहुत तेज़ी से बढ़ रहा था, लोग बहुत खुश थे। इन 17,000 में कई ऐसे लोग थे जो कि पोस्ट कोविड कॉम्प्लिकेशंस से जूझ रहे थे, उनके लंग्स में जो भी कॉम्प्लिकेशंस थी। तो 10-11 हज़ार लोग ऐसे थे जो कि पोस्ट कोविड कॉम्प्लिकेशन से जूझ रहे थे, उन्हें बहुत फ़ायदा हो रहा था। मुझे बेहद दुख के साथ कहना पड़ रहा है कि इन लोगों ने मिलके आज से योगा क्लासेस बंद कर दी हैं दिल्ली के अंदर। आज सुबह दिल्ली के अंदर योगा क्लासेस नहीं हुई। जो ये फ्री योगा क्लासेस होती थी, आज सुबह से दिल्ली के अंदर ये योगा क्लासेस नहीं हुई। तो 17,000 बेनिफिशरीज जो थे वो योगा करने से रह गए। जो लोग बीमार थे, अस्थमा से बीमार थे, पोस्ट कोविड कॉम्प्लिकेशन से बीमार थे, वो आज योगा करने से रह गए। और आज के बाद से इन्होंने कहा है कि योगा क्लासेस नहीं होंगी। ये बहुत ही दुख की बात है, बेहद दुख की बात है। योगा कौन बंद करता है? पहली बार सुना होगा कि इतना अच्छा लोगों की सेहत के लिए इतना अच्छा कार्यक्रम था और उसे सत्ता के नशे में, अहंकार के नशे में इन लोगों ने केवल पेटी पॉलिटिक्स के चलते इन्होंने इसको बंद कर दिया। जब से ये खबर पिछले कुछ दिनों से समाचार ये चल रहा है कि योगा की क्लासेस बंद होने वाली है, योगा क्लासेस बंद होने वाली है, लोगों में बहुत गुस्सा है इसको लेके, बहुत ज़्यादा। और आज जब अखबारों में छपा कि ये योगा क्लासेस बंद होने वाली हैं, मेरे पास कई टीचर्स के फ़ोन आए जो टीचर्स ये क्लासेस लेते हैं। उन टीचर्स ने कहा कि सर क्लासेस बंद नहीं होनी चाहिए, हम क्लासेस करेंगे, हम पेमेंट नहीं लेंगे, हम बिना पेमेंट के क्लासेस करेंगे। मेरे पास देश भर से कई लोगों के फ़ोन आए कि सर हम डोनेशन देंगे, हम क्लासेस, जो टीचर्स हैं उनकी तनख्वाह हम देंगे, पर आप क्लासेस मत रोकिएगा, योगा क्लासेस मत रोकिएगा। जिस किस्म से, जिस तरह से लोगों का समर्थन मिल रहा है इस पूरे योगा के प्रोग्राम को, मैं उसके लिए काफ़ी मैं सबका शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं। तो मैं आज ये ऐलान करना चाहता हूं कि योगा क्लासेस बंद नहीं होंगी, योगा बंद नहीं होगा। ये लोग अपने सत्ता के अहंकार में कानून का दुरुपयोग करके, अफसरों को डरा धमका के, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का गलत दुरुपयोग करके ये चाहे सरकार का समर्थन वापस ले लें, लेकिन दिल्ली के 2 करोड़ लोग मिलके इन योगा क्लासेस को करवाएंगे। ये योगा क्लासेस जारी रहेंगी। मेरी सभी टीचर्स से अपील है कि आप योगा क्लासेस में कल से जाइए, आप योगा क्लासेस लीजिए। मुझे अगर घर घर जाके भीख भी मांगनी पड़ेगी कटोरा लेके, मैं खुद जाके भीख मांगूंगा लोगों से और आपकी पेमेंट करूंगा। जो भी आपके चार्जेस हैं वो मैं चार्जेस दूंगा और योगा क्लासेस होंगी। योगा क्लासेस को रोका नहीं जाएगा। हमारा मकसद है 17,000 नहीं, 17,000 तो बिगिनिंग है, 17 लाख लोगों को, और अंत पंत में 2 करोड़ दिल्ली के लोगों को योगा सिखाएंगे हम। और हम देखते हैं कि कैसे रोकते हैं ये लोग अपने सत्ता का दुरुपयोग करके रोकेंगे तो दिल्ली की जनता जो है वो इसका जवाब देगी। और अभी तो दिल्ली में शुरू हुई है। मेरी भगवंत मान साहब से, जो पंजाब के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, उनसे भी बात हुई है। पंजाब के अंदर भी हम पंजाब के 3 करोड़ लोगों को योगा सिखाएंगे। गुजरात में हमारी सरकार बनेगी, गुजरात में भी हम लोगों को फ्री में योगा सिखाएंगे, सब लोगों को योगा सिखाएंगे। और मुझे पूरा यकीन है एक दिन ऐसा आएगा जब देश के 130 करोड़ लोगों को हम लोग फ्री में योगा सिखाएंगे। इनके पास सत्ता है और सत्ता का अहंकार है, उस सत्ता का दुरुपयोग कर रहे हैं। हमारे पास दिल्ली के 2 करोड़ लोग हैं और उन 2 करोड़ लोगों का साथ है। कहते हैं ना कि मारने वाले से बचाने वाला ज़्यादा ताकतवर होता है, ज़्यादा अच्छा होता है। वैसे ही काम रोकने वाले से काम करने वाला ज़्यादा अच्छा होता है। ये लोग सोचते हैं कि ये इतने पावरफुल हो गए हैं, इतने पावरफुल हो गए हैं कि इस देश को रोक सकते हैं, लेकिन अब देश रुकेगा नहीं। लोगों ने ठान लिया कि अब देश रुकेगा नहीं। पिछले कई महीनों से हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि दिल्ली के हर अच्छे काम को रोकने की कोशिश की जा रही है। इन्होंने दिल्ली की दिवाली को नहीं होने दी। हर साल हम दिल्ली की दिवाली मनाया करते थे, इस बार इन्होंने अफसरों से पे प्रेशर डाल के उल्टा सीधा लिखवा के दिल्ली की दिवाली नहीं होने दी। इन्होंने रेड लाइट ऑन, गाड़ी ऑफ, इतना अच्छा प्रोग्राम था, पिछले 3-4 साल से चल रहा था, हर साल पोल्यूशन के टाइम पे हम करते थे, वो प्रोग्राम इन्होंने रोक दिया। अब सुनने में आ रहा है कि ये मोहल्ला क्लिनिक और स्कूल इनके अगले टारगेट हैं। मोहल्ला क्लिनिक की चर्चा पूरी दुनिया में होती है। अब मुझे पता चला है कि ये दवाइयों के, जो मोहल्ला क्लिनिक में फ्री दवाइयाँ देते हैं, उनके टेंडर रोकने वाले हैं। मुझे पता चला है कि जो मोहल्ला क्लिनिक में फ्री टेस्ट करते हैं हम लोग, उनके टेंडर रोकने वाले हैं। मुझे पता चला अस्पतालों में जो कच्चे कर्मचारी हैं उनको तंग करने वाले हैं। स्कूलों के अंदर गेस्ट टीचर्स को तंग करेंगे, उनको निकालने की कोशिश करेंगे, कच्चे कर्मचारियों को तंग करेंगे ताकि स्कूलों में बाधा पहुँचे, स्कूलों में पढ़ाई में अड़चन आए बच्चों के, ताकि मोहल्ला क्लिनिक में बाधा पहुँचे, मोहल्ला क्लिनिक में अड़चन आए, अस्पतालों में अड़चन आए। ये हर चीज़ रोकना चाहते हैं। पर मैं दिल्ली के लोगों को यकीन दिलाना चाहता हूँ, विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूँ कि आप बिल्कुल चिंता मत करना। मैं आपके साथ खड़ा हूँ, मैं आपकी ढाल बन के खड़ा हूँ। जितना बीजेपी और एलजी साहब मिलके दिल्ली के कामों में अड़चन अड़ाएंगे, मैं एक भी काम को रुकने नहीं दूंगा। आपका बेटा आपके साथ खड़ा है, आपका भाई आपके साथ खड़ा है, एक भी काम मैं रुकने नहीं दूंगा। उसके लिए मुझे जो भी करना पड़े, जैसे इन्होंने योगा क्लासेस रोकी, लेकिन योगा क्लासेस को रुकने नहीं देंगे। ये मोहल्ला क्लिनिक को रोकने की कोशिश करेंगे, मोहल्ला क्लिनिक हम रुकने नहीं देंगे। ये स्कूलों में अड़चन अड़ाने की कोशिश करेंगे, हम स्कूलों को रुकने नहीं देंगे। ये लोग अस्पतालों को रोकने की कोशिश करेंगे, हम अस्पतालों को रुकने नहीं देंगे। दिल्ली का कोई काम नहीं रुकने देंगे। एलजी साहब और बीजेपी जितने तीर चलाएंगे दिल्ली के लोगों के ऊपर, मैं दिल्ली के लोगों के सामने खड़ा होकर उन सारे तीरों को झेलूंगा और जनता को किसी तरह की तकलीफ नहीं होने दूंगा।
सर, उनकी तरफ से कहा जा रहा है कि फाइल नहीं,
ये रिफाइल मैं लेके आया हूँ। वो मैं कल से देख रहा था, एलजी साहब कह रहे हैं कि फाइल नहीं पहुंची है। 26 अक्टूबर को मनीष सिसोदिया के सिग्नेचर हैं, या तो 26 को ही पहुंच गई होगी या 27 को पहुंच गई होगी।
जो हम देख रहे हैं रस्साकशी चल रही है, जो वर्ड्स इस्तेमाल किए जा रहे हैं, उन्होंने जो पहला आपको खत लिखा जिसको कर्तव्य पत्र कह रहे हैं, उसके अंदर आपके लिए एड्रेस किया निर्लजता वर्ड का। कई बार कह रहे हैं आप झूठ बोलते हैं, आप कहते हैं कि भाषणों की सरकार है।
मैं देख रहा हूँ कि एलजी साहब की तरफ से जो शब्द आ रहे हैं, बहुत गाली गलौज लिखते हैं, उससे मेरे को किसी तरह की तकलीफ नहीं है। केजरीवाल इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं है, केजरीवाल बहुत छोटी चीज़ है। केजरीवाल को वो जो मर्जी बोलें, जो मर्जी गालियाँ दें, मुझे कोई फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता। मेरा एक ही मकसद है ज़िंदगी में कि मैं दिल्ली की जनता की सेवा करना चाहता हूँ। ऊपर वाले ने पता नहीं मैंने कुछ पुण्य कमाए होंगे जो ऊपर वाले ने मेरे को इतनी बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी है और दिल्ली की जनता की सेवा करने का सौभाग्य दिया है। लेकिन मुझे तकलीफ़ ये होती है कि जब वो लिखते हैं, मुझे गालियाँ देते हैं, वो केजरीवाल को गालियाँ नहीं देते, वो दिल्ली के चीफ मिनिस्टर को गाली देते हैं। और दिल्ली का चीफ मिनिस्टर दिल्ली के 2 करोड़ लोगों का रिप्रेजेंटेटिव है। दिल्ली के चीफ मिनिस्टर को गाली देके वो दिल्ली के 2 करोड़ लोगों का अपमान कर रहे हैं, उनके वोट का अपमान कर रहे हैं, दिल्ली के लोगों के भरोसे का अपमान कर रहे हैं, दिल्ली के लोगों का अपमान कर रहे हैं। ये ठीक नहीं है। दिल्ली के लोगों का अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए। और गाली गलौज की राजनीति से क्या निकलता है?
सर, आप और आपकी पार्टी कह रही है कि एमसीडी जो है, जो बीजेपी की शासन वाली एमसीडी है, दिल्ली में 16 और कूड़ा घर बनाने की भी तैयारी चल रही है। एलजी साहब कह रहे हैं कि ऐसी कोई तैयारी नहीं है। उन्होंने कहा है कि जो लोग मिसलीड कर रहे हैं, झूठ फैला रहे हैं, इनके खिलाफ एमसीडी को निर्देश दिया है कि कानूनी कार्रवाई वो लोग करें।
अभी चुनाव के पहले वो और क्या कर सकते हैं? इनकी सारी प्लानिंग थी, इनकी सारी प्लानिंग है, लेकिन अब चुनाव के पहले, जस्ट पहले अपना एक तरह से फेस बचाने के लिए ये इस तरह की अफवाहें फैला रहे हैं। जो 3 कूड़ा घर हैं बड़े बड़े, वो अब डिस्टेबलाइज हो चुके हैं, उनके ऊपर और कूड़ा डालना खतरनाक हो चुका है। तो अब ये जगह जगह ज़मीन ढूंढ रहे हैं। आपको एक कागज़ में दे दूंगा, उस कागज़ के अंदर 3-4 ज़मीनों के नाम भी लिखे हुए हैं कि इन ज़मीनों के टुकड़े जो हैं वो आइडेंटिफाई किए गए हैं फ्यूचर लैंडफिल साइट्स के लिए। तो उस तरह से ये ढूंढ रहे हैं पूरी दिल्ली के अंदर। मैंने जो ये जो कहा गया 16, हो सकता है 16 से भी ज़्यादा हो।
मॉर्बी में जो हादसा हुआ, खबर ये आ रही है कि प्रधानमंत्री वहां पहुंचने वाले हैं, अस्पताल है, सिविल अस्पताल है, वहां पर रंगाई पुताई और काफी कुछ काम वहां पे किया जा रहा है। तो इसको आप किस तरह से देख रहे हैं? इस तरह के आरोप लग रहे हैं।
सबसे पहले तो मोरबी के अंदर जो इतने सारे लोगों की मौत हो गई, मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूँ उनकी आत्मा की शांति के लिए। मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूँ प्रभु ने अपने चरणों में शरण दे। जो लोग अस्वस्थ हैं, जो घायल हैं, भगवान उनको जल्दी से ठीक करे ताकि वो अपने अपने घरों में जा सकें। जो सारे तथ्य निकल के आ रहे हैं वो ये कि ये एक बहुत 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 बड़े भ्रष्टाचार का मामला है जिसको अब दबाने की कोशिश की जा रही है। एक घड़ी बनाने वाली कंपनी को पुल बनाने का ठेका दे दिया गया। उसने कभी पुल बनाया ही नहीं था, ऐसा कहा जा रहा है। मैंने मीडिया में देखा, आप ही लोगों की स्टोरीज देखी। एक घड़ी बनाने वाली कंपनी को पुल बनाने का ठेका क्यों दिया गया? पहला प्रश्न तो यही उठता है। नंबर 2, उसको बिना टेंडर किए पुल रख रखाव का, मतलब मेंटेनेंस कह रहे हैं या रिपेयर कह रहे हैं, रिपेयर का ठेका क्यों दिया गया? दूसरा प्रश्न ये उठता है कि उसे किसी तरह का कभी एक्सपीरियंस नहीं था पुल रख रखाव का या पुल बनाने का। बिना टेंडर के उन लोगों को क्यों दिया गया? इसका मतलब उनके किसी ना किसी के साथ रिश्ते हैं, या तो इनके पार्टी के साथ रिश्ते हैं, इनके नेताओं के साथ रिश्ते हैं। तीसरी चीज ये आ रही है कि ये पुल उनको 12 महीने में या 6-7 महीने 7-8 महीने में पूरा करना था, उन्होंने 5 महीने के अंदर जल्दी से पूरा करके घटिया बना के और इसको जारी कर दिया। और अब ये जो FIR भी दर्ज हुई है, FIR के अंदर ना तो कंपनी का नाम है ना कंपनी के मालिक का नाम है। तो अभी से अस्पताल की पुताई तो अलग है, लेकिन मामले की पूरी लीपा पोती पे चालू हो गया है। उनको बचाने का, कंपनी को बचाने का और कंपनी के मालिक को बचाने का पूरा काम शुरू हो गया है। एक आरोप ये लग रहा है, ये पता करना, ये आप लोगों को पता करना पड़ेगा। मैं उनसे पूछना भी चाहता हूं कि क्या ये सच है जो आरोप लग रहा है कि उन्होंने इनकी पार्टी को चंदा दिया है और भारी चंदा दिया है, और क्या ये उसका एक तरह से वो है। तो ये सारे जवाब तो देने पड़ेंगे, इतने सारे लोगों की डेथ हो गई है। और मैं समझता हूं कि अगर 150 लोगों की एक डेथ इतने बड़े भ्रष्टाचार की वजह से हो जाए तो उस राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री को मुख्यमंत्री बने रहने का कोई नैतिक अधिकार नहीं है। गुजरात की सरकार को इस्तीफा देके तुरंत चुनाव करा देने चाहिए। कौन है वो? मैंने पढ़ा, आपके चैनलों पे भी देखा। पंजाब चुनाव के पहले ये लोग कुमार विश्वास को लेके आए थे। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जब देखा था कि पंजाब चुनाव वो हार रहे हैं तो कुमार विश्वास के कंधे पे बंदूक रख के चलाई। अब गुजरात के अंदर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की इतनी बुरी हालत हो चुकी है कि उनको सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के कंधों के सहारे की जरूरत पड़ रही है। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को, मतलब वो तो कहते हैं कि बहुत पॉपुलर हैं, तो अगर बहुत पॉपुलर है तो उन्हें तिहाड़ में लॉज्ड एक कॉनमैन, आप ही कह रहे हैं कॉनमैन है, मैंने सुना वो एक बार उसने किसी मुख्यमंत्री के बेटे को बन के पैसे लूटे, एक बार उसने कोई CBI ऑफिसर बन के पैसे लूटे, एक बार उसने लॉ सेक्रेटरी बन के पैसे लूटे, एक बार उसने CBI ऑफिसर PMO का ऑफिसर बन के पैसे लूटे। तो वो जो कह रहा है उससे कुछ लिखवा के और मतलब उसके ऊपर उसके सहारे इनको अपना गुजरात चुनाव लड़ने की जरूरत पड़ रही है, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, परसों मोरबी हादसा होता है, कल 24 घंटे सारे टीवी चैनल्स मोरबी का मुद्दा उठाते हैं और आज अचानक टीवी चैनल से मोरबी गायब हो गया और सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के आरोप जो हैं वो आ जाते हैं। तो लगता नहीं कि मोरबी से ध्यान भटकाने के लिए ये एक कंप्लीटली फिक्टिशियस, कंप्लीटली फर्जी स्टोरी एक प्लांट की गई है और सारे चैनल अब बस सुकेश चंद्रशेखर और सत्येंद्र जैन की बात कर रहे हैं। तो ये मतलब इससे ज़्यादा ब्लेटेंट और क्या हो सकता है कि मोरबी के मुद्दे को दबा के उसको डाइवर्ट करने के लिए, और सक्सेसफुली डाइवर्ट कर दिया उन्होंने। सारे चैनल इस टाइम इस सुकेश चंद्रशेखर की बात कर रहे हैं, जबकि 150 लोग जिनकी मौत हो चुकी है उसका सब भूल चुके हैं। और तीसरी चीज़, इन्होंने कहा कि मनीष सिसोदिया ने शराब घोटाला किया। 2 महीने तो हो गए, 800 अफसर लगे हुए हैं, एक कुछ नहीं मिला इनको। इन्होंने कहा बसों में पैसे खा गए हम, उसमें कुछ नहीं मिला। इन्होंने कहा सड़कों में घोटाला हो गया। इन्होंने पता नहीं कितने आरोप लगाए, अभी तक तो किसी आरोप में कुछ नहीं निकला। तो सारे आरोप इनके मनगढ़ंत हैं, सारे आरोप फर्जी हैं लोगों के।
सर, गुजरात में नागरिकता देने की बात आज कांग्रेस ने कही है उन लोगों को जो पाकिस्तान और अफगानिस्तान के शरणार्थी। ये
सारी चीज़ें गुजरात चुनाव के पहले हो रही हैं। कभी यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड की बात करते हैं, कभी अच्छी बात है, देनी चाहिए, उसमें हम उसका विरोध नहीं करते। पर ये अचानक 27 साल के बाद इस 2022 के गुजरात चुनाव के पहले क्यों याद आ रहा है? क्योंकि अभी तक इनको गुजरात में कुछ करने की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ती थी। बीजेपी और कांग्रेस के अंदर ऐसी अच्छी सेटिंग थी कि दोनों को चुनाव तो लड़ते ही नहीं थे, दोनों सेटिंग करके। इस बार इन लोगों को चुनाव के पहले संघर्ष करना पड़ रहा है क्योंकि आम आदमी पार्टी वहां आ गई है। थैंक यू। हो गया।
All right, that's Arvind Kejriwal there, who addressed multiple issues, starting with, of course, how he accuses the BJP of trying to suppress yoga schools in Delhi, and then went on to speak of mohalla clinics, how that the BJP is now strategizing to shut off. And then he goes on to address the Morbi episode, saying that it's over 135 deaths that's been reported, and so far The BJP is trying to shift the blame. The FIR also has not mentioned anyone. It's all against unknown people. This is basically trying to shift focus. And then coming to the most important issue, the most important news break, the biggest news break today of Sukesh Chandrasekhar, the con man, allegedly paying money to then jail minister Satyendra Jain inside prison. In fact, Arvind Kejriwal at least says that he does not even know who Sukesh Chandrasekhar is in the first place. Says, "Ask wo kaun hai?" That was Kejriwal's response, and then goes on to say that all the allegations made against his former minister Satyendra Jain are fake and malicious. Fake charges ahead of Gujarat polls is what Kejriwal says. The Satyendra Jain and Sukesh Chandrasekhar episode has just been brought in only to divert attention from the Morbi bridge collapse that's killed over 135 people. This is what Kejriwal says, saying this is only a bid to deflect attention from the Morbi incident. Let me cut across to Shehzad Poonawala of the BJP joining us on the phone line for more on that. Shehzad, Kejriwal addressing multiple issues, going on to start with, as much as he said, he finally lands with the Morbi episode, saying that this is all a diversionary tactic. Satyendra Jain and Sukesh Chandrasekhar, their links is completely false and malicious. It's only a bid to deflect attention from the primary issue of the Morbi bridge collapse that's killed over 130 people.
Nabila, I am distraught and forget politics. As a citizen of this country, I am disgusted that somebody would use the Morbi unfortunate tragic incident to defend corruption and extortion and their vasuli. This has not happened today. This extortion bid was happening well before Morbi incident took place. And by the way, Mr. Satyendra Jain is in jail for 4.5 months. Courts have not granted him relief. Is that also because of Morbi? I think, if I used to be an anchor, I would have shuddered to even speak this if Mr. Kejriwal came up with this kind of rationalization and used the death of so many people to defend corruption. This is the shamelessness, the peak of shamelessness Mr. Kejriwal is crossing. It is most unfortunate that Mr. Kejriwal is defending corruption. He first defended them by saying they are kattar imandar. He then defended them by saying that these are Kanha type people. Why is the court not giving them relief? Why is the court indicting them over and over again? And just 2 days ago, your channel, before Morbi happened, did your channel show about how you are getting VVIP treatment, Mr. Satyendra Jain in jail? And he is the jails minister. The jails come under Mr. Arvind Kejriwal's government. So was that also in anticipation of Morbi? How can we allow our politics to stoop to this level? The Morbi tragedy, tragic as it is, must not be used as a shield by Mr. Kejriwal to defend corruption. That is the greatest disservice he can do to the memory of those people. I beg of Mr. Kejriwal, with all the humility at my disposal, कि please ये राजनीति छोड़ दीजिए आप. सर, आपको हमसे शिकवा है, गुजरात सरकार से शिकवा है, युवा सत्ता है गुजरात, जो करना है करिए, पर कम से कम उनकी ट्रेजेडी को अपने भ्रष्ट मंत्री को बचाने के लिए इस्तेमाल मत कीजिए. इस स्तर पर मत गिरिए अरविंद केजरीवाल जी. इस स्तर पर आप गिरेंगे. कोर्ट भी क्या इसके साथ है? मतलब मोरबी इंसिडेंट को कवर अप करने के लिए कोर्ट भी सत्येंद्र जैन को नहीं छोड़ रही है.
Shehzad, what he further said and elaborately, as a reporter there asked him about Sukesh Chandrasekhar, he says he has no idea who Sukesh is in the first place, and then goes on to say this is BJP's standard tactic. When it was Punjab elections, they used Kumar Vishwas, they fired on his shoulders, and now Gujarat elections, when the BJP knows that they're in trouble in the state, they're using Sukesh Chandrasekhar to tide through this crisis.
Nabila, if this was all a fake allegation, today the Sharab Ghotala that has come out in front of us, Vijay Nair is still in jail, their party person. The other Sharab Ghotala mafias are still in jail. RTIs have shown how it was a 25 crore loss to the exchequer. They have not got any quashing against the FIR done from court. Yet that was also done to target them. The Hawala Ghotala, 3 courts have indicted Satyendra Jain. The High Court and the lower courts have said that he is doing Hawala Bazi. They are also against Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, same victimhood card. Now today he says he doesn't know, but the question fundamentally, Nabila, is why is this man a minister? He's in jail for 4 months. Why is somebody who's in jail for 4 months not given relief by court still a minister? Can Mr. Kejriwal answer that? When they were in the India Against Corruption avatar, they said first resignation, then investigation. Today courts are indicting their people. They are in jail, not getting relief, and they are ministers. And the answer to this question is that I don't know who Sukesh Chandran is. This is all a ploy for Gujarat. They had even made allegation about Operation Lotus, you remember? 800 crores was being spent to break the party.
Right, but addressing the same allegations, he did mention Manish Sisodia, who's being investigated in the liquor policy, saying that it's been few months now. Where's the proof? All right, stay with us. I'm going to cut across to Sambit Patra, who's addressing a presser. Let's take a listen.
अखबार में पढ़ा होगा कि सुकेश चंद्रशेखर आखिर कौन है? हु इज सुकेश चंद्रशेखर? अगर पटकथा पे जाए और बहुत ही संक्षेप में कहा जाए तो सुकेश चंद्रशेखर एक कॉनमैन है। कॉनमैन का अर्थ होता है एक ठग है, जिसने तिहाड़ जेल के अंदर रहते हुए भी जेल के चार दीवारी के अंदर से 200 करोड़ रुपए की ठगी की, एक्सटॉर्शन किया, बहुत लोगों को एक तरह से ठग करके एक्सटॉर्शन, जिसे एक्सटॉर्शनिस्ट कहा जाता है, ये सुकेश चंद्रशेखर एक एक्सटॉर्शनिस्ट है। और आज ये कहना अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगा कि आम आदमी पार्टी ने एक्सटॉर्शनिस्ट से एक्सटॉर्शन कर लिया है। लगभग 15 एफआईआर सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के खिलाफ है। बड़ी बड़ी एजेंसियां सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के खिलाफ जांच कर रही है। घूसखोरी, उगाही, फॉर्जरी, जालसाजी, ये सारे चार्ज सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के खिलाफ है। और आपको जान के आश्चर्य होगा, ऐसे महान सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के मित्र, आम आदमी पार्टी के मंत्री जो वर्तमान में जेल के चार दीवारी में बंद हैं, तिहाड़ में बंद हैं, वैसे सत्येंद्र जैन स्वयं थे। तो ये सुकेश चंद्रशेखर और सत्येंद्र जैन दोनों बड़े अच्छे मित्र हैं। जोरदार मित्रता थी इनके बीच में और ये एक चिट्ठी में सामने आया है। सुकेश चंद्रशेखर कहते हैं कि मैं 2015 से आम आदमी पार्टी से टच में हूं और तब से सत्येंद्र जैन मेरे घनिष्ठ मित्र हैं। और उस समय मुझे आम आदमी पार्टी ने यह वादा किया कि मुझे राज्यसभा देंगे, कि मुझे साउथ में एक बहुत बड़े नेता के रूप में स्थापित करेंगे, प्रतिस्थापित करेंगे और उनकी उन्नति होगी साउथ में। और इस कारण से मुझसे 50 करोड़ रुपए उगाही किए गए। मैंने आम आदमी पार्टी को 50 करोड़ रुपए दिए। जस्ट इमेजिन अ पार्टी विच केम विद द प्रॉमिसिंग ऑफ चेंजिंग द सिनेरियो ऑफ इंडियन पॉलिटिक्स, 50 करोड़, वो 50 करोड़ लेती है केवल इसलिए क्योंकि उसने किसी को वादा किया है कि हम आपको आगे बढ़ाएंगे। और अखबार में यह भी मालूम पड़ता है कि एक चिट्ठी लिखा है सुकेश चंद्रशेखर जी ने एलजी साहब को। उस चिट्ठी की एक प्रति हमारे पास है, वो चिट्ठी हम आपको दिखाएंगे भी और उसके कुछ एक्सर्प्ट जो है आपके सम्मुख रखेंगे। मगर मोटा मोटी उस चिट्ठी में क्या लिखा है? उस चिट्ठी में सुकेश चंद्रशेखर कहता है कि जब मैं तिहाड़ में बंद था और सत्येंद्र जैन जेल मंत्री थे तो कई बार उनका मेरे पास आना हुआ। 2017 में ये सुकेश चंद्रशेखर जेल में बंद होता है और सत्येंद्र जैन जो उस समय जेल मंत्री थे, कई बार जेल में अपने मित्र, अपने यार सुकेश चंद्रशेखर से मिलने जाते हैं। और 2019 में पुनः जब ये जेल का पोर्टफोलियो सत्येंद्र जैन के पास आता है और सत्येंद्र जैन अपने मित्र से मिलने जाते हैं तिहाड़ जेल, तो उनके खुद के लोगों ने, उनके सेक्रेटरी ने, सेक्रेटरी का भी नाम इसमें बाकायदा दिया हुआ है, उनके सेक्रेटरी ने सुकेश चंद्रशेखर से कहा कि हमें प्रोटेक्शन मनी चाहिए। प्रति माह 2 करोड़ रुपए आप प्रोटेक्शन मनी के रूप में अगर सत्येंद्र जैन को देते हैं तो जेल के अंदर जो मूलभूत आवश्यकताएं हैं, जिसको अंग्रेजी में बेसिक फैसिलिटीज कहते हैं, वो बेसिक फैसिलिटीज आपको मुहैया कराया जाएगा। और प्रत्येक महीने 2-2 करोड़ रुपए सुकेश चंद्रशेखर, जो कि यार है आम आदमी पार्टी का, यार है सत्येंद्र जैन का, 2-2 करोड़ देते हैं। और लगभग 10 करोड़ रुपए आम आदमी पार्टी के सत्येंद्र जैन जी को देते हैं। चिट्ठी पढ़ के मैं बताऊंगा। मुझे तो आश्चर्य होता है। And I would not hitch to say that there is this person called Sukesh Chandrasekhar who is a con man, who was running a syndicate, a crime syndicate from inside the jail, while we have the Aam Aadmi Party and its ministers who are running a crime syndicate outside of the jail. दोनों crime syndicate कर रहे हैं। एक जेल के अंदर क्राइम सिंडिकेट कर रहा है और दूसरा जेल के बाहर क्राइम सिंडिकेट कर रहा है। आप सोच के देखिए, अन्ना हजारे जी ने चंद हफ्तों पहले जो चिट्ठी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को लिखी थी वो कितना सार्थक है। यह पार्टी जो चाल, चरित्र और स्वरूप राजनीति का बदलने आई थी, किस प्रकार से आज यह पार्टी एक कॉनमैन पार्टी के रूप में, इट वुड नॉट बी एन एग्जैजरेशन इफ आई से कि आम आदमी पार्टी इज अ कॉनमैन पार्टी टुडे। यह एक ठग पार्टी के रूप में उभर के आई है। और बंधुगण, जरा सोच के देखिए, ये अरविंद केजरीवाल जी कह रहे थे कि ये सत्येंद्र जैन इतने अच्छे व्यक्ति हैं, इतने महान व्यक्ति हैं कि इनको भारत रत्न मिलना चाहिए। सुकेश चंद्रशेखर जी से 10 करोड़ लेने वाले व्यक्ति को, एक्सटॉर्शनिस्ट से उगाही करने वाले व्यक्ति को, भ्रष्टाचारी के घर में भ्रष्टाचार करने वाले व्यक्ति को भारत रत्न मिलना चाहिए। ये भारत के प्रत्येक नागरिक के प्रति अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का जिस प्रकार का असम्मान का भाव है अपने महत्वाकांक्षा के कारण, यह इस सेंटेंस से कि सत्येंद्र जैन डिजर्व्स अ भारत रत्न, यह दिखाता है। बंधुगण, जिस चिट्ठी के बारे में मैंने बताया, आज मीडिया ने यह चिट्ठी दिखाया है। उस चिट्ठी और उस चिट्ठी के कुछ एक्सर्प्ट्स को मैं पढ़ता हूं ताकि आपके मन में किसी प्रकार का संदेह नहीं रहे। और आज अखबार ने भी लिखा है कि अपने खुद के हैंडराइटिंग में सुकेश चंद्रशेखर ने यह चिट्ठी सबमिट किया है। तो आप देख सकते हैं, यह चिट्ठी सुकेश चंद्रशेखर जी ने 7/10/2022 को लिखा है और उसने यह चिट्ठी अपने हैंडराइटिंग में लिखा है। और इस चिट्ठी में वो लिखता है, ये एलजी को लिखा है इन्होंने, और सब्जेक्ट है कंप्लेंट ऑफ थ्रेट एंड प्रेशर फ्रॉम सत्येंद्र जैन। मतलब थ्रेट और प्रेशर रहा है कि जो सच्चाई है वो आपको बताना नहीं है। आई हैव नोन सत्येंद्र जैन of Aam Aadmi Party since 2015 and have contributed more than 50 crore to the Aam Aadmi Party in promise of giving me important post in party in South Zone and also helping me to be nominated to Rajya Sabha following the expansion. राज्य सभा से नॉमिनेशन के लिए 50 करोड़ दिए। आगे वो लिखते हैं, thereafter in 2019 again I was visited by Satyendra Jain and his secretary and his close friend Mr. Sushil in jail and asking me to pay rupees 2 crore every month to him as extortion money for his safety and in the jail. He forced me to pay a total amount of 10 crores in a matter of 2 to 3 months. 2-3 महीने में 10 करोड़ रुपए सत्येंद्र जैन लेते हैं। And now Mr. Satyendra Jain is lodged in jail number 7 in Tihar. He has been threatening me through DG prisons. आगे बहुत कुछ लिखते हैं कि सत्येंद्र जैन उनको धमकी दे रहे हैं कि ये सारा विषय आपको सार्वजनिक नहीं करना है, स्वाभाविक है, क्यों नहीं करना है। बंधुगण, ये तो घोटालों का घोटाला है। ठग के घर में ठगी हुई है और ठगी करने वाला महाठग है। और आपने अभी देखा है कि किस प्रकार से शराब घोटाला भी दिल्ली में हुआ है, किस प्रकार से शराब घोटाले में उप मुख्यमंत्री जी का भी नाम आया है। उप मुख्यमंत्री जी के ऊपर अभी केस चल रहा है, एफआईआर में उनका नाम है। यह कहते हुए अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी कि चंद दिनों के अंदर हम तिहाड़ जेल के अंदर शायद ये पंक्तियां सुन सकेंगे, जब मिल बैठेंगे 3 यार, जब मिल बैठेंगे 3 यार, गूंजेंगी तिहाड़ की दीवार, हमने मिलकर किया भ्रष्टाचार, भ्रष्टाचार, भ्रष्टाचार। कौन ये 3 यार है बताने की आवश्यकता नहीं है, अखबारों ने ये सब खुलासा किया है। और मुझे तो आश्चर्य हो रहा है कि जब आप लोगों ने, हमारे चतुर्थ स्तंभ मीडिया ने आज केजरीवाल जी से कुछ सवाल पूछा इस विषय पे लेकर, तो वो कहां से वो मासूम चेहरा लाते हैं ये पता नहीं। कौन सुकेश चंद्रशेखर, हु इज ही? मतलब पूरे अंदर से आवाज जैसे सच में जानते नहीं है सुकेश चंद्रशेखर। 50 करोड़ रुपए लेके बोल रहे हैं हु इज सुकेश चंद्रशेखर, कौन है वो? इस प्रकार से उद्गार किया। अरे भ्रष्टासन, एक ही आसन जानते हैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी और उनके पार्टी के लोग, भ्रष्ट आसन, और कोई आसन इन्हें नहीं आता है। ये क्या योगासन की बातें कर रहे हैं? जब से सरकार में आए हैं एक एक करके खुलासा हो रहा है। द ओनली आदमी पार्टी नोज इज भ्रष्टासन और कुछ नहीं। और भीख का कटोरा, क्या बोल रहे थे कि मैं भीख का कटोरा लेके निकलूंगा? अरे कहां का कटोरा? कटोरा में कहां से जगह होगा 50 करोड़ रुपए? ये कितने हजार करोड़ रुपए तो आपने मार लिए एक्साइज ड्यूटी से, और ठगों के घर से आप 50-50 करोड़ रुपए ले रहे हैं। और कटोरा, बोरी बोलिए, बोरी में पैसे बंद कर करके मैं इकट्ठे कर रहा हूं, ये बोलिए केजरीवाल जी। ये आप जनता को ठगने का जो काम कर रहे हैं, जनता जनार्दन ये सब जानती है। इसका जवाब आने वाले दिनों में जनता जनार्दन आपको देगी। इतना ही कह के मैं अपने वक्तव्य को समाप्त करूंगा। चूंकि ये बाइट था, इस कारण कोई प्रश्नोत्तर इस विषय पर नहीं होगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, there you have Sambit Patra of the BJP, point by point, rebutting what Arvind Kejriwal said, saying that it's quite evident Kejriwal is neck deep in corruption. His party is in fact drowning in corruption, and he pretends to be ignorant. Specifying on Sukesh Chandrasekhar's letter, saying that he's paid close to 50 crores to Aam Aadmi Party. It's about time that they come out clean on this matter. You have several allegations that Sambit Patra has made as a counter to Arvind Kejriwal, the chief of the Aam Aadmi Party. On that note, we're going to slip into a short break. We'll be right back with news and updates on the other side. Stay with us.
India Today Conclave, November 4th and 5th, Mumbai. Listen to Nitin Gadkari, Eknath Shinde, Kiran Rijiju, Devendra Fadnavis, Aditya Thackeray, Tejasvi Surya, Abhishek Bachchan, Varun Dhawan, Rajkumar Rao, Salvatore Babonis, Vaibhav Purandare, Chirag Tekchandani, Aishwarya Sridhar. Book your seat now. Visit www.indiatodayconclave.com. Conclave Mumbai 22.
Make your media plan smarter with Indiatoday Live TV on your connected devices.
All right, here's some big news coming in. Virat's privacy breach. The head coach, Rahul Dravid, thoroughly disappointed with what happened. Rahul Dravid has spoken, saying has flagged this issue with authorities. Virat is fine now. He's coming for practice. This is Rahul Dravid as the Indian senior men's team coach speaks on Virat Kohli's privacy breach at the hotel in Australia where they're staying. Says that it was very disappointing, but we have flagged the issue with relevant authorities. Virat is fine now. He's come in for practice today. Listen in, Rahul Dravid, as he speaks on Virat's privacy breach.
It's obviously disappointing. It's not very comfortable for for anyone, let alone Virat. I mean, it is disappointing, but yeah, we have flagged it with the relevant authorities. They've taken action, and hopefully, incidences like this will not happen, in the future, and hopefully people are a lot more careful, because it's the one place where you feel you're away from people's prying eyes, and without the media glare on you, and without the photographs that all of these players have to deal with. It's the one place where you hope to feel secure and safe, and that's taken away. It's not really a nice feeling, but yeah, no, I think he's dealt with it really well. He's fine. He's here at training. He's absolutely.
All right, let me quickly get across to Nikhil Naz, joining us live. Nikhil, a quick word from you as we see that the cricketing fraternity have come together to condemn this privacy breach. All of them not agreeing with what happened, and even the hotel, the staff, the resort management has apologized and stood down all those people, in fact fired those contractors as well. But take us through what's the situation today. How's Virat doing? We heard from the coach himself, but you give us some clarity.
Well, Nabila, as I speak to you live from Adelaide, the Indian team is out practicing. I can see Virat Kohli batting in the nets. So he's well and good, and I think, Virat did the right thing, pointed out. He said that, listen, I love all the fans and the love that they shower upon me, but this is something that wasn't taken very well. We've now learned that this is an incident that happened not during the last day that the Indian team had it, or this was the earliest day when they had actually had a camp here in Australia for a couple of weeks before the T20 World Cup started. What we're getting to learn, it was one of the outside third-party contractor who was working in the hotel may have gone in, made a video, and it's not the same person who put it out on social media. He may have shared it with a few friends and family, and through that it leaked to social media. So the local authorities, the hotel management, everyone looked into it. The contractor has been suspended, and they're looking how this would...
were they Indians? Would you know if they were Indians, Nikhil?
The hotel authorities haven't really revealed that. They just kept the identity of the person under wraps. But all that they've told us is that it was a third-party contractor. But if you were to take a closer look at that video, it does give you an impression that they could be people of Indian origin who actually made that video.
All right, Nikhil, thank you very much. Good to know Virat's back in practice. Of course, he was shocked himself. The fraternity itself has taken note of this, calling this a serious security breach, and this is not okay. Virat, in a very strongly worded message, put it out on social media saying he's not okay with this kind of fanatism. Right, for more on that, you could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more. Stay tuned. I'm going to come back with news and updates on the other side. India's Oscar entry film, Shallow Shore, revolves around a young boy and his intense love for cinema. One of the boys who played a very crucial role in the film, Rahul Kohli, who essayed that role to real perfection, unfortunately has passed away. Rahul was fighting leukemia for the last few years but managed to beat the cancer complications all through the film's shoot. His father, who's an auto rickshaw driver, broke down while confirming the news. He said that Rahul was doing okay until the morning of October 2nd. He had fever and soon after eating his breakfast, he repeatedly vomited blood. He was rushed to the hospital but unfortunately was declared dead. Rahul Kohli comes from a humble family. He was very eager to watch this film release, Chalo Show. In fact, Rahul's father even sold his auto rickshaw to treat his son's cancer. But once the filmmakers of Chalo Show heard about this, they even bought him a new auto rickshaw. Rahul's parents say that he was keenly awaiting the release of the film and was very sure that the family's fortunes would change after the film's release. But alas, the crew of film Chalo Show, who was with Rahul all through the time he was at the hospital beating cancer, have broken down ever since. The movie is now India's official entry into the Oscars, representing the country in the Best International Film category. Rahul's family and his entire village are now going to be watching the film in a special screening, Chalo Show, all seated together as an ode to this young boy. We're only hoping that the film would win at the Oscars. That will be a true ode to Rahul Kohli. His dreams surely will live on.
Make your media plan smarter with Indiatoday Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. Indiatoday, for those who research before reacting. Download the Indiatoday app now. Make your media plan smarter with Indiatoday Live TV on your connected devices.
धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए।
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. The headlines first. Conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar's explosive charge at the Aam Aadmi Party writes a letter to Delhi LG alleging that he's paid 50 crore rupees to the AAP and 10 crore rupees to Satyendra Jain. Claims that he's being harassed to withdraw those charges. Air quality deteriorates across Delhi as several locations turn hazardous. Quality to remain very poor in the and will get to severe conditions in the next 6 days. War of words erupt over stubble burning. And after 134 people died in the Morbi bridge tragedy, cops now arrest clerks, managers and security guards. No accountability on authorities yet. Can the municipal authorities pass the buck really? And ahead of Prime Minister Modi's Morbi visit, the civil hospital gets a facelift, walls painted, new hospital beds put out, water coolers installed. Politics erupts over this renovation of hospital last minute. And big move ahead of Gujarat elections. Home Ministry to grant citizenship to Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, Jains, Parsis and Christians from Afghanistan, Bangladesh and Pakistan residing in 2 Gujarat districts. And Elon Musk comments. In fact, Elon Musk now, as he takes over, cements full control on Twitter. Now is the sole director of Twitter. Musk fuels suspension on Trump's return. Now, jailed Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain finds himself in the dock yet again, and this time over an allegation that conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar has bribed him. Sukesh Chandrasekhar has shot off a letter to Delhi LG VK Saxena alleging that he is being harassed to withdraw serious charges that he is levelled against the Aam Aadmi Party. In this letter that surfaced now, Sukesh Chandrasekhar says that he's paid 10 crores to the jail minister, to Satyendra Jain, and also 50 crores to the Aam Aadmi Party for a Rajya Sabha berth from South India. Sukesh then has alleged that Satyendra Jain even met with him while he was inside prison several times while Satyendra Jain was a jail minister. The charge has now created a political storm with the BJP calling AAP an extortion party and now questioning if Kejriwal will continue to shield and defend Satyendra Jain. Satyendra Jain, who's currently in Tihar jail over money laundering charges, was in the midst of a massive controversy over the weekend as the ED alleged that the Delhi minister, Satyendra Jain, was getting VVIP treatment and was receiving massages and home-cooked food while he's behind bars. Let's take a listen. Anisha spoke with Sukesh Chandrasekhar's lawyer, who claims that Sukesh is now being harassed for the allegations.
We're being joined by the lawyer of Sukesh Chandrasekhar, Mr. A.K. Singh, sir. So thank you for speaking to India Today. What exactly is the content of this letter? Because Sukesh Chandrasekhar has now taken the name of Satyendra Jain.
Yes. Content of the letter is, in nutshell, it's a matter of corruption and extortion inside the jail. There is a racket inside the jail, and that is being run by the senior topmost officers of the jail in connivance with the, as per the letter, this has been done in connivance with the jail mantri at that time, Satyendra Jain. And specifically, this has been alleged in the letter that, not letter, it's a complaint. It has been alleged in the complaint that around 10 crore rupees was extorted by the Satyendra Jain through someone. That money was paid to some Chaturvedi, right? So my client seeks an independent inquiry in the matter. That is why this complaint has been sent to the office of the LG.
But sir, the question is that Sukesh Chandrasekhar had come to the Supreme Court and the High Court raising this allegation of extortion. Why was this name not taken earlier?
No, before the Supreme Court matter was different. We didn't approach Supreme Court ever seeking independent inquiry.
Okay.
We approached.
But you had raised these allegations earlier.
We approached the Supreme Court regarding transfer of jail from Delhi to any other jail across the country because my client was not feeling safe inside the jail because upon his voluntary statement and disclosure before the ED and EOW, there are so many investigations has been spirited out. And out of this investigation, around 82 persons has been booked. In total, including officers, 105 persons, police personnel has been booked so far. Okay. So due to which my client is facing continuous threat to retract from those statements, to withdraw the complaints, to withdraw the writ petition filed in Delhi High Court. That is why we approached Supreme Court seeking my transfer.
That is there, but the Aam Aadmi Party is raising the allegation that because there's a Gujarat election coming up, because of certain pressure from other parties, this is why this letter has come out now.
No, politically this should not be linked up. Politically, this should not be linked up because in our country, it's a so diversified country. There are the 28 states. Every year, every month, every time, elections are going on in some of the parts of the state. So anything you do, certainly this will be hit by any one of the elections.
But the question is, why raise this particular name now at this stage? Why was this name? Why did this name not come out earlier when the petition against the DG was filed?
No, earlier my client thought कि इसमें independent inquiry होगी. When it was not happened, then as a last recourse, my client has written a letter to DLG.
आपको हाई कोर्ट में जो प्रोसीडिंग्स चल रहे हैं उससे उम्मीद नहीं थी कि उसमें कोई इंक्वायरी या कुछ भी होगा, या यहाँ पर जिस तरह से कोर्ट ने, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि आप इंक्वायरी कीजिए, उसमें भी कोई उम्मीद नहीं थी कि मंत्री के खिलाफ कुछ होगा?
सुप्रीम कोर्ट तो हम इस इंक्वायरी के लिए गए ही नहीं कभी.
पर आपने
सुप्रीम कोर्ट
आरोप तो उसी वक्त लगाए भी थे.
हाँ, वो इनसिक्योरिटी एंड थ्रेट ऑफ लाइफ का हमने आरोप लगाया था. ठीक है, जिसकी वजह से हमारा जेल ट्रांसफर भी हुआ. मेरा क्लाइंट अभी मंडोली जेल में है, तिहाड़ से उसको शिफ्ट
सवाल है सर, तब जेल मंत्री का नाम क्यों नहीं सामने आया, अभी क्यों?
अब उस समय जेल मंत्री का, चूंकि उस समय डायरेक्ट थ्रेट किसी पॉलिटिकल या किसी पर्सन से नहीं रहा होगा, इसीलिए उस समय किसी भी चार्जशीट या किसी एलिगेशन में जेल मंत्री का नाम नहीं है. ये फर्स्ट टाइम ये नाम स्प्लिट आउट हुआ है.
जी, बहुत धन्यवाद. So we've been speaking to AK Singh, who's the counsel for Sukesh Chandrasekhar, who says that this name of Satyendra Jain has come out now because, according to him, his client has given this letter specifically to be communicated to the office of the LG in hopes that there will be an independent inquiry. The lawyer claims that there was no independent inquiry on the issue earlier, and that is why this letter has now come out. In New Delhi, with cameraman Ajay Thakur, this is Anisha Mathur for India Today.
All right, we heard Sukesh Chandrasekhar's lawyer firsthand. He says that Sukesh is now being harassed only because he made those allegations. The letter is now pending. It's in fact addressed to the Delhi LG, VK Saxena. And the Delhi LG has not responded to the letter as yet. And we know the animosity that plays out between the Delhi LG and the Aam Aadmi Party in the national capital. At a time like this, it appears that this has now become has come as a huge setback for the Aam Aadmi Party, considering that Satyendra Jain was a jail minister then. And here Sukesh Chandrasekhar making allegations that Jain met him while in prison. At this point, really raises a lot of suspicion on whether indeed Satyendra Jain accepted that kind of amount to give Sukesh Chandrasekhar some kind of protection while in prison. In fact, Sukesh Chandrasekhar in his letter is elaborately mentioned on how he's paid 10 crores to Satyendra Jain while he was a jail minister, and how Jain had met Sukesh Chandrasekhar multiple times while he was in prison and also asked him to pay up 2 crores every month so that he gets basic facilities inside prison and also gets protection inside prison. Now, and post that, over the years, he says that he also paid up close to 50 crore rupees to the Aam Aadmi Party, only so that, because he was promised a Rajya Sabha seat from South India. These are his statements, Sukesh Chandrasekhar's statements, as he pens a letter in his own handwriting, is what we hear. And that letter, a copy of that is right here on our screens, where he's written an elaborate letter addressing it to the Delhi LG, claiming that he is now being harassed and that he had paid enough and more money to the Aam Aadmi Party, hoping that he will get some kind of protection inside jail premises, and that he was also promised a Rajya Sabha seat, and that jail minister Satyendra Jain at one point had visited him multiple times, had taken money from him, promising that he'll be protected in prison. And one must remember that Sukesh Chandrasekhar had elaborately carried out his extortion racket while he was seated in prison. Clearly, it was in cahoots with some of the jail officials. Was it Satyendra Jain who indeed allowed and gave way to Sukesh Chandrasekhar to carry out his crime syndicate within jail premises? Those are the questions that need to be investigated. But for now, in this letter, Sukesh Chandrasekhar claims that he's very clearly given out details to the CBI while the investigation was on, when he was questioned, that he has paid at least 50 crores to the Aam Aadmi Party to protect him and give him a meaty post from South India. Now, Sukesh Chandrasekhar's explosive letter has sparked quite a war of words between political parties, the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi. Kejriwal says that his mantri and neta is innocent. In fact, he says that all these allegations made against Satendra Jain is absolutely frivolous and baseless and fake. Delhi Chief Minister has further accused the BJP of raking this up and these, bringing up these false allegations only to deflect from the real issue of the Morbi tragedy that's killed 134 people, adding that this sensational letter was released only right at a time keeping Gujarat polls in mind because BJP fears the AAP's rise in Modi's home state. The BJP did not hold back, calling the Aam Aadmi Party a thug, conman party. Party spokesperson Sambit Patra, point by point, responded to Arvind Kejriwal's allegations and said that Kejriwal is a party who's running a criminal syndicate both inside and outside jail. They've got to admit it.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जब देखा था कि पंजाब चुनाव वो हार रहे हैं तो कुमार विश्वास के कंधे पे बंदूक रख के चलाई। अब गुजरात के अंदर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की इतनी बुरी हालत हो चुकी है कि उनको सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के कंधों के सहारे की जरूरत पड़ रही है। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को मतलब वो तो कहते हैं कि बहुत पॉपुलर हैं, तो अगर बहुत पॉपुलर है तो उन्हें तिहाड़ में लॉज्ड एक कॉनमैन, आप ही कह रहे हैं कॉनमैन है, तो वो जो कह रहा है उससे कुछ लिखवा के और मतलब उसके ऊपर उसके सहारे इनको अपना गुजरात चुनाव लड़ने की जरूरत पड़ रही है। नंबर 1, परसों मोरबी हादसा होता है, कल 24 घंटे सारे टीवी चैनल्स मोरबी का मुद्दा उठाते हैं और आज अचानक टीवी चैनल से मोरबी गायब हो गया और सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के आरोप जो हैं वो आ जाते हैं। तो लगता नहीं कि मोरबी से ध्यान भटकाने के लिए ये एक कंप्लीटली फिक्टिशियस, कंप्लीटली फर्जी स्टोरी एक प्लांट की गई है। मतलब इससे ज़्यादा ब्लेटेंट और क्या हो सकता है कि मोरबी के मुद्दे को दबा के उसको डाइवर्ट करने के लिए, और सक्सेसफुली डाइवर्ट कर दिया उन्होंने। सारे चैनल इस टाइम इस सुकेश चंद्रशेखर की बात कर रहे हैं, जबकि 150 लोग जिनकी मौत हो चुकी है उसका सब भूल चुके हैं।
I would not hitch to say that there is this person called Sukesh Chandrasekhar who is a con man, who was running a syndicate, a crime syndicate from inside the jail, while we have the Aam Aadmi Party and its ministers who are running a crime syndicate outside of the jail. सोच के देखिए, अन्ना हजारे जी ने चंद हफ्तों पहले जो चिट्ठी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को लिखी थी वो कितना सार्थक है। यह पार्टी जो चाल, चरित्र और स्वरूप राजनीति का बदलने आई थी, किस प्रकार से आज यह पार्टी एक कॉनमैन पार्टी के रूप में, इट वुड नॉट बी एन एग्जैजरेशन इफ आई से कि आम आदमी पार्टी इज अ कॉनमैन पार्टी टुडे। आज सुबह अखबार के माध्यम से मालूम पड़ा है कि ठग के घर में ठगी हो गई है और इस ठग का नाम है सुकेश चंद्रशेखर, और ठग के घर में ठगी करने वाले महाठग का नाम आम आदमी पार्टी और सत्येंद्र जैन है।
10 crore rupees was extorted by Satendra Jain, Arvind Kejriwal's most dearest minister, who is in jail for the last 4.5 months, who has got no relief on the Hawala charges, was extorting 10 crores as protection money from conman Sukesh Chandran. Imagine, Sukesh Chandran cons the system, cons many people, but he is conned by Satendra Jain. You can imagine what category of a con man Mr. Satendra Jain is. And not just this, 50 crore rupees was extorted for giving a party position to Sukesh Chandran by Aam Aadmi Party. This is their true face.
Well, it is not a sensational charge. It is based on a letter that Sukesh Chandrasekhar has written to the Delhi LG, stating that while he was in the jail, he was asked for protection money to the tune of 10 crore rupees by Satendra Jain, who is the jail minister incidentally and is now lost in the same Tihar jail for various illegal activities. But the question does not just limit itself to the 10 crore that he paid to Satendra Jain. There is also an allegation that he paid 50 crore rupees to the Aam Aadmi Party for a possible position in the South India in Aam Aadmi Party, and therefore questions must be asked of Arvind Kejriwal as well. That is your party positions up for sale, and what kind of an extortion is going on in Tihar, where your jail minister is seeking money from convicts who are in jail for protection. What kind of protection was being provided to Sukesh Chandrasekhar? Is it facilities like Satyendra Jain himself is enjoying? Recently, the ED disclosed that they are in possession of CCTV footage where Satyendra Jain is getting massage in Tihar jail. So is the 10 crore that he recovered from Sukesh Chandrasekhar meant to provide certain similar facilities, or what was the protection money all about?
No, he was not the jail minister. That's absolutely wrong, right? Because as you know, the jails work under the central government, and that's why you have a huge Tamil Nadu force there. So for what reason would somebody from the Aam Aadmi Party be given protection money? What kind of protection can the Aam Aadmi Party provide when this gentleman is operating in Bombay? Is the Aam Aadmi Party available in Bombay to help this gentleman? This gentleman was operating mostly in Bombay, right? So he was not operating in Delhi. For what reason did he need protection from the Aam Aadmi? And in any case, the Aam Aadmi Party doesn't have the policing under it. Everybody knows that. So what kind of protection can the Aam Aadmi Party provide? So you think a person who brainlessly keeps feeding somebody even though they can't provide any protection? So ultimately there has to be a cash trail. Where is the money given? Where is the money being received? How much has been received? Where is the money gone? So let the cash trail come. There are plenty of answers to be given by the agencies. It's not enough that one person writes a letter and then the party is now in the dock. It's not as simple as it is. That's all I'm saying.
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to Amit Bharadwaj tracking those developments. Amit, the letter that Sukesh Chandrasekhar has written has reached the Delhi LG's office. But of course, we've been deliberating on it extensively, but the Delhi LG has not responded so far. And we know the clashes between the LG and the Delhi government, the Aam Aadmi Party, time and again. All right, stay with us. Manish Sisodia addressing a press conference. Let's cut across.
मैं 150 लोगों और मासूम बच्चों के हत्यारे नेताओं और उनकी सरकार से 5 सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं। 5 सवाल। भारतीय जनता पार्टी से मेरा पहला सवाल है कि मोरबी में जो पुल टूटा उसके पुनर्निर्माण का ठेका एक घड़ी बनाने वाली कंपनी को क्यों दिया गया? एक ऐसी कंपनी को जिसने कभी सिविक वर्क नहीं किए, पुल कोई नहीं बनाया, उस तरह का कोई काम नहीं करती थी, सिर्फ घड़ी बनाने का एक्सपीरियंस रखने वाली कंपनी को पुल के पुनर्निर्माण का ठेका दे दिया। यह भारतीय जनता पार्टी जवाब दे कि यह क्यों दिया गया। दूसरा कि इतना बड़ा काम और इतना महत्वपूर्ण काम, इतना सेंसिटिव काम, और उसका ठेका ऐसी कंपनी को दिया गया जो घड़ी बनाने वाली थी, वो तो किया ही किया, लेकिन बिना टेंडर के ठेका दिया गया। मोरबी के पुल के पुनर्निर्माण का ठेका बिना टेंडर के दिया गया। एक गैर अनुभवी कंपनी को बिना टेंडर के ठेका क्यों दिया गया? भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता जवाब दें इस बात का। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की गुजरात सरकार जवाब दे इस बात का कि बिना टेंडर के ठेका क्यों दिया गया मोरबी पुल के पुनर्निर्माण का। फिर जो डॉक्यूमेंट सामने आए हैं उनसे समझ में आता है कि ये पुल के पुनर्निर्माण का काम 8 महीने में पूरा होना था, लेकिन किस जल्दबाजी में, कौन सी ऐसी जल्दबाजी थी जिसकी वजह से ये 8 महीने का काम 5 महीने में लीपापोती करके पुल को खोल दिया गया, एक घटिया पुल बना के चालू कर दिया गया। यह मेरा तीसरा सवाल है कि 8 महीने का काम 5 महीने में लीपापोती करके पुल क्यों खोल दिया गया। चौथा सवाल मेरा यह है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी बताए कि ये जो कंपनी है घड़ी बनाने वाली, जिसको बिना अनुभव के ठेका दिया गया, बिना टेंडर के ठेका दिया गया, इससे भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने कितना चंदा लिया है? भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने इस कंपनी से कितना चंदा लिया है? भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने इसके मालिकों से कितना चंदा लिया है? और इस कंपनी के मालिकों की बीजेपी के किन किन नेताओं से नजदीकी है? भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस बात का खुलासा करे कि मोरबी में जो 150 लोगों की हत्या हुई, उस हत्या के पीछे भारतीय जनता पार्टी को कितना चंदा मिला है, ये बात भारतीय जनता पार्टी बताए। और पांचवा सवाल मेरा यह है कि इतने बड़े हादसे और पूरे देश में, पूरी दुनिया में यह मुद्दा उठ रहा है, इतने बड़े हादसे के बावजूद जो एफआईआर दर्ज की गई है उसमें उस कंपनी और उसके मालिकों का नाम तक नहीं है। सिक्योरिटी गार्ड, नीचे के कर्मचारी, मजदूर, इन लोगों के खिलाफ एफआईआर की गई है। कंपनी के मालिक के खिलाफ एफआईआर नहीं की गई, कंपनी के नाम से एफआईआर नहीं की गई। वहां के सिक्योरिटी गार्ड और वहां के मजदूरों के खिलाफ, वहां के छोटे कर्मचारियों के खिलाफ एफआईआर की गई है। किसका दबाव है? किसके दबाव में कंपनी के मालिकों और कंपनी के खिलाफ एफआईआर नहीं की गई? इन 5 सवालों के जवाब भारतीय जनता पार्टी को देने होंगे। ये 150 लोगों की मौत हादसे में नहीं हुई, हत्या में हुई है। मैं फिर से इस बात को दोहराना चाहता हूं। थैंक यू।
सर, आज बीजेपी ने एक आरोप लगा दिया, सुकेश चंद्रशेखर कॉनमैन ने दावा किया है कि जो सतेंद्र जैन है उनको उन्होंने एक्सटॉर्शन मनी मांगी थी, 10 करोड़ के लेन देन की बात की गई।
अभी आप देख रहे हैं कि किस तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कारनामों की वजह से, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के भ्रष्टाचार की वजह से पूरे देश में गुजरात की थूथू हो रही है, गुजरात सरकार की थूथू हो रही है। पूरे देश में सवाल पूछा जा रहा है कि 27 साल में भारतीय जनता पार्टी यही भ्रष्टाचार कर रही थी वहां पे। अब 2 दिन से जब इतनी थूथू हो रही है तो इससे ध्यान भटकाने के लिए इनको कुछ तो करना था बेचारों को। तो ले आए एक गैंगस्टर शरणम गच्छामी जाके, उसका कोई चिट्ठी लिखवा रहे हैं किसी गैंगस्टर से।
सर, पंजाब में आप लोगों के आंकड़े से पराली कम हुई है, बट अभी जो एनवायरमेंट रिसर्च सेंटर है मॉनिटरिंग का, वो कह रहे हैं पंजाब में पराली के आंकड़े बढ़े हैं। इस पर क्या कहेंगे आप?
मेरे पास नहीं रिसर्च।
दिल्ली में इस वक्त पॉल्यूशन को लेकर AQI देखिए वो लगातार बढ़ रहा है, उसका असल में कारण क्या है? क्योंकि हर साल सेम स्थिति देखने को मिलती है।
असल कारण सबको पता है। अभी साफ सफाई ठीक से करा दो, धूल भी बंद हो जाएगी। और ईवी व्हीकल जिस तरह के लाए गए हैं उससे नीचे आ रहा है कार्बन।
गुजरात में पाकिस्तान और बांग्लादेश से जो शरणार्थियां हैं उनको नागरिकता देने की बात की चुनाव से पहले।
सबसे पहले तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी अब चुनाव से पहले किस मुंह से चुनाव में जाएगी? इन 5 सवालों को गुजरात का एक आदमी पूछेगा कि 150 लोगों की हत्या क्यों कराई भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेताओं ने, मासूम बच्चों की हत्या क्यों कराई भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेताओं ने। इनको लग रहा है गैंगस्टर की चिट्ठियों से, इस तरह के चुनाव से पहले किए गए, उससे चुनाव जीतेंगे। ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इस बार गुजरात की जनता इन 5 सवालों के बीच पर वोट करेगी।
All right. Delhi Minister Manish Sisodia there hitting out at the BJP, a sharp attack at the BJP over the Morbi incident, claiming in the first place, why was a clock-making company given the contract to maintain a bridge? Remember, this is a 19th century bridge. It takes a lot of expertise to maintain and repair that massive bridge. If one has to allow for people to get on it, being an old construction, one should have known better. You've got to have expertise working on that massive bridge. But here is the Aam Aadmi Party asking, why was a clock-making company who had really not much experience in maintaining a bridge of such nature given a contract to maintain that massive Morbi suspension bridge? 134 people have died. Aam Aadmi Party accusing the BJP of corruption. Meanwhile, there's a shocking comment coming in by BJP MP over the Morbi tragedy. This MP blames the victims for shaking the bridge. BJP MP Ramchandra Jangra has said that these kind of incidents happen and that there were lapses by the people as well as the company. So there's no need to raise questions now. This is what the BJP MP says, that there were lapses by the people who were on the bridge, referring to the fact that people were shaking the bridge, claiming that these kind of things happen. No need to raise questions now. Let's take a listen.
इस तरह के हादसों पर तो आदमी को संवेदना व्यक्त करनी चाहिए। अब इसमें कांग्रेस पता नहीं इसमें भी राजनीति का रास्ता खोज रही है, ये उनके दिमाग का दिवालियापन है। वहाँ पर जिस कंपनी को ये दिया गया इसका संभालने का, सुरक्षा का जिम्मेवारी, उन्होंने कैपेसिटी से ज़्यादा टिकटें दी, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। और वहाँ पर 125-150 लोगों की कैपेसिटी थी, 300 टिकटें दी गई, लोगों को रोका नहीं गया और लोग भी लापरवाह होकर वहाँ पर झूलने लगे। इसमें प्रधानमंत्री ने भी अपनी संवेदनाएं व्यक्त की हैं, गृह मंत्री जी ने भी की हैं, बाकायदा वहाँ सारी रैपिड फोर्स लगा दी गई हैं और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोगों को बचाया गया है। फिर भी 143-44 लोग काल के ग्रास में चले गए। हम सबको उनके प्रति संवेदनाएं हैं, उनके परिवारों के प्रति संवेदनाएं हैं। भगवान उनके परिवारों को शक्ति दे ये हादसा सहन करने की, और सरकार ने पूरी तरह से उन परिवारों की मदद करने का भी ऐलान किया है। हादसे हो जाते हैं, इनमें लापरवाही लोगों की भी होती है और जो संभालने वाले जिनको व्यवस्था की जिम्मेवारी दी उनकी भी होती है। अब इससे ऐसे समय में राजनीति करना ये किसी को भी शोभा नहीं देता है।
All right, there you have it. The BJP MP who's quite careless while responding. You have reporters asking him his comment on the very tragic incident, the bridge collapse killing 134 people. And to this, the BJP MP Ramchandra Jangra very candidly says that these kind of things keep happening. You can't raise questions now. It's also the people's fault, those who were on that bridge, referring to the fact that people were trying to shake that bridge, and that was the visual that's captured as well. Let's take a listen yet again what Ramchandra Jangra, BJP MP, said speaking on the tragic Morbi bridge collapse.
इस तरह के हादसों पर तो आदमी को संवेदना व्यक्त करनी चाहिए। अब इसमें कांग्रेस पता नहीं इसमें भी राजनीति का रास्ता खोज रही है, ये उनके दिमाग का दिवालियापन है। वहाँ पर जिस कंपनी को ये दिया गया इसका संभालने का, सुरक्षा का जिम्मेवारी, उन्होंने कैपेसिटी से ज़्यादा टिकटें दी, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। और वहाँ पर 125-150 लोगों की कैपेसिटी थी, 300 टिकटें दी गई, लोगों को रोका नहीं गया और लोग भी लापरवाह होकर वहाँ पर झूलने लगे। इसमें प्रधानमंत्री ने भी अपनी संवेदनाएं व्यक्त की हैं, गृह मंत्री जी ने भी की हैं, बाकायदा वहाँ सारी रैपिड फोर्स लगा दी गई हैं और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोगों को बचाया गया है। फिर भी 143-44 लोग काल के ग्रास में चले गए। हम सबको उनके प्रति संवेदनाएं हैं, उनके परिवारों के प्रति संवेदनाएं हैं। भगवान उनके परिवारों को शक्ति दे ये हादसा सहन करने की, और सरकार ने पूरी तरह से उन परिवारों की मदद करने का भी ऐलान किया है। हादसे हो जाते हैं, इनमें लापरवाही लोगों की भी होती है और जो संभालने वाले जिनको व्यवस्था की जिम्मेवारी दी उनकी भी होती है। अब इससे ऐसे समय में राजनीति करना ये किसी को भी शोभा नहीं देता है।
All right, moving on now. Politics has broken out ahead of Prime Minister Modi's visit to Civic Hospital in Morbi district after the unfortunate death of 134 people due to a cable bridge collapse. Now, the opposition Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress have alleged that this hospital, this government hospital, has been fully decked up right before Prime Minister Modi's visit to Morbi, accusing the BJP government of trying to deflect the real attention from this tragedy that's killed over 134 people, and claiming that this is all about the Prime Minister's visit. All this decoration and setting up of new beds and water coolers, etc., is only to welcome Prime Minister Modi there. Indiatoday went to the hospital, though, to get us a ground reality, and here's what we saw. We saw new hospital beds, water coolers that were placed at that hospital, and minor tailing work that was currently underway, door repairs that were being conducted. In fact, we spoke to the cleaning staff as well, and they said that they were brought in from Rajkot, especially for this work.
We are right now present in the civil hospital of Morbi, and there are several injured who are admitted in this particular hospital. But here you can see that how the cleaning work is undergoing. Let me tell you, there is also the painting work which has been happening in this particular hospital since yesterday night, and lot of work, the renovation work of this hospital is also being done. And there are several questions which are been asked by the opposition. Yesterday, Aam Aadmi Party also protested over here that why, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting this hospital, all this work is being done. Here you can see this is the ward where all the injured are admitted. There are several injured in this particular incident. They are admitted over here. There will be separate wards which has been made, and now here you can see that how the cleaning work is going on. The inspection has been happening over here. The administration is over here. The big question is that why this is being done now? Why only when Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to visit this hospital, why cleaning work, renovation work and other work are being done right now. Over there you can see that how specially people are being hired to actually clean and do the renovation work at this particular hospital, and therefore the Aam Aadmi Party and several other officials and the politicians from the oppositions are raising that question that why when Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting this hospital they are doing now, why this was not done earlier. With camera person Sajid Alam, this is Saurabh Vakdania in Morbi for India Today.
We are at this point at Civil Hospital Morbi. Morbi bridge collapse incident took place in the jurisdiction of this hospital. People who died were brought in here. What people are alleging is that there is a huge difference between what this hospital was yesterday and what it's going to be today or tomorrow, because Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Morbi. He'll be going to the spot, coming to the civil hospital, meet the patients. So what has changed in one day, you can see that because the water tanks is being installed, water purifier is being installed. The old one which seems to be a discarded one for a long time, but now there are water coolers. This is the second water cooler we have seen on the ground floor. There was another water cooler, and entire place, the tiling which has been done very cleanly, and this seems to happen just in a day's time. At the same time, it's about midnight and the civil hospital is buzzing. The mopping work is starting here. You can see people are present here to clean the hospital premises, and the likely reason is that Prime Minister is coming tomorrow is the reason why this hospital is getting so much attention. We saw some sweepers who had come from Rajkot and this entire cleanliness operation will go on till the entire night so that it can be cleaned for the Prime Minister's visit tomorrow. At the same time, Aam Aadmi Party and Congress has alleged that there is special treatment which is being given to the hospital because Prime Minister is visiting. It's a good thing for the residents of Morbi because they have now have a different fortune with getting a better equipped and.
All right, let's now listen in to all the charges made by Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party as this now becomes a political slugfest in the poll-bound state of Gujarat.
जब पूरा गुजरात गम में डूबा हुआ है, तब भारतीय जनता पार्टी का शासन मोरबी की सिविल हॉस्पिटल को रंग रोगान कलर काम करके सजा दरा रहा है, क्योंकि उनको ये लगता है कि इस तरह से इवेंट मैनेजमेंट करके मोदी जी खुश हो जाएंगे। मुझे लगता है कि मोदी जी को इसके बारे में जल्दी से जल्दी कोई कदम लेना चाहिए।
पीएम मोदी जी जो आ रहे हैं उसके लिए ये हॉस्पिटल दुल्हन की जैसी सजाई जा रही है। आप देख रहे हो पूरी हॉस्पिटल को अभी मरम्मत चालू कर दिया है, कलर का काम चालू कर दिया है और दूसरा अभी पीछे ब्लॉक का काम भी चालू कर दिया है। लेकिन दुख इस चीज का है अभी तक 27 साल में जो ये सुविधाएं नहीं मिल पा रही है और गरीब लोग जितने भी है वो इतने साल से दुखी थे। इधर पूरे डॉक्टर की भी व्यवस्था अच्छी तरह से नहीं थी, कोई एमडी डॉक्टर भी घट इधर दिख रही है और इधर बहुत सारी अव्यवस्था थी और रातों रात जो पीएम मोदी के लिए जो काम चालू कर दिया गया है तो ये लोग हमारी फीलिंग्स के साथ जो खिलवाड़ कर रहे हैं ना, उससे हम लोगों को अभी तक दुख है।
Now, first official reaction coming in from the administration on the politics that's going on over Modi's visit to Morbi and the extra facilities that's being carried out at that hospital. And the reaction is that this is a routine work. It's taking place everywhere, going on in every government setup. So this is not different. Remember, this government hospital, right at a time when the Morbi bridge collapse has happened, killing 134 people, many of them who survived have been rushed to hospitals. This government hospital here in Morbi district is now getting a facelift right ahead of Modi's visit. New hospital beds, water coolers and the door repair work, etc. All of that going on in full swing. And here a reaction coming in, an official reaction from the hospital saying this is just routine work. Listen in.
पीएम साहब की दौरे के मद्देनजर कुछ अलग से तैयारियां की गई, कुछ अलग से कुछ
नहीं, इट इज़ अ रूटीन एक्टिविटी, इट इज़ टेकिंग प्लेस एवरीवेयर इन ऑल गवर्नमेंट सेटअप।
पीएम साहब की दौरे के मद्देनजर कुछ अलग से तैयारियां की गई, कुछ अलग से कुछ
नहीं, इट इज़ अ रूटीन एक्टिविटी, इट इज़ टेकिंग प्लेस एवरीवेयर इन ऑल गवर्नमेंट सेटअप।
All right, that's the official response coming in from the hospital, calling this a routine work. Well, Prime Minister Modi is all set to arrive into Morbi in a little while from now. He's going to be addressing the huge tragedy that's taken place in Morbi district, his own home state of Gujarat. And this is a poll-bound state at a time like this when the Morbi incident has happened. A hospital there, government hospital, getting a complete facelift. Opposition claiming that this is all done not to accommodate the Morbi patients, the tragedies, the victims who were part of that tragedy, but instead to welcome Prime Minister Modi. This hospital gets a facelift. Now, there's national shock and fury over 134 people who died in Morbi's bridge collapse. It's now certain that the tragedy was man-made. Gujarat police say the technical and structural flaws, lack of certification, as well as some maintenance issues were the real reasons for this tragedy. In fact, what happens to the men responsible? That's the question here. All the real people responsible for this catastrophe so far not been named, not been shamed. 9 people have been arrested, though. Charge sheet, in fact, they've been charged with culpable homicide but that's not amounting to murder. Among the 9 people, as far as we know, who have been arrested, there are 2 ticket clerks, those who were selling those tickets there at that bridge, 2 managers, all employed by the Oreva group itself. The company that was responsible, Oreva, for maintenance of that bridge, they have not been explicitly named in the FIR. The other 5 accused include 2 repairing contractors hired again by the Oreva group and 3 persons working at the bridge as security personnel. But what really happens to the big fish here? What about the municipal authorities who didn't know that the renovated bridge was being reopened and large numbers of people were being allowed on that bridge through ticket sales? Or that Oreva group itself, who have employed all of these contractors who are currently right now, they're in prison, but Oreva group itself has not been named. Oreva group did not seek a security fitness certificate before inaugurating the bridge, but they haven't been booked. So the question here is, when will the big heads really roll?
Today we again resumed the search and rescue operations to find out any dead bodies or any missing personnel. It is suspected that some bodies may be there on the floor of the river. That's why we resumed the operations with the help of our deep divers.
हम लोग तो गए थे 6 आदमी गए थे, उसमें से 5 को लौट पाया और 1 आदमी का पूरा डेथ हो गया। और मुझे तो तैरना आता था, मैं तो खुद ही बचा, तो दूसरों को भी अच्छे से बचा लिया। करीबन 50-60 आदमी को बचाया, मैं और मेरे दोस्त मिलके।
जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन कहेंगे उसको अब नहीं रेस्क्यू नहीं कह सकते, क्योंकि बहुत असंभव है ये पूरी तरह से कि कोई जिंदा बचा हो, तो इसे सर्च ऑपरेशन कहा जा सकता है। आपको तस्वीरें मैं इसीलिए यहाँ पर दिखाता हूँ, एरियल व्यू, कैसे तमाम जो एजेंसियां हैं आज वापस जुट गई हैं। ये लगभग समझिए कि तीसरा ही दिन है। बड़ी बड़ी मशीनें आई हैं, क्योंकि जलकुंभी ज्यादा है तो इससे पानी की विजिबिलिटी कम हो जाती है, उसे हटाया जा रहा है। और चाहे वो नेवी हो, एनडीआरएफ हो, एसडीआरएफ हो, भारतीय सेना हो, ये तमाम सारे लोग आखिरी दौर के सर्च ऑपरेशन में लगे हैं कि अगर 2 से 3 शव जिनका अंदेशा है कि वो अभी भी पानी में हो सकते हैं तो उसे निकाल लिया जाए। हालांकि पानी का स्तर थोड़ा कम हुआ है, क्योंकि जो एक छोटा सा एम्बैंकमेंट था, बांधनुमा स्ट्रक्चर था, उसे तोड़ दिया गया था कि पानी निकल जाए ऊपर से। बाकी आप चूंकि प्रधानमंत्री का भी दौरा है तो इसके लिए भी जो सिक्योरिटी अपरेटस है उसको काफी मजबूत किया गया। वो खुद यहाँ पर आएंगे जायजा लेने के लिए, उसके बाद अस्पताल जाएंगे।
सर ये बताइए कि कितने लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हुई है, उनपे क्या क्या चार्जेस लगे हैं?
आज हमने जो दुखद घटना बनी थी उसके अंदर 9 लोगों को अरेस्ट किया है और तमाम के विरुद्ध में भारतीय दंड संहिता के कलम 304, 308 और 114 के तहत इसमें गुना दाखिल किया गया है।
साथ ही एक सवाल ये भी खड़ा होता है, जो कंपनी है, क्योंकि ओरेवा कंपनी है, उसकी टिकट पे भी फोटो और लोगो लगा हुआ है, तो क्या उस कंपनी के खिलाफ कोई कार्यवाही पुलिस करेगी?
देखो, पुलिस ने सभी मुद्दाओं को खुला रखा है। पुलिस कोई भी कंपनी हो, कोई भी व्यक्ति हो, किसी को छोड़ने के लिए हम लोग इसमें तमाम प्रकार की जो हमारी कायदे की प्रक्रिया पूरी करेंगे। किसी व्यक्ति को छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा। स्ट्रक्चर
में कहीं गड़बड़ थी जिसकी वजह से ब्रिज गिरा है?
अभी जो 2 दिन की जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन उसके अंदर लगता है कि इसमें टेक्निकल जो खामी थी उसकी वजह से इसमें ये नुकसान हुआ है, ब्रिज कोलैप्स हुआ है।
All right, shifting our focus here, an FIR has been lodged finally against sexist DMK Neta Sadiq. Cybercrime Department files an FIR against Sadiq. The DMK Neta was booked for his sexist remarks that he's made against some of the Netas, actor-turned-Netas, calling them as items. The Cybercrime Police has filed an FIR against Sadai Sadiq for his derogatory remarks against BJP women leaders, including Khushbu Sundar, Gayatri Raghuram, Gautami and Namita. FIR has been filed under sections 153, 294B, 5051, 509 and 4 of the Tamil Nadu Prohibition of Women's Harassment Act. This DMK Neta, Sadiq, absolutely shameful. The comments that he's made on a public platform, a stage where he's addressed these actors turned Netas as items and went on to say many more derogatory things and then claims that he was misrepresented. Listen in what Sadiq said earlier.
பிஜேபி இருக்கிற தலைவரா பாத்தீங்கன்னா நாலுமே ஆயிட்டாங்க. எங்க அண்ணன் எத்தனை முறை இளையரண்ணான குஷ்பு போடுகிறா தெரியுமா? கூட்டத்தை இருங்க, அவங்க திமுகல இருந்தாங்க. 5-6 முறை இதே எங்க அண்ணன் இளையரண்ணா ராயபுரத்துல குஷ்பு கூட்டம் போட்டாரு.
All right, let me quickly cut across to Pramod, joining us live from Chennai. Pramod, a quick word from you. Sadiq has been named in an FIR finally. There are multiple sections that have been slapped against him. But the question here is, has this man even apologized? He should be arrested, undoubtedly, and that must happen as soon as possible. But has he ever shown any regret ever since this is blown out?
Well, what Sadiq has done is completely wrong. This has been proved by he had made his party leader, Kanimuri itself, apologize to his comments, and he is claiming that more than being a party leader as a humanitarian, she cannot accept such a kind of action, be it her party or any other party. This is what Kanimuri has said earlier. So they definitely make sure that what Sadiq has done is wrong so far. But he was only trying to, the state itself was trying to say that he is being misinterpreted and such like that. But definitely wrong, because you cannot call a person, a leader or somebody, a woman itself, an item. That was definitely not something acceptable. And that's the reason a case has been filed based on the complaint by Nadia Srinivasan, State General Secretary of the Women Wing.
All right. Pramod, thank you very much for joining us on that. All right, on the other side of a short break, state of war Telangana, big fight erupts between Rahul Gandhi and KTR. More details up next. Stay with us.
Indiatoday Conclave, November 4th and 5th, Mumbai. Listen to Nitin Gadkari, Eknath Shinde, Kiran Rijiju, Devendra Fadnavis, Aditya Thackeray, K. Annamalai, Abhishek Bachchan, Varun Dhawan, Bhumi Pednekar, Professor Badri Narayan, Manu S. Pillai, Rohit Kamath and Lavina Sirohi, Burgess Driver. Book your seat now. Visit www.indiatodayconclave.com. Conclave Mumbai 22.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Some big news coming in from state of war Telangana as we see some political fight that erupts between Rahul Gandhi and KCR. In fact, a big fight that's erupted between Rahul Gandhi and KTR after Rahul Gandhi mocked Telangana Chief Minister KCR's national ambitions. KTR, KCR's party minister, hits back. KTR tweets, and I quote, International leader Rahul Gandhi, who can't even win his own parliament seat in Amethi, ridicules Telangana Chief Minister KCR's national party ambitions. Wannabe Prime Minister should first convince his people to elect him as an MP first. This is KTR's response to what Rahul Gandhi said. In fact, Rahul Gandhi a little earlier had spoken of how KCR is dreaming of taking his party national. And there's no problem in it. There's no problem in him imagining his party is a global party too. It's all fine. He can do as he wishes. He can imagine what he wants to imagine. Now to that, KTR has responded, calling Rahul Gandhi a wannabe Prime Minister who cannot even convince his own party members to vote him to power as an MP, referring to his loss in Amethi. Let me first cut across to what Rahul Gandhi said, mocking KCR.
This confusion is created by the TRS themselves. I'll repeat it clearly, there's absolutely no question of any relationship between the TRS and the Congress. The Chief Minister of Telangana believes that he is running a national party. That's perfectly okay, there's no problem, he can believe it. And he's welcome to think that no, I'm running an international party, one that is also fighting elections in the United States and fighting in China and other countries. Good, no problem. We are perfectly happy to accept it.
मैं क्या राहुल गांधी क्या फैक्टर है मालूम है सबको दुनिया में the biggest buffoon in the country. Everybody knows. Whole country has seen the open assembly how he went to Mr. Narendra Modi and hugged him. The way he is winking.
All right, let me quickly cut across to India Today's Abdul Bashir joining us live more on that. Bashir, we see Rahul Gandhi, who's just entered into Telangana. His Bharat Jodo Yatra has stopped there while he addresses a press conference, mocks at KCR's national ambitions, saying that it's all okay, it's all fine. KCR believes that he's running a global party. It's okay, he can do as he wishes, he can imagine what he wants to imagine. To which KTR calls Rahul Gandhi a wannabe Prime Minister who can barely get elected himself in his own, in his own bastion, basically referring to his Amethi loss. Take us through what's really sparked this political slugfest.
See, yesterday in Koturu, during the ongoing Bharat Jodo Yatra, Rahul Gandhi, on a question being asked about the Congress and TRS relation, he clearly said that KCR is with his national ambitions, can imagine that he can go national. He can also imagine that he can go international. It is up to him whether he can fight an election in US, he can fight an election in China. It is up to him what he imagines. But the fact is that KCR is yet till Telangana itself. That is what he meant in his reaction to this question that was posed. Reacting to the statement, Telangana IT Minister K.T. Rama Rao has slammed Rahul Gandhi, stating that he couldn't even win his election from Amethi, and he mocks Telangana KCR, the Chief Minister KCR's ambitions of national politics. So he cannot even get his people elect him as an MP. This is what he mentioned. So this is a political war that has erupted following Rahul Gandhi's statement over national ambitions that has been put up by KCR. Remember, KCR has recently announced the party changed the party from Telangana Rashtra Samiti to Bharatiya Rashtra Samiti, giving it a national entry into politics. And then he is set to gain confidence and come in coordination or alliance with the other regional parties as well, where several leaders have come and met him. So with this, a mutual understanding, following a question that was raised that Nitish Kumar and other parties that are in alliance with the Congress party, whether it be Bihar, it be Maharashtra, where the Uddhav Thackeray or NCP government, NCP party is there. So pertaining to this question, Rahul Gandhi has triggered or snatched KCR saying that he can go national and also international in this context.
All right, we see a very interesting back and forth between KCR, his party, and Rahul Gandhi. Both of them trying to make their place. In fact, Congress party is completely wiped out from the Andhra Telangana region. It's been over a decade now. Congress party trying to make some inroads as they make their way into Telangana. At this point, the Bharat Jodo Yatra has completed close to 55 days. And here he mocks, as he enters KCR's turf, he mocks KCR for his national ambitions and gets a fitting reply from the TRS minister. All right, here's some big news coming in. Owing to the threat that actor Salman Khan has received, his X-category security has now been increased to Y+. Now, the Mumbai police has said that Salman Khan's security has been upped. He now gets Y+ category security. Earlier, Salman Khan had one police guard with a weapon. Now he will have 2 guards with weapons 24/7 and 2 guards at his residence round the clock. Now, Y+ category security for Salman Khan at this point after much of the threat perception that looms over him. Divyesh joining us for more on that. Divyesh, a quick word. Salman Khan received some threat letters and direct threats right after Sidhu Moosewala's murder. There were a lot of talk about the same gang trying to recce Salman Khan's home, and he was basically their next target. And post this threat perception looming on Salman Khan, his security has been upped to Y+ category.
Nabila, the security which was provided to Salman Khan was earlier from the local police, and now it has been categorized from X category to Y+ category by the state committee, which is headed by the Chief Secretary of Maharashtra, and they have enhanced the security to Y+ category, and in that 2 armed guards will be there 24/7 with the actor whenever he travels, and there will be 2 guards who will be present around the clock at his residence. Now, Y+ category security also provides security cover to Salman Khan if he travels outside the state. In whichever state he travels, the local police station will be informed, and that local police station has to provide 2 trained guards at the place wherever the actor is residing, along with the 2 security guards from Mumbai police who will be there 24/7 with the actor. This Y+ security decision was taken around 10 days ago by the state committee, and now the security cover has been enhanced to Y+ category.
All right. Thank you very much for joining us on that. Salman Khan gets Y+ category security after the threat perception. For more on that, you could log on to Indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more. Stay tuned. I'm going to come back with the top headlines. Remember them? Amber Heard and Johnny Depp have both been busy with their lives ever since the defamation trial. And everything seems to be going quite well for Johnny. He's returning to movies with the role of King Louis XV in Jeanne du Barry, has found love in his former lawyer, Joel Rich, and recently made 20 times the profit for his Queensland mansion. This isn't just any house, but it is the place where the infamous incident of Depp losing his finger took place. Amongst the many fights that were mentioned in court of the former couple, this incident was one to stick out quite a bit. He sold this mansion in Australia for $40 million. The house had 10 rooms with 10 bathrooms and a wine cellar with a capacity of 2,000 bottles along with a go-karting ground within that premises. To get into the details of this infamous incident, Heard had been throwing bottles at the actor, 2 bottles in fact, the second one resulting in a cut finger. Amber Heard did not agree to this version and said that Johnny Depp had instead been throwing those bottles due to anger, and that's how he cut his own finger. The incident has taken place in 2015 and has been brought up in trial multiple times. Now, as the dust settles on the defamation trial, Johnny Depp has been seen doing quite a lot of concerts with his close friend Jeff Beck. And Amber Heard, on the other hand, is peacefully living her life in Spain. She will be seen next in Aquaman 2.
Make your media plan smarter with Indiatoday Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with Indiatoday Live TV on your connected devices.
A very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. The top news, but the headlines. Advocate Vineet Jindal files a complaint before the Delhi Lokayukta seeking suo motu inquiry. Conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar's explosive charge at Aam Aadmi Party writes a letter to Delhi LG alleging that he paid over 60 crores to AAP and Satyendra Jain. Kejriwal calls it BJP's attempt only to divert attention from the Morbi tragedy. Air quality deteriorates across Delhi as several locations turn hazardous. Quality to remain very poor to severe in the next 6 days. Water birds erupt over stubble burning. And after 134 people died in Morbi bridge tragedy, cops arrest clerks, managers and security guards. No accountability on authorities yet. Can the municipal authorities really pass the buck? Ahead of Prime Minister Modi's Morbi visit, the civil hospital in Morbi gets a full facelift. Walls have been painted, new hospital beds, water coolers. Politics now erupting over this renovation of the hospital. Mega escalation in the state of Telangana after Rahul mocks KCR for his national ambition. KTR hits back, calls Rahul a wannabe prime minister. Elon Musk cements control on Twitter. Now the sole director of Twitter. Musk fuels suspense on Trump's return. All right, now advocate Vineet Jindal files a complaint before the Delhi Lokayukta seeking suo motu inquiry against Aam Aadmi Party Minister Satyendra Jain for allegedly taking protection money from conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar, who's lodged in the Mandoli jail in Delhi. This comes on the heels of Sukesh Chandrasekhar writing a letter to Delhi LG VK Saxena claiming that he's paid 10 crores to Delhi chief. In fact, the Minister of Delhi, then Jail Minister Satyendra Jain, only so that he is protected inside prison and that he gets some basic jail facilities. And then goes on to claim that he's paid another 50 crores to the Aam Aadmi Party to get a Rajya Sabha seat from South India. Huge allegations that have been levelled against the AAP and AAP Minister Satyendra Jain. Now, advocate Vineet Jindal files a complaint himself before the Delhi Lokayukta seeking a suo motu inquiry against the Aam Aadmi Party Minister Satyendra Jain for allegedly taking protection money from conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar while he was lodged in the Mandoli jail in Delhi. Huge development coming in as this Vasuli gate only gets ugly. At this point, a letter has surfaced of Sukesh Chandrasekhar claiming Sukesh Chandrasekhar is a con man who's conned many businessmen, has extorted money from them and has been sitting in prison for about a year for this kind of extortion. And this man claims in a letter now that he shot to Delhi LG VK Saxena that Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain, he knows him since 2015, and Jain used to visit Sukesh while he was in prison multiple times. And at one point, Satyendra Jain allegedly asked Sukesh to pay up 10 crore rupees so that he's protected in prison. And then Sukesh also elaborates in that letter that he's written to the Delhi LG saying that he's paid another 50 crore rupees so that he could be given a plump post by the Aam Aadmi Party from South India. This was Sukesh's letter that he's written, allegedly in his own handwriting, shot a letter to the Delhi LG. And Sukesh's lawyer also came out to claim that Sukesh Chandrasekhar is now being assaulted inside prison. He's being ill-treated. While this plays out, you have advocate Vineet Jindal filing a complaint before the Delhi Lokayukta seeking suo motu inquiry against the AAP Minister Satyendra Jain for allegedly taking protection money from this con man Sukesh Chandrasekhar. Anisha Mathur, who's tracking court, tell us more on that. Anisha, a quick word. Vineet Jindal wastes no time. The advocate approaches the Delhi Lokayukta seeking suo motu inquiry into Satyendra Jain's involvement and for allegedly taking protection money. The Delhi LG VK Saxena has not responded yet to that letter, but here is a quick move by advocate Vineet Jindal.
That there are people who are trying to get some action taken on this issue immediately. Just a few hours after the story has broken about Sukesh Chandrasekhar writing this letter to the Delhi LG, even as his lawyers are saying that they're waiting for the response from the LG's office. Now another lawyer has decided to write a letter to the Lokayukta office to take this issue up suo motu, because remember, the allegations that have been disclosed in Sukesh Chandrasekhar's letter say that Satyendra Jain extorted money while he was the jail minister between 2017 and 2019. These allegations that Sukesh Chandrasekhar has now raised are not about current or recent events, right. They're from 17 to 19. So the Lokayukta would have the jurisdiction to look into what
stay with us. We have Vineet Jindal himself joining us on the phone line. Mr. Jindal, we hear that you have taken this upon yourself, approached the Delhi Lokayukta asking for suo motu investigation into this case, where Sukesh Chandrasekhar claims that he has paid close to 10 crore rupees to Satyendra Jain only so that he's protected in prison. Tell us a little more on your appeal to the Lokayukta.
Look, as we have specifically seen that the specific allegations have been put by Sukesh Chandra against Aam Aadmi Party and Satyendra Jain, who is a high-profile government. So the allegations of rupees 10 lakh has been 10 crore has been given to Satyendra Jain, and the 50 crore rupees has been given to Aam Aadmi Party, who has in which he is saying that he has been offered a good post of Aam Aadmi Party in South India. So the allegations are very serious in nature. This is a misuse of power, misuse of their office. So I have requested, I have filed a petition before the Lok Ayukta of Delhi to investigate this matter in a proper manner, as this is a specific purpose also, because Lok Ayukta is an independent person, and we have seen the several matter. There is a political issue has been come out, and the allegation upon the investigations agency has been put. So that's why I am filing this petition before Lok Ayukta. So no controversy in respect of investigation would be there.
All right. Mr. Jindal, could you tell us what you see of this letter that Sukesh has written to the Delhi LG? The LG has not responded to the letter as yet, but Sukesh has said that he is being harassed because he's made these allegations. His lawyer has said that he is being assaulted inside prison. In fact, multiple times Sukesh has appealed to the Supreme Court as well, asking for his prison cell to be changed and moved away from there because he's receiving death threats. But that was turned down by the top court.
Yes, if you see that there is a several allegation put by Sukesh Chandra against the officials of Delhi Police also, who is in working in the Tihar jail. So the investigation has been going on against that those officials also. So LG has not been taken any kind of initiative right now in respect of investigation in these allegations against the minister. So that's why this petition has been filed, and specifically mentioned about all the incidents which has been mentioned by the Sukesh Chandra in his letter to the LG. So I hope that Lok Ayukta would initiate the investigation, and the proper investigation should be taken place against the Delhi minister.
Right. You know, Mr. Jindal, if you could elaborate for us, how would you look at this letter by Sukesh Chandrasekhar? He's made an appeal, sending a letter to the Delhi LG. That's, at this point, he almost seems like a celebrity prisoner.
Yes, it has been, I already told, and we have seen in the several news reports which are there, that he has been giving the protections, he has giving the facilities, the out-of-way facilities have been provided to Sukesh Chandra previously. So the investigation has been going on that matter, and this matter is also related to that investigation. So it is not like that LG has not been given any kind of note to this thing, but definitely a separate investigation and on a specific these allegations about the, giving a protection money to the Minister of Delhi. That should be taken place in a separate manner. That's why the investigation should be asked. Sumoto investigation should be asked by me by the Lok Ayukta.
Manish Jindal, thank you very much for joining us. Now, jailed Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain finds himself in the dock yet again, and this time over an allegation that conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar has bribed him. Sukesh Chandrasekhar has shot off a letter to Delhi LG VK Saxena alleging that he is being harassed to withdraw the serious charges that he is levelled against the Aam Aadmi Party. And in his letter, Sukesh has said that he has paid at least 10 crores to the jail minister, to Satyendra Jain, and 50 crores to the Aam Aadmi Party for a Rajya Sabha berth from South India. Sukesh has also alleged that Satyendra Jain has met him inside prison several times. The charges has now created a political storm within the BJP. The BJP now calling AAP an extortion party and questioning Kejriwal whether he will continue to shield and defend Satyendra Jain. Satyendra Jain, who's currently in Tihar jail over money laundering charges, was in the midst of a massive controversy over the weekend as ED alleged that Jain was getting VVIP treatment and was receiving massages and home-cooked meals while he's behind bars.
So, give us a sense of the charges and allegations that are being levelled by your client, Sukesh.
I am only the instrumental in this letter. Right. I have, when I visited to meet my client in the jail, he handed over me a letter, and he just simply requested me and instructed me to place it before the office of LG. so that some cognizance or some direction of investigation can be made. That is why I filed an application along with the letter to the LG.
Right. So he's talking about money that he paid to Satyendra Jain. He's talking about money that he paid to the Aam Aadmi Party. He's talking about money that he paid to DG prisons as well. So there are jail officials also that he's in fact saying were extorting money on behalf of Aam Aadmi Party.
Not on behalf of the party, on behalf of the jail superintendent.
On behalf of the jail superintendent.
Jail superintendent. And recently LG has ordered to book 82 jail officials of Bihar jail.
Yes.
In Supreme Court, the transfer petition of the Sukesh Chandrasekhar was pending. In that case, Delhi government has filed a response. In that response, Delhi government has given a chart of the rank-wise officers and the amount of the money that was paid to him on the monthly basis as an extortion amount.
So is this money that Sukesh Chandrasekhar is still paying jail officials, sir?
No. Still he is not paying. He is facing a threat of life due to of such an incident. That's why we filed a petition before the Supreme Court seeking transfer of jail.
From who, sir? From who?
Not from the inmates, from the officers. Because upon his disclosure statement given to the ED under Section 50 PMLA and EOW, around 105 police officers have been booked and arrested. And recently on 20th of October, LG Delhi has directed to initiate legal action against 82 police officers of Bihar jail. Due to of such kind of actions going on against the jail officers inside the jail, my client feels a threat of his life.
Okay, but has he received any specific threats, sir?
Recently he was assaulted by a CRPF personnel inside the jail, and the petition is pending in the Supreme Court. Due to of this complaint and due to of this disclosure statement, my client is facing harassment and threat to his life.
All right, let me cut across to Shreya Chatterjee tracking this story. Shreya, we heard the lawyer of Sukesh Chandrasekhar who claims that he's being assaulted. He claims threat to life inside that prison. He's also approached the Supreme Court multiple times, but Supreme Court refused to entertain that plea at that point. But now with this letter exploding, where Sukesh has claimed in that letter he's given money to Satyendra Jain to protect him inside his cell, that's really led to opening up a can of worms.
Well, absolutely so, Nabila. You know, we've been seeing these allegations going on ever since Sukesh Chandrasekhar's case had exploded, and we know that there are Tihar officials who have already been booked earlier for playing party to the entire extortion racket. But this new twist is where there is a direct name of Jail Minister and Satyendra Jain. And what he's gone ahead and alleged that the relationship between him and Satyendra Jain and Aam Aadmi Party dates back to 2015, and he's paid an amount to the tune of 10 crore to Satyendra Jain for protection. And he's saying that even now he's receiving threats, and that too is named the DG prison. He's gone ahead and named the DG prison for being involved in these threats. It's important right now that whether there's any veracity in these allegations, that will be investigated. We already know the file has been moved from the Delhi LG's office to the Aam Aadmi Party government for investigating. We also do know there's a possibility for the ED also to side-by-side investigate that, because very clearly in the letter he mentions that the amount was transferred to Satyendra Jain through his Kolkata associates. So that's something that the ED might also want to investigate. We'll have to wait and watch out what the investigation pans from here on. But very grave allegations have now been made against Satyendra Jain by none other than conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar.
All right, thank you very much, Shreya, for joining us on that. All right, now Sukesh Chandrasekhar's explosive letter has sparked quite a war of words between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party in the national capital. AAP chief Arvind Kejriwal has defended his mantri and neta, claiming that the charges made against Satyendra Jain are frivolous, baseless and fake. The Delhi chief minister has further accused the BJP of raking up false allegations to deflect from the real issue of the Morbi tragedy that's killed 134 people, adding that sensational letter was released just in time by the BJP, keeping in mind the Gujarat polls. BJP did not hold back, calling the Aam Aadmi Party a thug, conman party. Party spokesperson Sambit Patra has said that Kejriwal's party is running a criminal syndicate both inside and outside jail.
कौन है वो? तिहाड़ में लॉज्ड एक कॉनमैन, आप ही कह रहे हैं कॉनमैन है। मैंने सुना वो एक बार उसने किसी मुख्यमंत्री के बेटे को बन के पैसे लूटे, एक बार उसने कोई CBI ऑफिसर बन के पैसे लूटे।
तो कहाँ से वो मासूम चेहरा लाते हैं ये पता नहीं। कौन सुकेश चंद्रशेखर? हु इज ही? मतलब पूरे अंदर से आवाज जैसे सच में जानते नहीं है सुकेश चंद्रशेखर। 50 करोड़ रुपए लेके बोल रहे हैं हु इज सुकेश चंद्रशेखर? आई वुड नॉट हिच टू से that there is this person called Sukesh Chandrasekhar who is a con man, who was running a syndicate, a crime syndicate from inside the jail, while we have the Aam Aadmi Party and its ministers who are running a crime syndicate outside of the jail. It would not be an exaggeration if I say कि आम आदमी पार्टी is a con man party today.
परसों मोरबी हादसा होता है, कल 24 घंटे सारे टीवी चैनल्स मोरबी का मुद्दा उठाते हैं और आज अचानक टीवी चैनल से मोरबी गायब हो गया और सुकेश चंद्रशेखर के आरोप जो हैं वो आ जाते हैं। तो लगता नहीं कि मोरबी से ध्यान भटकाने के लिए ये एक कंप्लीटली फिक्टिशियस, कंप्लीटली फर्जी स्टोरी एक प्लांट की गई है। मतलब इससे ज़्यादा ब्लेटेंट और क्या हो सकता है कि मोरबी के मुद्दे को दबा के उसको डाइवर्ट करने के लिए, और सक्सेसफुली डाइवर्ट कर दिया उन्होंने। सारे चैनल इस टाइम इस सुकेश चंद्रशेखर की बात कर रहे हैं, जबकि 150 लोग जिनकी मौत हो चुकी है उसका सब भूल चुके हैं।
10 crore rupees was extorted by Satyendra Jain, Arvind Kejriwal's most dearest minister, who is in jail for the last 4.5 months, who has got no relief on the Hawala charges, was extorting 10 crores as protection money from conman Sukesh Chandran. Imagine, Sukesh Chandran cons the system, cons many people, but he is conned by Satyendra Jain. You can imagine what category of a con man Mr. Satyendra Jain is. And not just this, 50 crore rupees was extorted for giving a party position to Sukesh Chandran by Aam Aadmi Party. This is their true face.
Well, it is not a sensational charge. It is based on a letter that Sukesh Chandrasekhar has written to the Delhi LG, stating that while he was in the jail, he was asked for protection money to the tune of 10 crore rupees by Satyendra Jain, who is the jail minister incidentally and is now lost in the same Tihar jail for various illegal activities. But the question does not just limit itself to the 10 crore that he paid to Satyendra Jain. There is also an allegation that he paid 50 crore rupees to the Aam Aadmi Party for a possible position in the South India in Aam Aadmi Party, and therefore questions must be asked of Arvind Kejriwal as well. That is your party positions up for sale, and what kind of an extortion is going on in Tihar, where your jail minister is seeking money from convicts who are in jail for protection. What kind of protection was being provided to Sukesh Chandrasekhar? Is it facilities like Satyendra Jain himself is enjoying? Recently, the ED disclosed that they are in possession of CCTV footage where Satyendra Jain is getting massage in Tihar jail. So is the 10 crore that he recovered from Sukesh Chandrasekhar meant to provide certain similar facilities, or what was the protection money all about?
All right, now, police constable job aspirants fell at the feet of Home Minister Araga Gyanendra in Karnataka at Tumkuru, asking him to increase job quotas and start appointing people. More than 100 had come from North Karnataka to meet Araga Gyanendra. Home Minister was at a junior college grounds for Kannada Rajotsava event, where you had at least a bunch of the police constables, aspirants, job aspirants, who fell at the feet of the Home Minister Araga Gyanendra, asking him to increase job quotas and start appointing people at the earliest. Remember, there was a huge scam and scandal of the police sub-inspector or police constable examinations itself. There was a lot of allegations that their papers were leaked, and many of these police aspirants fell out of the system because those who got the leaked papers were favoured. So these police constable aspirants, many of them who have written their exams, who are waiting for some kind of job fall at the feet of the Karnataka Home Minister Narendra, asking him to increase job quotas and start appointing these aspirants, police constable aspirants at the earliest. More than 100 of these aspirants came in from parts of North Karnataka only to meet the Home Minister. Home Minister Narendra was at the junior college grounds for the Kannada Rajotsava event. Here are the images. In fact, as I did mention, there was a police constable examination scam that took place very recently, where let me cut across to Sagai Raj for a little more on that. Sagai, on the heels of this police constable examinations, this whole scam that went by very recently, we see that these aspirants, the constable aspirants, are so desperate to find a job that they've come all the way from parts of North Karnataka only to meet Home Minister of Karnataka, Narendra, in Tumkuru. They're falling on his feet, and that's how desperate these aspiring police constables are. What really is the problem there, and how has the Neta responded to them?
See, what we get to learn is this morning when Narendra reached out his district in charge of Tumkur to celebrate Kannada Rajotsava, there were aspirants of police constables. They had come there in large number, and most of them were from North Karnataka, and they had pleaded the Home Minister to increase the quota and try to do the recruitment as soon as possible. Remember, after PSI scam, the recruitment process is on hold, and keeping all these things in the mind, these aspirants have trained for a long time. They had paid huge money for the training and everything. And since the government is not recruiting for the constables, these aspirants had requested Home Minister to fasten the recruitment process as well as increase the quota of constables across the state. And there were a large number of aspirants who had reached out the Home Minister and requested and pleaded, and we have also seen in the visuals that few of the aspirants also try to prostrate and fall in the feet of the Home Minister, requesting him to go ahead and give the permission
we
for the
see
recruitment
them
process.
begging, falling to the feet of the Karnataka Home Minister Narendra. But stay with us, Sagai. I'd like you to elaborate to us on what exactly is the PSI scam, and has there been an investigation that's carried out into it, and who is to blame for this PSI scam, and how many of those aspirants are right now jobless? In fact, I'm going to cut across to some more big news coming in. We hear that the Karnataka Tumkuru Deputy SP P. Srinivas has slapped and sent away some of the victims of the PSI, the aspirants there, the police sub-inspector aspirants, the recruitment scam. Post that, many of those aspirants have been left jobless, and they're waiting to find some kind of placement. They've reached Tumkuru, and there we see the police deputy sub-inspector, the deputy SP, Srinivas of Tumkuru, has slapped and sent away those PSI aspirants. The victims had come to speak with the Home Minister Narendra about the difficulties that they're facing due to this scam, claiming that many of them don't have jobs. They all prepared for the sub-inspector examinations. They've given out their exams. Unfortunately, there was paper leak. It was a huge scam that was carried out, and it's been going on for years now, is what these aspirants claim. And when they came to get some relief from the Karnataka Home Minister, the police in Tumkuru, the SP Srinivas, has slapped and sent those people away, asking them to get out of that place, get out of the way of the Home Minister. Sagai, for more on that. Sagai, you know, these visuals are really very disheartening, to say the least, because we know that these police sub-inspector aspirants, many of them who got caught in this whole scam, are right now left jobless. They have really no way to make ends meet. At a time like this, instead of really maybe taking a good listen to their grievances, here you have the police slapping them, sending them away, Home Minister not responding to them even as they fall to his feet. Tell us a little more. I'd like to ask you on how many people have been really affected, and what's the plight of these sub-inspector aspirants who got caught in this scam?
The sub-inspector aspirants had registered a complaint, and there is an investigation which is happening, and there are already people who have been arrested and set behind bars in that particular sub-inspector recruitment scam in the state of Karnataka. Even the opposition is trying to cash in the situation. And what we are seeing right now is in Tumkur, where the aspirants for police constables, so these are the aspirants for police constable where they have applied for police constable position, but the recruitment process is on hold. because there was a scam in police sub-inspector recruitment process. The Karnataka government has withheld the recruitment process for the constables. So keeping all these things in mind, there is an age criteria for all these aspirants. They have spent a lot of money for their training and everything. And that is the reason these the aspirants had reached out the Home Minister of Karnataka, Narendra, today in Tumkuru, requesting him to increase the quota of recruitment which happens for constables and also fasten up the recruitment process for these constables. So that's when one of the aspirants also fell in the feet of the Home Minister, requesting him to fasten the recruitment process. And on the other side, which you have pointed out, that one of the DAYSP who lost the cool, the controlling
we saw him slapping them away. Very tragic, very tragic. Thank you very much, Sagai, for joining us on that. We're going to continue tracking those developments, but shifting our focus here to Elon Musk, who disbands Twitter board and becomes the sole director of the company. Twitter's board of directors were dissolved on Thursday following Elon Musk's takeover of the company, making Musk now the sole director of the social media giant. Apart from Parag Agarwal, the organization's CEO, CFO, Ned Segal, and in fact, as we see, Vijaya Gadde, who is also the policy chief, are among those other 9 board directors who have been fired. Within days of purchasing and taking control of Musk, he's already made a number of significant changes. Twitter has not commented on these plans yet, but Musk has said that the whole verification process is being revamped and a council will be set up to review the content moderation decisions that might be established soon. Amid this takeover, there are concerns that Musk might allow former US President Donald Trump to return to the platform. All right, on that note, it's a wrap on this edition of The Bulletin. Do stay tuned for our entertainment special on the other side in the club.
India Today Conclave, November 4th and 5th, Mumbai. Listen to Nitin Gadkari, Eknath Shinde, Kiran Rijiju, Devendra Fadnavis, Aditya Thackeray, Priyanka Chaturvedi, Abhishek Bachchan, Varun Dhawan, Huma Qureshi, Vikram S. Gandhi, J. Sai Deepak, Neha Naikwade. Book your seat now. Visit www.indiatodayconclave.com. Conclave Mumbai 22.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Black holes. Did you ever worry that Earth could get sucked into one of them? Black holes do have a massive gravitational pull that allows it to swallow anything that gets in its way. Let's find out more about them. Black holes have been lurking in the galaxies for billions of years. The most powerful known forces in the universe, their gravitational field is so strong that nothing, not even light, can escape from them. They're actually packed full of space matter, so they're not really holes. There are at least two types of black holes. Stellar mass black holes form when a huge star, more than 10 times bigger than our sun, burns up all its fuel and collapses in on itself. Scientists say there could be billions in our galaxy, the Milky Way alone. They grow by gobbling up other stars or merging with other black holes to become a supermassive black hole, millions to billions of times bigger than the sun. Humans can't even see black holes, but we can observe their effect on matter close by. When normal stars are sucked in, they accelerate and heat up, emitting X-rays which are detected by orbiting space telescopes.
Hello and welcome. You're watching In the Club. I'm Dipali Patel. This is where we get you the best from the world of entertainment. Now, word of mouth can do wonders at the box office, and there seems to be no better example to it than Kantara itself. This Rishabh Shetty directorial was made on a budget of less than 20 crore rupees, but the film, ever since its release, has shattered many records. In fact, now it has even crossed the 200 crore mark worldwide, and the Hindi version of it is inching close to the 50 crore mark. Here's a detailed report. Kantara has literally set the box office on fire, and there seems to be no stopping for this Rishabh Shetty directorial. Kantara has literally set the box office on fire, and there seems to be no stopping for this Rishabh Shetty directorial. The Hindi dubbed version of Kantara is marching towards 50 crore rupees. In just 18 days, the Hindi version has surpassed the 45 crore mark rupees worldwide and is now inching closer towards the 50 crore mark. It has grossed over 245 crore rupees at the box office globally. And the Hindi version of Kantara registered a record collection in its third week. According to the estimates, Kantara earned 4.4 crore rupees in Hindi.
सुना क्या तुम लोगों ने? जानवर और पंछियों ने कंप्लेंट की है क्या?
The film is receiving overwhelming reviews from the critics and audiences alike.
लगता है कि तुम्हारा कोई पर्सनल एजेंडा है।
सरकार का आदेश है। मुझे सरकार को जंगल की बाउंड्री बतानी पड़ेगी। हिम्मत है तो बता।
It has also beaten Bahubali 2 and had the biggest fifth weekend of all time in India. What's more, Rishabh has dismissed reports of a remake of the film and also revealed that since it has been dubbed in various other languages, there is no need for it.
शिवा और उसके गैंग को पकड़वा सकता हूँ सर।
Meanwhile, the dubbed Hindi version of Kantara is continuing to give stiff competition to recent Diwali outings, that is Akshay Kumar star Ram Setu and Ajay Devgan's Thank God.
मैं हूँ चित्रगुप्त और मेरा काम है लोगों के पाप और पुण्य का हिसाब करना.
So much so that the exhibitors are planning to replace shows of the two Hindi films with the Kannada blockbuster. That's not all. Kantara has also beaten KGF Chapter 2 on IMDb with a 9.6 rating and became the highest rated Indian film on the platform.
रेडों के साथ साथ तुम्हारा रेप्यूटेशन भी कम हो रहा है। शिकार भी जोरों से चल रहा है।
डिपार्टमेंट को तकलीफ हो अगर कोई ऐसा कदम उठाया तो सीधे 3rd डिग्री मिलेगी।
हाँ, पढ़े बिना ही डिग्री।
After beating KGF Chapter 2 on IMDb with 9.6 rating, it grossed over 200 crore rupees at the box office globally and left the Yash starer behind in terms of total footfalls in the state of Karnataka.
also became the most viewed film produced by Homebird Films in Karnataka, then became the second film to be screened at Sadhguru's Isha Foundation. It was also praised by superstar Rajinikanth and several other celebrities, including Kangana Ranaut.
Called Kantara, and I'm still shaking. What an explosive experience. Rishabh Shetty, hats off to you. Writing, directing, acting, action, brilliant. Unbelievable. What a fine blend of folklore, tradition, indigenous issues. What a beautiful photography, action, thriller. This is what is cinema. This is what films are for. And the theatrical experience, unbelievable. I heard so many people say in the theater, लोग जाते जाते कह रहे थे कि हमने ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं देखा कभी. Thank you for this film and brilliant. I don't think I'm going to recover from this experience, not for another week. Wow. Wow.
जरूर कुछ अनर्थ होने वाला है.
The film, which was rolled out in Hindi on October 14th, has achieved a new milestone by beating Punyan Selvan Part 1's lifetime collection in the language. According to reports, Kantara earned over 26 crore rupees and is now inching towards 30 crore mark in the North Belt. This indeed is a huge boost to period action thriller, which was predominantly a Kannada film that opened in theatres on September 30th, much to the delight of the die-hard fans. The film received rave reviews, which helped it emerge as a big hit at the Karnataka box office. Made on a budget of less than 20 crore rupees, Kantara explores the traditional culture of Kambala and Bhuta Kola. Rishabh plays two distinctive characters in the flick.
शिकार भी जोरों से चल रहा है.
डिपार्टमेंट का तकलीफ होकर कोई ऐसा कदम उठाया तो सीधे 3rd डिग्री मिलेगी. हाँ, पढ़े बिना ही डिग्री.
And interestingly, Naveen Bondal, who plays the role of a demigod with ample eyes and who answers the king's request, has caught a lot of attention in the film, but not many know he was a bus conductor once. The cast also includes Kishore, Achyut Kumar, Saptami Gowda and Pramod Shetty. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Kamal Haasan is reportedly set to collaborate with H. Vinod, while the makers of Thalapathy Vijay and Vijay Sethupathi star Master are likely to release the dub version of the film in Japan. There are other big news makers as well and are all from regional cinema. Take a look at our trending segment Up South.
Kamal Haasan is yet to announce his upcoming film. Reports suggest that he will be joining hands with director H. Vinod. The Valamai director has already met Kamal Haasan and narrated his script. Reportedly, the Vishwarupam actor was impressed with the story and agreed to do the film. And the latest buzz is that Raj Kamal Films International will be bankrolling the project and the shoot will begin in the first half of 2023. Once he wraps up Indian 2, Kamal Haasan will announce his next film. The actor returned to the big screen after a hiatus of 4 years with Vikram. The film was a success at the box office and brought in over 400 crore rupees in ticket sales globally. Vikram was a high-octane action thriller written and directed by Lokesh Kanagaraj. The film also starred Vijay Sethupathi and Fahad Fasil in key roles. The makers of Kajal Agarwal's next Ghosty released the first look teaser of the film. Ghosty is a wacky horror thriller with Kajal in dual roles, one as a police officer and the other as an actress, and her spirit haunts the police officer. Meanwhile, Yogi Babu is the only one who has the ability to ward off the spirit. Director Kalyan confirmed that Ghosty will have a theatrical release, thereby putting rest to rumors about a possible OTT release.
भयम மனிதரை கொல்லும் ஆயுதம்.
பாவம் அந்த சாமியார், அந்த பேய் அவனையும் விட்டு வைக்கல. கடைசியா அந்த பேயை யார் அடக்கணும்னு பாக்குறீங்களா?
Back in April, Kajal became a mom after giving birth to a baby boy named Neil Kichlu. She has recently resumed work filming for Shankar's Indian 2 post her maternity break.
அந்த ஸ்டூடண்ட் இவ்ளோ பிரச்சனை பண்ற பையனா பேசாம டிஸ்மிஸ் பண்ணிடலாம்ல.
After the massive success of RRR in Japan, the makers of Thalapathy Vijay and Vijay Sethupathi star Master are likely to release the dubbed version of the film in the Asian country. Reports suggest that the Japanese version of the film is titled Sensi and will release in the East Asian country on November 18th. In the film, Thalapathy Vijay plays the role of an alcoholic professor. He's enrolled to teach at a juvenile facility and soon clashes with a ruthless gangster played by Sethupathi, who uses children as scapegoats for his crimes. Entertainment Bureau, Indiatoday.
It's time now to fly 7 seas across to check out the biggest newsmakers from the West. Here's Fully Foreign.
Baby love, I think I've been a little too kind. Didn't notice you walking all over my peace of mind. In the shoes I gave you as a present. Putting someone first only works when you're in their top 5. And by the way, I'm going out tonight.
Singer-songwriter Taylor Swift scored her 11th #1 album on the Billboard 200 chart as her studio album Midnights earned the equivalent of selling 1.578 million units, the largest week for any album in 7 years.
In the basement when I want the penthouse of your heart. Diamonds in my eyes. I polish up real nice. Baby boy, I think I've been too good of a girl.
She also became the only musician to claim the entire top 10 in the Billboard Hot 100 list.
I think it's time to teach some lessons. I made you my world. Have you heard? I can reclaim the land.
Swift's album beat out the record set by Drake's Certified Lover Boy, which had occupied the 9th spot of the Hot 100's top for a week back in September 2021. Taylor Swift reacted to the same on social media and wrote, 10 out of 10 of the Hot 100. On my 10th album, I am in shambles. Leading the way for Swift on the Hot 100 list was her song Anti-Hero, which occupied the #1 spot, her 9th career leader.
My covert narcissism, like disguises altruism, like some kind of consciousness. All this time, I wake up screaming from dreaming. One day I'll watch as you're leaving, and life will lose all its meaning. For the last time, it's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me. At tea time, everybody agrees. I'll stare directly at the sun, but never in the mirror. It must be exhausting, always rooting for the anti-hero.
Her other tracks on the top 10 song list includes Lavender Haze, Maroon, Snow on the Beach, Midnight Train, Bejeweled, and Question. Taylor Swift has now tied with Barbara Streisand for the most #1 albums for a female artist.
The family gathers around and reads it, and then someone screams out, she's
laughing up at us from hell.
Hollywood actor Yahya Abdul-Mateen II, who is also known for his role as Black Manta in the Jason Momoa star Aquaman and for his memorable role in HBO's Watchmen, will reportedly be playing the titular character in Marvel's upcoming series Wonder Man.
Think I'm gonna need a bigger helmet.
Wonder Man, or Simon Williams, first appeared in Marvel's comic book universe in The Avengers in 1964.
Perished? Yeah, that's true.
Simon was originally a failed business tycoon who made a deal with Baron Zemo to obtain superpowers in exchange for joining the Avengers.
This is what revolution looks like, real revolution.
Abdul-Mateen has also received critical acclaim for his performances in the trial of the Chicago 7.
There will be order! We have to find some courage now.
And Candyman in 2020 and 2021 respectively.
I brought him back.
Candyman, is it real? He chose you. He has purpose for you.
His Watchmen performance also won him an Emmy for Outstanding Supporting Actor.
The world will look up and shout, "Save us." And I'll whisper, "No." It's coming to the surface.
He will be reprising his role as Black Manta in Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom, which is scheduled to release in theaters on December 25th, 2023.
We're here. What are you doing?
You should have a parachute.
Redheads! You gotta love them.
Giancarlo Esposito, who is known for his negative role in Breaking Bad and The Mandalorian, has reportedly been roped in to play the role of Professor Charles Xavier in the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
That's not how Strange died. Strange did not die defeating Thanos. We were at war, while the rest of us banded together to try to stop Thanos.
Professor X has appeared in several X-Men films with Patrick Stewart playing the original version of the character and James McAvoy appearing as his younger version. Patrick Stewart appeared as different version of the character for a cameo appearance in Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, which released earlier this year.
Grab my hand. Perhaps if I can pull you from under the rubble, the spell will break.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
It's time for a very short break now, but there's lots more coming up on the other side, so stay tuned to In the Club. It's time to check out what is keeping us celebrities busy. Here's our popular segment, What's Trending.
Grapevine is a bus that superstar Akshay Kumar has reportedly asked for over 100 crore rupees as remuneration for Hera Pheri 3, the third film in the comedy franchise. Akshay has always commanded a premium fee in comparison to other actors in the Hindi film industry, but the makers might feel that his fee could not be justified as Akshay's films have performed below par at the box office. Akshay's latest release, Ram Setu, released last week and has brought in decent numbers.
मेरा काम है इतिहास की परत को खोलना इतिहास का मतलब समझते हो It does happen.
While his earlier theatrical releases such as Raksha Bandhan and Samrat Prithviraj failed at the ticket counters. While Akshay's fee could be a stumbling block, Firoz Nadiadwala is in conversation with producer Anand Pandit for Hera Pheri 3 and an update is expected this month. The first film in the franchise, Hera Pheri, released in 2000 and was a commercial and critical success. The rib-tickling comedy starred Paresh Rawal and Sunil Shetty alongside Akshay as the trio plotted to get rich instantly.
चलो भाई जल्दी चलो
क्या बाबू भैया आपको दिखाई नहीं देता? अरे कैसे दिखेगा हलकट? ऐसा रुपया मत का चढ़ा हुआ है, आंखों पे चश्मा नहीं है, कैसे दिखेगा? क्या चश्मा ला मेरा? हाँ चिल्ला क्यों रहे? ला रहा हूँ ना.
Meanwhile, Hera Pheri 2 continued the story of Raju, Shyam and Babu Rao as their lives changed completely after getting cheated by a fraudster.
क्या माइला पाकिट मार दे? इतना चिल्लाते क्यों आप? अरे नहीं बाबा, मैं नहीं आ सकता. गाड़ी मेरे भरोसे पे छोड़ के गया. उसको बुरा लगेगा. नहीं आ सकता. अरे यार इनको समझाओ ना यार. अरे लॉक कैसा आएगा? अरे लॉक ऐसा खुलता चलो.
Salman Khan's Kisi Ka Bhai, Kisi Ki Jaan has gotten bigger and better. The actor took to social media and introduced boxer Vijendra Singh as part of the upcoming family entertainer film. Salman Khan also posted a group picture from the sets and wished Vijendra Singh on his birthday. Sharing the picture, the Sultan actor wrote, and we quote, "Happy birthday, Hamare boxer bhai Vijendra Singh. Welcome on board. #Kisi Ka Bhai, Kisi Ki Jaan." Alongside Salman, Vijendra, Jassi Gill, Raghav Jiyal and Siddharth Nigam were seen posing for the camera. Vijendra thanked Salman and shared the same picture on his handle. Kisi Ka Bhai, Kisi Ki Jaan is an action-packed entertainer directed by Fahad Samji and features Salman Khan, Pooja Hegde and Venkatesh in lead role. The actor has a couple of interesting projects in his kitty. Recently, the Sultan actor had announced the new release date of his next action thriller film, Tiger 3, which was previously scheduled to hit cinemas on April 23rd, 2023. But now it will roll out in theatres on the occasion of Diwali 2023.
Tiger always ready. All right.
The latest issue of Cosmopolitan India celebrates the women who have guts and the power to make a positive change in society. Our Lifestyle Bureau with this report.
Guts. You can envy them, love them, vie to be like them. They really don't care about the crippling expectations of others. Swara Bhaskar plans to stay vocal about her values that she believes in. Neha Dhupia is on a mission to end the judgment on women's bodies. Sameera Reddy has made herself priority number 1. Kusha Kapila has turned her back to people-pleasing. Seema Anand unapologetically educates women on the art of pleasure. And many more featured show the world how they dance to their own tunes and say no to limiting beliefs. Cosmopolitan India's latest issue is all about people who have shed off what society thinks of them. They make their own rules.
The guts issue really is about guts, right? It's about breaking rules. It's about not being scared. It's about learning to say no, learning to push back and take back your own personal power. And every single person on the cover of the guts issue really personifies personal power, courage, taking stand, to being able to say no, to being able to set boundaries, and to be able to really just following your own heart and, knowing where that goes.
The gutsy ones, the bold ones, are considered to be too polite or provocative by society. Cosmopolitan India's latest issue celebrates them. These women dance to their own tunes and speak up about depression, body shaming, marital rape, sex, and are unapologetic about who or what they are.
The whole thought of guts really means it's like breaking the shackles and saying enough, I will do what I need to do for my own personal joy, for my own growth, for my own happiness.
And hence Rob Siltarton's famous quote resonates here. This sure goes out to the crazy ones, the misfits, the rebels, the troublemakers, the round pegs in the square holes, the ones who see things differently. They're not fond of rules and they have no respect for the status quo. You can quote them, disagree with them, glorify or vilify them. About the only thing you cannot do is ignore them, because they change things. They push the human race forward. And while some may see them as the crazy ones, we see genius, because the people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who do. Unquote. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Well, that's all we could pack in our show today, but keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today to get your daily dose of entertainment. This is me, Dipali Patel, signing off. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
India's Oscar entry film, Chalo Show, revolves around a young boy and his intense love for cinema. One of the boys who played a very crucial role in the film, Rahul Kohli, who essayed that role to real perfection, unfortunately has passed away. Rahul was fighting leukemia for the last few years but managed to beat the cancer complications all through the film's shoot. His father, who's an auto rickshaw driver, broke down while confirming the news. He said that Rahul was doing okay until the morning of October 2nd. He had fever and soon after eating his breakfast, he repeatedly vomited blood. He was rushed to the hospital but unfortunately was declared dead. Rahul Kohli comes from a humble family. He was very eager to watch this film release, Chalo Show. In fact, Rahul's father even sold his auto rickshaw to treat his son's cancer. But once the filmmakers of Chalo Show heard about this, they even bought him a new auto rickshaw. Rahul's parents say that he was keenly awaiting the release of the film and was very sure that the family's fortunes would change after the film's release. But alas, the crew of film Chalo Show, who was with Rahul all through the time he was at the hospital beating cancer, have broken down ever since. The movie is now India's official entry into the Oscars, representing the country in the Best International Film category. Rahul's family and his entire village are now going to be watching the film in a special screening, Chalo Show, all seated together as an ode to this young boy. We're only hoping that the film would win at the Oscars. That will be a true ode to Rahul Kohli. His dreams surely will live on.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your Connect.
watching India Today.
Very good afternoon and thanks so much for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's begin with the headlines first this afternoon. Convent Sukesh's explosive charge at Aam Aadmi Party. Writes letter to Delhi LG alleging he paid over 60 crore rupees to AAP and Satyendra Jain. Kejriwal calls it BJP's attempt to divert attention from the Morbi tragedy. Air quality deteriorates across Delhi as several locations turn hazardous. Quality to remain very poor to severe in the next 6 days. War of words erupts over stubble burning. After 134 people died in Morbi bridge tragedy, cops arrest clerks, managers and security guards. No accountability on authorities yet. Can the municipal authorities pass the buck? Ahead of Prime Minister Modi's Morbi visit, the civil hospital gets a facelift, walls painted, new hospital beds and water coolers. Politics erupts over hospital renovation. Mega escalation in state of war Telangana after Rahul mocks KCR for his national ambitions. KTR hits back, calls Rahul a wannabe Prime Minister. Elon Musk cements control on Twitter. Now the sole director of Twitter must fuel suspense on Trump return. Breaking news just coming in. Munugode tense ahead of polls clashes on the final day of campaign. Now reported, look at those visuals that are coming in. The BJP convoy attacked by the TRS workers. Police resort to lathi charge. Tensions prevail in Munugode during the final day of the campaign, but the BJP leaders' convoy allegedly attacked by TRS workers. The police have resorted to lathi charge to take stock and control of the situation. Just look at the visuals that are coming in at the moment. Listen into what's going on right there. Joins us for the very latest update. Please walk our viewers to these horrific visuals that we're playing right here. Police resorting to lathi charge. BJP alleges that they were attacked by TRS workers. What's going on right there in Munugode?
See, here with the upcoming by-election that is going to be held on November 3rd, today was a model code of conduct that will be imposed from 6 p.m. following with the huge campaign was being organized by both the parties, the TRS, BJP and the other parties. Now, during this campaign, what we are getting to know is first the BJP MLA, Ital Rajendra's convoy was attacked by several, allegedly attacked by the TRS workers. And then later, during there was a road show that was being held by the TRS working president, KT Ramarao, in Munugodu, the same moment where several TRS leaders were also attacked by the BJP leaders. In this attack, several of them were injured, party workers too. MLC Palla Rajeshwar Reddy, MLA Peddi Sudarshan Reddy and ZP chairman Jagadish, these people were injured and several of them severely injured. Now police has resorted to lathi charge. However, police has not given the proper information as to what led to this incident. But yes, with this ongoing heat of campaign in Munugodu by-election, this incident has taken place. Several leaders, several of the workers, party workers have been injured as of now. That is what we are getting to know. First, the BJP MLA's convoy was attacked. Stones were pelted on the convoy. Several of them injured. And then later, TRS leaders were attacked by alleged BJP workers. And in that incident, what we are getting to know is MLC Palla Rajeshwar Reddy, the MLA Sudarshan Reddy and ZP chairman. All these three were injured during this campaign. Now KT Ramarao is holding a roadshow in Munugodu where by 6 p.m. the campaign, the time for the campaign will be closed and a model code of conduct will be imposed as announced by the Chief Election Commissioner here. So with this heat, with this
about the allegation by the BJP that they were attacked first, because you know when you have a pandemonium of this nature, you can really never tell who was the one to attack whom first, and then it just kind of blows out of proportion. And we've seen that multiple times in the past as well. What is the police saying at the moment, and how does the TRS respond to these allegations?
See, here the police has not given a clear information, but yes, police have resorted to lathi charge.
Krishank, who's the TRS leader, is joining us on the phone line right now. I'm being told, sir, how do you respond to all of what is happening in Munugodu at the moment? The police have resorted to lathi charge. But first up, how do you respond to the BJP saying that it was the TRS that attacked their cadre first?
Saitiji, it is amusing that why is it always with Bharatiya Janata Party that whenever there are polls across the nation, there is such kind of attacks and they want to blame others. This is not new for BJP. They have done this in Bengal. They do this in Gujarat. Every time when there are Gujarat polls, there are some other riots. I believe last week also there were some riots in Gujarat. So here too they are trying to do the same. And they want to, brand others and blame others. Bharatiya Janata Party is afraid that this election, this poll is slipping away from them. And that is why they want to resort to stone pelting. We are in government. We are responsible that we will ensure that this election goes smoothly. And that is why Bharatiya Janata Party wants to resort to such kind of drama, melodrama, which they have been doing every time, be it GHMC elections, previous by-elections, and even now also, such kind of dramas and such kind of violent activities of Bharatiya Janata Party.
With utmost certainty that it wasn't the TRS that initiated the attack on the BJP convoy, because that's a very serious allegation coming in from them that they were the ones attacked by the TRS.
Absolutely not. See, today is the last day of polls. If such was the case, earlier also, from last 25 days, we have been campaigning smoothly. So why would there be attacks on such? In fact, people are angry at this candidate that this entire election has been bulldozed on this constituency just for his 18,000 crore contract. So people are angry, but even then, 25 days of election campaign, everything has been smoothly. We expect the same thing. We are afraid that BJP on these reasons, they want to cancel this election with the pressure of election commission like they've done to RK Nagar bypass.
All right. BJP leader is also joining us on the phone line. Krishank ji, hold on right there with us. So I don't know whether you heard Krishank from the TRS or not, but he says that this is all a ploy of the Bharatiya Janata Party. And he says that, every time there is an election in anywhere, you see these similar kind of clashes breaking out with the Bharatiya Janata Party crying foul and alleging that they were attacked, whereas the case is the opposite.
Yeah. See, as far as the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned in Munugodu, definitely Bharatiya Janata Party candidate is going to win this hands-on with a huge majority. Sensing this kind of, the majority, and then the TRS is just finding some excuse or something to have some kind of issue so that, there will be some kind of sympathy to the TRS. As far as the Bharatiya...
No, but here the allegation is coming from the BJP that your convoy was attacked by the TRS. It's not the other way around. They're not playing victim card at all.
Exactly. We are just maintaining the peaceful the bike rally, and then we are going on door to door the canvassing. But the TRS people already know that there is no question of the TRS winning. So they wanted to make an issue, and then they wanted to gain some kind of sympathy, which
is that the case? Is that the case? Let me take this with our TRS spokesperson as well. Sir, is that the case? What NV Subhash says? All right, we've lost that connection right there. But, would you say, Mr. NV Subhash, that the law and order situation was brought under control? Did the TRS act on it, the government act on it? Because the police would follow the orders of the government. Campaign. The BJP convoy attack, that's what the BJP says, by the TRS workers. The police resort to lathi charge. Tensions prevailed in Munukode during the final day of campaign, where BJP leaders' convoy allegedly were attacked by the TRS workers. That's the allegation coming in. Police have resorted to lathi charge to take control of the situation. Abdul is with us, our reporter. Abdul, before anything else, is the situation all right now, or is it still tense?
See, right now the police is trying to control the situation where several of these party workers have been dispersed. Now police is on alert. Several of these injured people have been shifted to the nearby hospitals, and then now the police is trying to control the situation. However, the BJP workers and the BJP MLA has moved from the spot where this attack has taken place. However, heavy police deployment has been seen. More than 3,000 police personnel have been deployed in view of this Munugode by-election that is going to be held. Now this force that is being used at these places where a roadshow of KTR was planned earlier. But while the party leaders were moving towards the roadshow, this attack has taken place on the TRS party leaders. However,
news coming in, we'll have to cut straight across to it. The Karnataka temple chariot collapses. Massive tragedy averted in Karnataka. Close shave coming in for devotees. The chariot collapsed in Chamrajnagar temple. No casualties or injuries have been reported. Just look at the way it's collapsed. It just collapsed. It just came crashing down like that. It's the chariot that collapsed. Thankfully, what we're picking up at the moment is that no injuries, no casualties reported whatsoever. That is the breaking news coming in at the moment. We'll get Sagai to join us with the latest details. It could have been a tragedy, but it's been averted. It's been a rather close shave for the devotees. Just look at that. There could be injuries, but thankfully there have been none. It could have been a huge tragedy, but at the moment, no casualties, no injuries reported. This took place in Chamrajnagar temple. This is the Karnataka temple chariot that has collapsed. Let's get Sagai to join us for the very latest on this story in terms of what really happened there, how the chariot collapsed, whether it wasn't checked. Sagai is now joining us. Sagai, how did the chariot just collapse like that? What do the temple authorities have to say in terms of this particular chariot? Did they not check the chariot to see whether it was all right or not? What's going on right there?
Yes, this particular chariot was decorated and it was full of all kind of decoration this morning. And when it started the procession in the temple in Chandanapura, Virabhadrashwara temple, all of a sudden it has collapsed. There is a police and there is also the temple authorities who are looking into what exactly went wrong with this particular chariot, because every single year, whenever there is a Kartika month, that is an auspicious month of Hindus post Deepavali, there is a chariot procession which happens in this particular temple, and it was on a procession. That's when it suddenly collapsed, and thankfully, as you rightly pointed out, that nobody got injured and no casualty was been reported. But the temple authorities as well as the police are investigating what exactly went wrong and how all of a sudden this particular chariot has collapsed.
All right. Thanks so much for joining us with the latest details right there, Sagai. We've got some breaking news coming in. We'll have to cut straight across to it. Shocking images coming in from Yellapura, Uttara Kannada district. Bridge meant for two-wheelers and walkers was used by a person to drive his car. The locals immediately alerted the officials and cautioned the car driver. The car driver claimed he saw bikes travelling and assumed that a car could also go on it. He's not a local resident. Perhaps it could have been a human error, but just look at the visuals that are coming in. A car on a bridge which is meant for pedestrians and two-wheelers. Shocking images coming in right there. Nagarjun is now joining us for the latest. Nagarjun, sure, we can understand that the car driver did not know because he's not a local, but did he not see the size of the bridge to see whether a car can actually fit into it or not?
That's exactly the locals what they're claiming. In fact, they were shocked and surprised to see the car on the bridge. This was a bridge in Yellapur Taluk in Uttara Kannada district, and this bridge allows two-wheelers and pedestrians to walk on it. But an over-enthusiastic car driver took the bridge to drive his car and cross over the river. And finally, the locals alerted the officials and then pushed the car back. When questioning the car driver said that he didn't know that car was not loud, but locals were surprised because the narrow bridge could never fit a car, but still he tried to push through him and he was halfway through, but the locals made sure that he was sent back.
In the light of the tragedy that has taken place in Morbi, I can just imagine what perhaps, if there are cars that are allowed on bridges like that and there's no patrolling, there could be another catastrophe for the pedestrians, for the two-wheelers, for the people for whom the bridge is actually meant to be. And hence, is there no patrolling around the bridge at all?
Well, these are interior village bridges, Chaiti. There are no patrolling person, but there will be beat police per se. They come once in an hour or once in half an hour and they go back. These are the normal police beat system that they do. But considering this is not a city and it's an interior villages, they hardly find any police personnel to visit there often. But however, the local panchayats and the revenue department are aware of the incident, and when they were called, they also reached the location.
Right. And now, what is the action that is being taken against the driver of this car?
I mean, they just cautioned him because he claimed that he didn't know what exactly happened. He saw the bike going on it. He assumed that the bridge also allowed cars to also fly on it. So he claims innocence for his act.
Thanks, Nagarjun, for joining us with the very latest details on this story. We'll continue to get you more details as they emerge. But big breaking news coming in. Let's cut across to it. Big breaking news coming in. India Today has tracked down the firm behind the Morbi bridge collapse. Top Oriva officials have gone missing. Oriva boss Patel's house also has been deserted at the moment. Offices shut since Diwali vacation. The lens is now on the tender for the Morbi bridge. Ground report coming in from Ahmedabad and Morbi at the moment. Collapse is killed 134. Oriva Trust under fire at the moment. The big question arising is whether the firm profited over lives. There was profit for lives for the Gujarat firm or not. The top officials have gone missing. They're absconding at the moment. We're getting ground reports coming in. Take a look at the ground reports that are coming in.
We are standing outside the house of Jesu Kodavji Patel, the owner of Oreva Group. You can see that it's a big farmhouse located in the outskirts of Ahmedabad city. According to the locals and nearby people living here, they said that people were living here. There were movement of people inside this big farmhouse spread across at least 10 acres in this area. That there was movement of few people few days ago, but they have not seen anybody since yesterday evening. All the post holders are missing and no action has been taken against the important people of the company who were awarded the contract. The important question is that when will this company come down in public and give their statement on this entire issue, and when will police take action against all the accused who renovated that bridge? With camera person Nikhil Sharma from Ahmedabad, Jai Kishan Sharma for India Today. We are standing outside the Oreva house where the offices of Ajanta Manufacturing is located. There are offices of Ajanta Watches, Ajanta Infra and Ajanta Energy. The main gates of these offices are locked since last 3 days, according to the nearby residents. Nobody is coming to the office after this incident. So when we contacted the local guards here and asked them why the doors are closed, he said that he is unaware of the fact that why the offices are not being opened. It's the same company which was given contract for renovation, and this company had further subtendered this project to another company. With camera person Nikhil Sharma from Ahmedabad, Jai Kishan Sharma for India Today.
After Morbi bridge collapse, there are many questions being raised on the renovation of the bridge. Oreva Group, which did the renovation of this bridge, the managing director of this company, Jaisukh Patel, he has one of the houses which we are here in Rewa Township in Morbi. So this house is where he was there when he inaugurated the bridge during Diwali. It was 7 days ago when the bridge was inaugurated. During the bridge inauguration, he had said that he has spent 2 crore rupees for the renovation. There are many technical helps which have been taken, and the bridge has been made more durable. So those were the comments which were made. But of course, the accident which took place in Morbi has raised many questions even on the renovation, the type of material which was being used, and the number of people who were allowed on those bridges. So as of now, you can see that what we have been told that this house is locked. And last time Jaisukh Patel came here during Diwali when the inauguration of the bridge had taken place. He has one residence in Ahmedabad also. As of now, the police investigation is ongoing. There are few workers, people who are associated with Oreva Group have also been booked and arrested, and further investigations are on. With camera person Samir Shanbag in Morbi, Mustafa Sheikh for India Today.
Questions are now being raised over how a wall clock manufacturing company was awarded a contract to maintain and manage the ill-fated bridge in Morbi. It has also emerged that it was not the first time that the Oreva Group was awarded the contract. More details in this report.
Oreva, the biggest wall clock manufacturer in India, now has its name linked forever to the Morbi bridge tragedy. The private sector group, considered an entrepreneurial case study in management schools, is now under the lens of investigation agencies. The 51-year-old group specializes in wall clocks with the well-known brand Ajanta, calculators, CFL lights and e-bikes, leaving people wondering how it bagged the contract to maintain the more than 100-year-old bridge. Curiously, the Oreva website lists all the businesses the company is in, boasting that it has 6,000 employees, but it has no mention of having any interests in the construction or maintenance business. Founded by Udhavji Raghavji Patel in 1971, Oreva started out by manufacturing wall clocks and other products under the Ajanta and Orpat brands. Ajanta, in fact, has made Morbi the wall clock capital of India. After the founder Udhavji passed away about a decade ago, his son Jaisukh Patel took over the company, paving the way for expansion into other areas. Now, with annual revenues in excess of 800 crore rupees, the company has spread into home and electrical appliances, calculators, ceramic products and e-bikes. According to sources, the company was first awarded the contract to maintain and manage the 233-meter-long bridge in Morbi in 2008. The 10-year deal expired in 2018. For the next 4 years, no one was given the maintenance contract. Then this year in March, the contract was given to Ajanta Manufacturing again, this time for 15 years. The company outsourced the work to a third party. Ajanta was given 8 to 12 months to fix the bridge. It, however, opened the bridge to the public in just 5 months without getting a mandatory fitness certificate from the proper authorities.
This whole office belongs to Oreva Group, and let me tell you, over 50 to 60 people actually worked in this particular Oreva house, but currently not a single person is present over here. Also, let me tell you that even the security guards are not present over here. We spoke to some of the people in the nearby building. They told us that this entire office, this entire premises would be full of people. There would be high-end cars who would be parked over here. But today, right now, let me tell you that nobody is present after this whole incident has taken place.
The company, meanwhile, says the bridge collapsed because there were too many people on it and some of them were trying to sway it from one way to another. There are meanwhile allegations of political meddling, with the police not naming any company in its FIR. Though the report is registered under sections 304, 308 and 114, the FIR only mentions agencies responsible for maintenance and managing the bridge, not the name of the company given these tasks. Bureau Report, India Today.
There is national shock and fury over the 134 deaths in the Morbi bridge collapse. It is now certain that the tragedy was man-made. Gujarat police say technical and structural flaws, lack of certification, as well as some maintenance issues were responsible for this tragedy. So what happens to the men responsible for this catastrophe? 9 people have been arrested and charged with culpable homicide not amounting to murder. Amongst the 9 who have been arrested are 2 ticket clerks, 2 managers, all employed by Oreva, the company that was responsible for the maintenance of the bridge. The other 5 accused include 2 repairing contractors hired by the Oreva group and 3 people working at the bridge as security personnel. But what about the big fish? What about the municipal authorities that did not know that the renovated bridge was being reopened, or the Oreva group that did not seek a security and fitness certification before inaugurating the bridge? What happens to them? When will the big heads roll?
Today we again resumed the search and rescue operations to find out any dead bodies or any missing personnel. It is suspected that some bodies may be there on the floor of the river. That's why we resumed the operations with the help of our deep divers.
Sir, is there? हम लोग तो गए थे 6 आदमी गए थे, उसमें से 5 को लौट पाया और 1 आदमी का पूरा डेथ हो गया। और मुझे तो तैरना आता था, मैं तो खुद ही बचा, तो दूसरों को भी अच्छे से बचा लिया। करीबन 50-60 आदमी को बचाया, मैं और मेरे दोस्त मिलके।
जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन कहेंगे उसको अपने रेस्क्यू नहीं कह सकते, क्योंकि बहुत असंभव है ये पूरी तरह से कि कोई जिंदा बचा हो, तो इसे सर्च ऑपरेशन कहा जा सकता है। आपको तस्वीरें मैं इसीलिए यहाँ पर दिखाता हूँ, एरियल व्यू, कैसे तमाम जो एजेंसियां हैं आज वापस जुट गई हैं। ये लगभग समझिए कि तीसरा ही दिन है। बड़ी बड़ी मशीनें आई हैं, क्योंकि जलकुंभी ज्यादा है तो इससे पानी की विजिबिलिटी कम हो जाती है, उसे हटाया जा रहा है। और चाहे वो नेवी हो, एनडीआरएफ हो, एसडीआरएफ हो, भारतीय सेना हो, ये तमाम सारे लोग आखिरी दौर के सर्च ऑपरेशन में लगे हैं कि अगर 2 से 3 शव जिनका अंदेशा है कि वो अभी भी पानी में हो सकते हैं तो उसे निकाल लिया जाए। हालांकि पानी का स्तर थोड़ा कम हुआ है, क्योंकि जो एक छोटा सा एम्बैंकमेंट था, बांधनुमा स्ट्रक्चर था, उसे तोड़ दिया गया था कि पानी निकल जाए। ऊपर से बाकी आप चूंकि प्रधानमंत्री का भी दौरा है तो इसके लिए भी जो सिक्योरिटी अपरेटस है उसको काफी मजबूत किया गया। वो खुद यहाँ पर आएंगे जायजा लेने के लिए, उसके बाद अस्पताल जाएंगे।
सर ये बताइए कि कितने लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हुई है, उन पे क्या क्या चार्जेस लगे हैं?
आज हमने जो दुखद घटना बनी थी उसके अंदर 9 लोगों को अरेस्ट किया है और तमाम के विरुद्ध में भारतीय दंड संहिता के कलम 304, 308 और 114 के तहत इसमें गुना दाखिल किया गया है।
साथ ही एक सवाल ये भी खड़ा होता है, जो कंपनी है, क्योंकि ओरेवा कंपनी है, उसकी टिकट पे भी फोटो और लोगो लगा हुआ है, तो क्या उस कंपनी के खिलाफ कोई कार्यवाही पुलिस करेगी?
देखो, पुलिस ने सभी मुद्दाओं को खुला रखा है। पुलिस कोई भी कंपनी हो, कोई भी व्यक्ति हो, किसी को छोड़ने के लिए हम लोग इसमें तमाम प्रकार की जो हमारी कायदे की प्रक्रिया पूरी करेंगे, किसी व्यक्ति को छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा।
स्ट्रक्चर में कहीं गड़बड़ थी जिसकी वजह से ब्रिज गिरा है?
अभी जो 2 दिन की जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन उसके अंदर लगता है कि इसमें टेक्निकल जो खामी थी उसकी वजह से इसमें ये नुकसान हुआ है, ब्रिज कोलैप्स हुआ है।
Mustafa Sheikh is joining in from the SP office in Morbi. A battery of reporters are tracking these developments. Saurabh Vakhtania joins us from the civil hospital in Morbi. Ashutosh Mishra from the tragedy spot right there in Morbi. Let's begin with Ashutosh. Ashutosh, what about the big guns? There are arrests that have been made, but what about the big guns of the Oriva group? Where are they? What is going on as far as nabbing them and questioning them is concerned?
Well, we have no information about whether police going at all to question them, but for now they have made certain arrests. Of course, what it looks like symbolically, but when it goes to the legal process, primarily you have to, hold someone responsible. And where it was indeed, lacking on the parts of the local administration from that particular company, including those who sell tickets, including those who are responsible to ensure there is not much gathering. But when it comes to the larger responsibility fixing up, which goes to the local police, which failed to contain the crowd. Second responsibility from the municipal corporation, the local civic body, under which knows this bridge was operational, and as they claim the NOC wasn't given, why did they allow the bridge to be operational? So clearly those three, including the top municipal officials, including the local police, and also when it comes to the negligence at the part of the company from the top brass, which was responsible for the maintenance. I have literally seen all those thick cable where it has been, snapped upon, and also where it is connected through on that mega giant grip. Clearly, what it looks like that there have not been maintenance work carried out, particularly in last a few months, at least as they claim the renovation was taking place. So this is clearly shows that safety audit wasn't done properly. Had that been the case, clearly, you have recently seen how government imposed certain order. There will be not massive crowding on the Atal bridge. There will not be crowding on the similar suspension bridge in Dwarka. Why did they fail to bring such order here when this bridge was innovated? And that is putting the government under dock. How they fail to take action properly, and yet the question that remains, when are the big fish will be nailed? While this IT has been formed, which is continuing the investigation, which has started its investigation.
Very well said. When will the big fish be nailed? That's the big question. Mustafa Sheikh, who's joined us from the SP office, Morbi. Same question, Mustafa. When will the big fish finally be nailed? And how is it even possible that the local municipal corporation, Mustafa, was not aware that this bridge was, the floodgates were open for people to come there and enjoy their Sunday afternoon? I mean, how is it that they were not aware of it? What are you picking up on all those fronts?
Well, clearly, what the reasons which have been told by the civic body is not acceptable. There is something which is more to it, but at the same time, maybe there is an attempt to delay the investigation because there is an inquiry commission, for all you know, and they are going to fact find as to what had happened, what were the documents which were submitted, and things like that. Police is carrying out one part of the investigation, because even now the larger question remains is that how Oriva Group was getting these contracts, because even in the past, if they had this bridge maintenance work, they don't have a company which relates to any of these maintenance, engineering, construction, real estate. So that raises a big question about how the contracts were being given out. Secondly, after the renovation, the management which was there was obviously, as we know, that a lot of tickets were sold. So there are a lot of questions here. When the Home Minister of Gujarat was asked this question, he said that the inquiry commission is constituted and they will look into these matters. But yes, there are victims' families, there are people who are asking for answers as to what had happened, because if you look at even now the scenario which we have in the present state, there is no clear picture available as to what went wrong, what was the real reason behind Morbi bridge collapse is something which is still in the realm of unknown. So the Prime Minister is coming here, he is going to possibly meet some family members of the victims also, what demands they make. He will take an update from the Superintendent of Police.
We also have Saurabh joining us. Vakhtania, Saurabh, you were the first one to track the story as it broke out, and you've seen the tragedy unfold in front of your eyes, quite literally, because you were right there when this news broke. At the moment, all right, we'll go back to him in moments from now, but we're getting some breaking news coming in. We'll have to cut straight across to it. Congress targets Prime Minister ahead of Prime Minister's visit. Congress's Rajaji attack on the Prime Minister. Congress says Gujarat model is equal to corruption and commission. That is what the Congress says as far as the Morbi bridge tragedy is concerned. Of course, this is coming in after Rahul Gandhi ended up saying that we don't want to politicize this entire issue. But now Congress has targeted the Prime Minister particularly ahead of his visit to Morbi. They've made a Rajaji attack on Prime Minister Modi. They say that the Gujarat model is equal to corruption and commission. Do we have a reporter on this? Saurabh is with us. All right, Saurabh, earlier I was mentioning as to how you were the first person who was witness to this entire story unraveling right in front of your eyes. You are at the civil hospital right now. You've been speaking to the survivors as well. I'm pretty sure there is palpable amount of anger against the authorities, and they also somewhere seek justice for the people, the near and dear ones that they have, lost as far as this tragedy is concerned. What have your interactions been like with the victims?
So what the information what we got and what we spoke to those several victims at particular civil hospital, they clearly told us that if there was proper information given to them, if they were told that the bridge is crowded, then why would they have taken their family members, small kid to that particular bridge? It was the lapses from the part of the officials that why people were not stopped at that particular bridge. Now, let me show you that how continuous VIP movement is going on at this particular.
Before you show us that, let's also get to the latest breaking news that is coming in, which is the Congress's attack calling Prime Minister Rajaji over there. Is the Prime Minister coming to Morbi making any difference to the survivors out there? Is it somewhere reassuring them? What is the sense that you're picking up from the survivors you've been interacting with? Saurabh, can you hear me? Let's reestablish that connection right there to Saurabh Aktania as well. In the meanwhile, our other reporters continue to be on the broadcast with us. The Congress has targeted Prime Minister ahead of Prime Minister's visit to Morbi. Congress has made a Rajaji attack on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Congress says Gujarat model is equal to corruption and commission. Ashutosh continues to be on this broadcast with us. Is Ashutosh with us? Our reporters will join us in moments from now. The Congress has targeted the Prime Minister. We still have to wait and watch to see how the BJP responds to the Congress's attack right here. It's interesting to note that when Rahul Gandhi was first questioned about this, he said he does not want to politicize this issue at all because it is a tragedy. And here you've got the Congress party targeting Prime Minister Modi ahead of the visit to Morbi. They've made a Rajaji attack on Prime Minister Modi. Congress says Gujarat model is equal to corruption and commission. This, of course, they're saying in the light of the project being handed over to the Oriva Group, which is a wall clock manufacturing companies, and big questions are actually arising on how this project was even for renovation of a bridge was handed over to the Oriva Group. Oriva Group top bosses are missing. They've gone missing. We just reported that a while back as well. And the investigation is on. An SIT has been formed to investigate details. Ashutosh is back with us. Ashutosh, the Congress has taken a jibe on Prime Minister Modi's visit, saying Gujarat model equals to corruption and commission. And here, questions are actually arising, Ashutosh, on how the Oriva Group was even awarded this contract in the first place. They manufacture wall clocks, for heaven's sake. We've lost that line to Ashutosh, but Saurabh Aktania joins us on this broadcast again. Saurabh, if you could walk our viewers through the latest politicking that is going on the back of this particular tragedy.
There's a lot of politics which is right now being played on this particular incident. There are a lot of questions which have been asked on by the opposition, particularly by the Aam Aadmi Party as well as the Congress Party. They are raising that why the big fish are not being arrested at this particular case. What the questions are right now being raised are that before the stipulated time which was given, this bridge got opened by the particular company Oreva. There was no fitness certificate which was taken. In fact, municipal corporation did not act on the matter. Where were they sleeping over that? So clearly there are several questions which have been asked by the opposition few more questions are that particular minister, health minister, the Aam Aadmi Party tweeted a lot of videos saying that the health minister at the time when this whole incident took place, he was partying and there were cake cutting ceremony which were happening. We spoke to the minister, he clearly said that the video was old and when the incident took place, he reached at this place. So currently there's a lot of politics which has been played on this particular
Stay on with us. 5 minutes 54 seconds on the watch. That's when the Prime Minister is going to be reaching Morbi. So there are 5 to 6 minutes left right now for the Prime Minister to reach Morbi, on the back of which the Congress has hit out at the Prime Minister, calling the Gujarat model equaling to corruption and commission. Ashutosh is back with us. But Ashutosh, I was asking this question earlier to you as well. How in the God's name can this contract even be awarded to the Oriva Group, which is known for manufacturing wall clocks? And that is a question that the government of the day and the municipal corporation, the local authorities will have to answer, Ashutosh.
Well, Chaiti, you know what I'm saying here, since the Prime Minister is expected to arrive any moment here, Oreva's name is being covered here by, there I see some soldiers from the Indian Army. These are of course the officials from the administration. They are covering up this company's name here. You see these clear images. It was, now the name is being covered by this piece of cloth, and that's exactly the place where Prime Minister is expected to arrive any moment. He'll take stock of the situation and also see the search operation. There I can see the security personnel, the security apparatus, and also Oreva's name is being covered. These are the live images here. As far as this politics is concerned, you know, it is again subjective whether you call it fortunate or the unfortunate, but whenever you take it, any incident that happens in any state, or opposition always questions the party in power, and that has been the tradition, and that's exactly where the accountability also been answered. If you see any other state where BJP is in opposition, in such cases, they question always the government over the different issues. When it comes to any BJP ruling states, then the non-BJP parties, you know, leaves no opportunity to target the BJP, and that's what we are seeing in the Morbi.
No, and that is the role of an opposition. Whichever the ruling party is, it doesn't matter. The opposition has to question the ruling party, and that's exactly what they're doing. They have questioned the Gujarat government on the Gujarat model, asking whether this is of corruption and commissions. And, you know, we can see that those Oriva, all the branding of Oriva is being covered right ahead of Prime Minister Modi's visit. Perhaps that's also being done to make sure that the wrong messaging doesn't go out when the Prime Minister speaks or is, you know, caught on camera taking stock of the situation as well. Ashutosh? Ashutosh, can you hear me? We'll get Ashutosh back on the broadcast. He's right there where the Prime Minister is going to be arriving. About 3 minutes to go for the Prime Minister to arrive right there. And the opposition in Gujarat, which is the Congress party, rightfully questioning the ruling party on the Gujarat bridge tragedy. They have questioned and asked questions on whether the Gujarat model equals to corruption and commission. We still have to get a response from the Bharatiya Janata Party on this attack coming in from the Congress party. Politics breaks out ahead of Prime Minister Modi's visit to Civic Hospital in Morbi after the unfortunate death of 135 people due to a cable bridge collapse. The opposition, Aam Aadmi Party and Congress have alleged that hospital has been decked up before the Prime Minister's visit, accusing the Bharatiya Janata Party government of deflecting attention from the tragedy to making it all about the Prime Minister. Indiatoday went to the hospital to bring you a ground reality, and we saw hospital beds, water coolers being brought in, further minor tiling work and door repairs were also conducted. We also spoke to the cleaning staff who said that they've been brought in from Rajkot for this work to be done right ahead of the Prime Minister's visit. Take a look.
We are right now present at Civil Hospital in Morbi, and let me tell you, behind me, this is the how rehearsal is been done by the officials over here, because Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to visit over here. He is going to meet the injured people. Here in the visuals, you can clearly see that how police bandobast is there, the entire convoy, that how all the cars will be coming over here, where the cars will be parked, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be getting down. So all this whole rehearsal is been done right now at the Morbi Hospital, and all the the entire entry and exit gate are right now been closed by the officials over here. They can't even, patients or the family members can't even enter from this particular main gate. A metal detector has been installed over here. So people are actually facing a lot of inconvenience over here. But right now, as you can see just behind me, that how this whole rehearsal process is now completed, and what we are expecting that by 3:30 to 4 Prime Minister Narendra Modi should be here at Civil Hospital in Morbi. With camera person Sajid Alam, this is Saurabh Vaktania in Morbi for India Today. We are right now present in the civil hospital of Morbi, and there are several injured who are admitted in this particular hospital. But here you can see that how the cleaning work is undergoing. Let me tell you, there is also the painting work which has been happening in this particular hospital since yesterday night, and lot of work, the renovation work of this hospital is also being done. And there are several questions which are been asked by the opposition. Yesterday, Aam Aadmi Party also protested over here that why, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting this hospital, all this work is being done. Here you can see this is the ward where all the injured are admitted. There are several injured in this particular incident. They are admitted over here. There will be separate wards which has been made, and now here you can see that how the cleaning work is going on. The inspection has been happening over here. The administration is over here. The big question is that why this has been done now? Why only when Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to visit this hospital? Why cleaning work, renovation work, and other work are being done right now? Over there you can see that...
Why is all of this being done right ahead of the Prime Minister's visit? Should the focus not be on the survivors and the victims and not the Prime Minister? That is a big question. And in fact, Ashutosh just got us the ground report where the Oriva branding is getting covered right ahead of the Prime Minister's visit in Morbi. Take a look at the ground report coming in.
What I'm saying here, since the Prime Minister is expected to arrive any moment here, Oreva's name is being covered here by, there I see some soldiers from the Indian Army. These are, of course, the officials from the administration. They're covering up this company's name here. Do you see these clear images? Now the name is being covered by this piece of cloth, and that's exactly the place where Prime Minister is expected to arrive any moment. He'll take a stock of the situation and also see the search operation. There I can see the security personnel, the security apparatus, and also Oreva's name is being covered. These are the live images here. As far as this politics is concerned, it is again subjective whether you call it fortunate or the unfortunate, but whenever you take it, any incident that happens in any state, or opposition always questions the party in power, and that has been the tradition, and that's exactly where the accountability also been answered. If you see any other state where BJP is in opposition, in such cases, they question always the government over the different issues. When it comes to any BJP ruling states, then the non-BJP parties, leaves no opportunity to target the BJP, and that's what we are seeing in the Morbi's such a incident that that led to killing him.
So big questions being asked at the moment. Indiatoday also went to the hospital to bring a ground reality. We saw new hospital beds being brought in ahead of the Prime Minister's visit. We saw water coolers being brought in. We also saw minor tiling work being done. We saw door repairs being conducted in the hospital just because the Prime Minister is about to come. We also spoke to the cleaning staff who said they've been brought in from Rajkot for this work, and Ashutosh just showed you how the Oreva branding is getting covered right ahead of the Prime Minister's visit. And the Congress now has hit out saying this is, they've made a Rajaji attack for the Prime Minister now. Ashutosh is now joining us. Ashutosh, have we questioned the people over there in Morbi, and what is the response that you've gotten from the local administration? Because whether it is a hospital where new beds are being brought in, water coolers being brought in, people being brought in for Rajkot to do some cleaning work, or coolers being brought in, or hiding of the Oreva branding, why is it that all of this is happening and this kind of a huddle is happening ahead of the Prime Minister's visit?
Well, the incident, the sequence that you narrated, that itself is an answer to these questions that why it is being done. And right behind me, just a minute ago, you saw those images, how the Orewa banner was, being covered. That was another answer, that why the government is facing so much embarrassment. The reason again, because they know who's responsible. The reason again, that while there is the allegation that how, the contract was rendered to this company without even proper tender, without even a due process. In fact, the deputy mayor yesterday, while speaking to India Today in a show, also says that because the owner of that company wanted to do something from Morbi as he belongs to this place, it was offered him as a gesture that he will make something really good. But when you operate such projects where you are expecting a footfall of hundreds of the people, certain requirement that needs to be fulfilled. The one is first the safety audit, another the safety of that particular project, how much weight it can carry, and then anything that you construct, anything you create, it has a lifespan. Was there proper audit done that what is the lifespan of this particular? As we know, this is more than a century old bridge. Often it requires maintenance, and it has been every part of the country wherever you have suspension bridge, it often goes under repairing, under renovation, the checks, proper checks and balances. Since those things have been missed properly here, and why the administration blaming that, look, the company operator opened it by its own, they did not even take permission from us, and there was an NOC which wasn't obtained by the private company. And
they are coming in. Prime Minister Modi's helicopter right there in Morbi. He is arriving in Morbi. He will land in just moments from now to take stock of the situation. Let's see what the Prime Minister has to say about this tragedy that has taken place in Gujarat. His helicopter is right there. We're getting you those visuals. Can we bring those visuals back, please? From Morbi in Gujarat, where his helicopter is clearly visible. And Ashutosh continues to remain with us on this broadcast. Ashutosh, is that the Prime Minister's helicopter? And he's about to land in moments from now?
Yes. Yes, Chaiti, that's the Prime Minister's aerial cavalcade, of course, 3MI-17, and that's where the Prime Minister will be landing. And maybe another 15 minutes, we will have him here at this bridge site, where he'll take a stock of the situation. And right here in the river, the different forces, the rescue forces from the Marcos, the Special Commandos team of the Navy, then we have Indian Army, then we have NDRF, the STRF, the Fire Department. The most part of this river has already been cleaned with this special machine that was brought specially to clear this surface. However, only 2 people are reportedly missing at the moment, and hence this search operation, we won't call it a rescue operation, just a search operation, which is underway to find out if at all those 2 bodies can be recovered. But chances again why it looks poor, because as we know, anybody which is not survived, is not live in the water, by 18 to 20 hours it automatically surfaces. Hence the possibility is very less, but these rescue forces does not want to leave any chance, and hence at this scale of operation we are seeing from yesterday early morning, in fact late midnight, it was first by the SDRF, by the Fire Department, by the police, and now all the agencies have been roped in, from central agencies to the state agencies. We are seeing the second helicopter is landing, and that's the third chopper. So that's the aerial cavalcade of the Prime Minister. It will be landing at the special helipad in Morbi, and then by route the entire cavalcade is expected to arrive here not more than in 15 minutes. Prime Minister is here very much, of course, from this. After taking stock, he'll speak to the officials and also the in charge of this search operation, and then he'll visit the civil hospital where the injureds are admitted. Of course, there have been controversy over the hospital. Why midnight? There's the renovation. Why denting, painting of the hospital is being done, new bed sheet covers and everything. Because that already has created controversy. And then Prime Minister is also expected to visit the Superintendent of Police office. He'll meet the police personnel. Again, certain discussion. That will be a very important meeting. Probably he may even ask to the SIT about the investigation and the entire probe that is taking place in this case. And yet again, the process of the investigation probe. There's also questions being raised that why only the small fishes have been nailed, why not the senior officials from the municipal department, why there is no, accountability of the civil administration.
We genuinely hope that with the Prime Minister's visit over there and him taking stock of the situation, the accountability gets fixed and the right people are pulled up, and there is enough being done by the local authorities to interrogate and nab the right people who perhaps could be involved in this entire, tragedy of giving away the contracts to a company which is just a wall clock manufacturer and so many other things, right, Ashutosh?
That's one of the aspects that why, a wall clock manufacturing company being in contract. But remember, this could not be one precedent. We have so many companies who do not have experience of various things, but still the contracts are being awarded. What happens is actually the same river company doesn't operate this bridge. They have subcontract, they have sublease to another smaller companies which are operating, which are charging fees particularly, and this maintenance cost, renovation cost. But even in that case, the responsibility only lies with the owner of the company who has received this tender, because it is the public money involved always, and moreover, it is the responsibility and accountability because this bridge is, this is on the identity of Morbi, more than a century old, and when it was closed for 7 months, it was very much expected. They're not very.
Shouldn't the authorities also do their due diligence before awarding that particular tender? Because, tomorrow an ice cream company might just apply to renovate a bridge. So obviously there have to be some checks and balances in place.
There are many cases across the country. This has been happening that unexperienced company have been awarding tender for those things. But what primarily it looks like, even if you have awarded the company, the responsibility is fixed. The reason being because this is accessible to the public. This bridge is being used by public, more than hundreds of the people coming every day. It involves public life and risk. And when the public, you have awarding the contract, the first responsibility is to check the strength, check its weight capacity, check the safety cubes. I have seen literally the giants where it is the huge cables are connected that really look totally rusted, and it clearly looks like that for over many years maybe last maintenance has not been observed. And every metal, you call it, every structure has its own life. It has a lifespan, and over the period that requires some maintenance, that requires a safety check, that requires oiling, greasing. Everything is being done. As far as this project, this looks like totally ignored. And when it was open after the renovation, the painting is not the renovation. The bolts that I saw yesterday in those my ground reports, the bolts looked totally rusted, drained literally, and hence you have lose that weight capacity and people riding literally more than that. Of course, it is bound to happen such kind of chaotic situation. So there are multiple questions that arise. First, why the safety check were not done, and for that the Oreva company's owner and the civil administration is very much responsible. Secondly, the police administration, because when you seeing the crowd during the festive season, you have the policemen traveling around, just a small town it is, and you have only one identity. You anticipated the people will be coming here. Why the traffic and the vehicular movement, and moreover the footfall movement was not restrained. They could have easily managed the crowd. If you have opened the project, allow 50-60 people going at a time, taking one side, one entry and exit another route. If these things could have been done, probably this untoward incident would have been, prevented. But since it was lapses on the part of almost everyone, and again, those people have not been named. Who are named? One who sells ticket. Who are named? The security guard. And that's exactly how it seems the
lowest hanging fruit, right, Ashutosh? That's the lowest hanging fruit, and the easiest and the most convenient thing for them to do is to go for the lowest hanging fruit. What about when will the big heads roll? When is it that the Oreva management will be questioned? The whole country wants answers to these questions today, Ashutosh.
One can only expect, Chaiti, this to happen maybe in a couple of days, because the Prime Minister is here, then expectations are very high. Since he is here taking stock of the situation, of course people will want justice, and they will be looking to the Prime Minister that at least he will intervene, and if he asks the question to the authorities, then the authorities, the police, will be forced to take the investigation in right direction. And at the moment they may claim the investigation is in right direction, so you have to give that leverage. It's been just couple of days they have started investigation, but if the arrests are not made soon, they are not even named in the FIR. FIR. Even after arresting, if you're not adding the FIR, then the question on the intentions will be raised, then there will be more and more politics, and then opposition will use this opportunity to escalate attack on you, and particularly when the state is going for the assembly election. The dates are likely to be announced in a couple of days, as we are hearing what the sources are suggesting. But then questions will be asked, and it will be responsive liberty of the opposition to ask the questions why the big fish are not being nailed, I think.
Absolutely. And what's the countdown looking like? How long before the Prime Minister gets right there at the accident spot?
Well, I guess maximum 10 minutes. The chopper has already landed, and if I could just, aerially would observe, the distance would be around 4 to 5 kilometers. And from there, since a special convoy, all that national highway, the bridge right over the Machhu river has been totally cleared. So that's where the Prime Minister's convoy will be arriving through on that particular bridge, and then maybe another 10 minutes, I guess maximum, that will be the time when we'll be here, because right after from here he has to visit the civil hospital and then the Superintendent of Police where the high-level meeting is expected. But we're also hearing that families, those who have lost their loved ones, they will be also meeting the Prime Minister. It is time also to, offer sympathy. The nation stands with those families, those who have lost their loved ones. Entire state is mourning. 2 days of state mourning has also been announced by the Gujarat government. The compensation by both center and state have been announced. But besides this compensation, the sympathy, the empathy, what one expects is the justice. And justice not just by nailing and naming the small fishes like security guard and the ticket seller. Unless the company owner, the top officials from the civic administrations and also the police administration, it was their lapses, and because of their negligence of duty, this kind of man-made tragedy unfolded here.
I also want to understand, Ashutosh, since you've been right there, because there are hundreds that are being injured, they're being treated at the hospital. Was there was there any kind of compromise in their treatment to be able to decorate and renovate the hospital?
Not at all, not at all.
Okay.
As far as the treatment of those victims are concerned, that was really done, by the hospital staff, and they were really taking good care of that. Be in the government hospital, be in private hospital, there has not been any lapses. None of them were asked to leave the hospital. None of them were asked to leave their bed. Of course, with changing blades, clothes that have been, criticized, clearly that may, taken up some moment. There I see the Prime Minister's cavalcade looks like arriving any moment from the bridge, but the question that you asked, yes, they were treating very well, and in fact most of them have been already discharged, released, and have gone back home. Only I think 10 to 15 people who are still admitted being treated there, and certain family members of those who have lost their loved ones will be meeting the Prime Minister at one of the spot. But there I see the cavalcade has already started. Prime Minister's cavalcade has begun. I can see a few protocol vehicles, and followed by that will be the Prime Minister's high security cavalcade through that Machhu bridge. And this bridge is made, again, it is decades old. This is used for the vehicle. Thus had vehicular movement which connects Morbi town from one part to another. And from that, and again, if you see, these are the army personnel right behind them on that structure. That was perhaps one side of the embankment, which was, literally how this water was stored here. So, and there you see huge number of the locals from Morbi who are here to see the Prime Minister, since he's arriving at the site of this incident, at this tragedy. People, and they have been, remember, ever since this tragedy unfolded, first it were the locals who reached at the spot. They put their best effort to rescue people. Since we have seen those images, people were literally, trying to escape from that hanging part of that metal bridge. It were the locals first, the migrant workers from UP, and then certain other individuals. Few were good swimmer who were also amongst those who were hit by this tragedy. They were among the one who started the rescue operation, including those civilians, locals. First, the police, fire department, when they rushed to the spot, these people very much did not sleep overnight. were on the road, clearing way for ambulance, clearing way for patrol vehicles, clearing way for police, civil administration, and all rescue forces vehicles. It is the locals. And again, since we see already huge number of workforce working here in this search operation, it was the local businessmen, local community members putting all their support, offering food, water to these huge number of workforce that includes the persons from defense forces, persons from NDR, police and fire departments. So, the nation salutes these civilians of Morbi, did not sleep overnight, always on their feet, helping people. And meanwhile, you see these images right behind me with the search operation still on. Perhaps it could be the last day since 2 more people still missing. 135 have been died in this tragedy, 2 still missing, and all efforts being put. Maximum workforce, maximum number of people here, boots on the ground, including the divers. Remember, one after one, the divers going inside, to find out any indication if there is possibility of any. And that you see, that's the Prime Minister's cavalcade, which has arrived and which is now over the Machhu bridge. That's the Prime Minister's cavalcade. So we possibly expect another 3 to 4 minutes when Prime Minister would reach at the side of incident. That's the Prime Minister's convoy has crossed Machhu River. Chaiti.
Yes, absolutely. We can see the Prime Minister's cavalcade pass through the bridge at the moment. And as you rightly mentioned, 3 to 4 minutes before he arrives at the accident spot. And we can also see the security been beefed up at the accident spot right there. And the arrangements been made for the Prime Minister to come and take stock of the situation. In the meanwhile, you also see those visuals of the rescue operations that are still on in Morbi, Gujarat. And the Prime Minister will arrive there first at the accident site to take stock of the situation. Let's bring those visuals again for you. The live visuals of the Prime Minister's cavalcade going through the bridge. These are live visuals that are coming in from Morbi in Gujarat. The Prime Minister's cavalcade has reached Morbi and will be reaching the accident site in just a couple of minutes from now. And Ashutosh still continues to be right there at the accident spot where the Prime Minister is about to take stock of the situation. There's high hope that there is some level of pressure that has been put on the authorities, make the culprits accountable as well. Will the Prime Minister ensure that the big heads roll as well? Because right now the arrests that have been made are the lowest hanging fruits. Probably with the Prime Minister's present over there, there will be enough pressure that will be put on the authorities too. And that is the hope. That is the hope at the moment, because these people who have died, they don't have a voice. And, they want justice. Their families want justice. I mean, who would have imagined on a Sunday when you just go out with your family and not return home just because a bridge collapses 5 days after renovation? Ashutosh still continues to be with us right there. Ashutosh, has the Prime Minister arrived?
Chaiti, it just could be a couple of minutes another, because he's already here, and this is where the cable is connected from, near that fort, and so we could expect him in just another 2 minutes. The Home Minister of State Harsha Sanghvi is here, and we are expecting also the Chief Minister is likely to escort the Prime Minister to the here. Top officials from the state government, and of course he's a high protectee, so all the security apparatus is with the Prime Minister, and just any moment we would see him from this gate. And that's exactly the place where this wire was snapped, the huge thick cable.
Yeah.
So it is just any moment, Chaiti.
Yes, any moment now. And security, as we can see, has been beefed up ahead of his visit. Just about a minute or two more before the Prime Minister takes stock of the situation at the accident spot. Answers are being sought. A lot of hope is banked on what the Prime Minister has to say, the kind of pressure he ends up putting as well. Will the Prime Minister ensure that the big fish are interrogated, they are caught? Because the Ashutosh, correct me if I'm wrong, the Oriva big guns have gone missing at the moment, and they've gone missing right after this tragedy occurred.
Well, that's what the reports are suggesting, because in their village where we, our colleagues went to, they could not be found, and yet we don't know whether the police has even summoned them for questioning. Because if that was the case, of course, the information could have been public domain, and if the authorities have summoned them, then the information will be very much out, whether they are traceable
The
or not.
basic thing that the police needs to do is
be,
summon that particular company and the management of the company. They haven't even summoned.
Actually, and absolutely, that's the first protocol, that who people you have awarded tender, they are responsible to take care of this suspension bridge, which involves people's life, where you have hundreds of the people visiting every day. That could have been the first case, but since they started making arrests, and that was done within few hours of this outrage, the SIT was formed. Again, the government was very much under pressure after seeing the criticism. Of course, it anticipated there could be even public outrage, and hence they formed a committee, and the committee started probing. The first, they made the arrest of security guard and the ticket sellers. But the questions again asked whether they have summoned the owner of this Oreva company or not, and if they are summoned, whether they are traceable or have gone missing. But that could not be the case, being Ajanta such a big company, and the people are quite influential, have really, connections in the power corridor, if not in Gujarat, at least, of course, being such company. This is really, and that's allegations also being leveled, that how secretly, without even tender, this contract was awarded to company, as they claim that he wanted to do something for Morbi, and this was the one project that is being a signature identity.
Tosh, if you could pan your camera and show us the live visuals behind you as well. If you could pan your camera and show us the live visuals of what all is going on at the moment as we speak.
Well, everyone just waiting for the Prime Minister. Besides the rescue force that is carrying out the operation, I could only see the people on standby. The authorities are on standby. But just right opposite to that bridge, these are the workforce. There I see the divers from the Navy and the special operation team from the NDRF, from the fire department, SDRF. So this entire area, if you see, not only just below that cable, but almost 30 to 40 meter of the radius, this entire search operation is being carried out. As we know that 2 people still are missing, and the best efforts being carried out, at least they will be able to find out those 2 people, because mostly it is very unlikely that they could be surviving, they could be alive not more than 10 minutes. There is very rare possibility one could survive in the water. Hence all the efforts of the search operation aiming to recover those 2 dead bodies. And other side of the river, there you see the people have gathered. It is the locals of Morbi, and that's where exactly the bridge started hanging in the air when the wires were snapped. That's where the part we have seen in those images, people trying to escape from, and that was a chaotic situation, shouting, crying people. Those who were swimmers somehow managed to escape by their own, and few, of course, since the bridge totally turned upside down, and mostly people trapped under that metal sheet. And that was primarily the reason of why we see such number of casualty. The eyewitnesses account that suggests the first 3 migrant workers who were here rescuing the people, risking their own lives, including many who were amongst the crowd, and they, literally receiving injury. I met one of the person, Naeem Sheikh, 18-year-old boy who's still admitted in the hospital, civil hospital, got a fracture, and without caring for his life, risking his life, he was amongst one with his friend trying to save people, and mostly because the children, the toddlers were most vulnerable, who were amongst the crowd, amongst the people, hundreds of those people who fell in the river. They tried to save them. Again, despite all the efforts, because whatever happened just happened within a few minutes. Hence, the locals, really deserve applaud. They were the one who came here first. Again, they called up the authorities also. They informed the police, they informed the fire department, SDRF, all agencies were rushed immediately. But when they came here, the rescue was completed, and later the search operation began. There you see this in a small surface area, again, the riverbed here, why it was more risky? Because most people fell down. In the middle, the depth is around 18 to 90 feet. But if you just see around the riverbed, it's very rocky and in many places very muddy. And in fact, yesterday with the divers, when I was, I was over the river, the diver said this visibility is very poor. This river is actually polluted and it has only the water coming from the city's drain area. And because there is no visibility, the search operation for the divers was very difficult. Hence, the manual and conventional method was being used using the hooks. So, a heavy size of hooks were, thrown in the water, and then they tried to pull it up, assuming that perhaps it could hook up with the, clothes of those who were the dead bodies inside the water, and then they possibly pull them up, and that's how this, they brought so many dead bodies here. And that was really tragic to see. Yesterday I visited two crematoriums, graveyards. Yesterday it was literally a panic-like situation.
No, and just imagine the plight of the family members who know that they've lost little kids lost and just drowned in that river. One can only just sit here and fathom what they must be going through. It's actually unfathomable to many levels as to what these families really go through. We can sit here and empathize, but what they go through only they know. And hence now the message that comes out from the Prime Minister will make a huge difference, whether it is on the relief, whether it is on ensuring that the accountability gets fixed. There are just so many questions that all these families, more importantly, want answers to.
Absolutely, Chatni. And what I see here, again, it's very tragic to see the footprints of that tragedy still here quite alive. I can see shoes, sandals, slippers, everything just lie down here. And even moreover, what I see, these shoes of the toddler, perhaps those who were amongst. We do not know whether they survived or not, because this looks like 3 to 4 year old toddler who was among those crowd. Slippers, again, this looks like, again, some woman must be wearing it. Slippers, sandals, everything, bottles. Again, most of these bottles have been used by the rescue forces, but mostly that I see is the footprints of that man-made disaster. Shoes here. Imagine those people who literally fell down from this. This is literally a rocky surface. Kind of injuries that they have received, and mostly people at this part, there's a very shallow water. Again, that could not really harm them as far as injuries are concerned, but at least few people might have saved themselves because they fell into the shallow water. But besides that, right after crossing 5 to 6 meters, then you have almost 100 meter long surface area where you have the depth from 10 meters to 10 feet to 19 feet, and those who are not really a good swimmer or even a partial, that would have been really difficult for them to survive themselves when they particularly see people are crying, shouting, and then the chaos kind of situation. Panic mostly, leads
Absolutely.
to death.
And where is the Prime Minister now? Has he arrived? Has he arrived? Is he there? Because we just mentioned to our viewers a couple of minutes ago, it's going to be a few minutes before he arrives there. So where is he now?
Well, he is here. He is here in Morbi. We are just expecting him at the site where he is expected to visit, where this piece of cloth that is covering the Oreva company's name, that's exactly where he's expected. That's why this entire area has been cordoned off and sealed up by this security apparatus. He's very much in Morbi. Of course, the Home Minister of State, Harsh Sanghvi, is here. Perhaps he's also giving the stock of the situation. And when it comes to the physical visit, probably he'll be here in any moment. But let me also tell you, right behind that wall, that's where the thick cable, which is supporting this suspended bridge, that's where the cable is connected. And in fact, we have those images, exclusive access of those images, where the bowls and the part of this, the clip that is placed here that really look rusted. We don't know whether Prime Minister gonna see to that, because that will be on the way when he cross by foot. That will be very much on the way, and he'll be really able to see that. So that will be, literally a check by the Prime Minister himself. And then we have to see, after rounds of meeting with the with the investigative team, with the police and local administration, what steps will further be taken. So we're just keeping a close eye. That's the gate where the Prime Minister, and let me also tell you, right behind this bridge, that's a public property.
Screens right now.
It's
The
the
first
local
visual
king
that you
of
see on
Morbi.
your screens right now is of the Oriva branding being hidden before the Prime Minister arrives. All right, we'll get you that visual in moments from now, but you can also see the rescue and relief operations going on right there on ground. On one side, you can also see the security being beefed up ahead of the Prime Minister's visit. And very interesting to note that the visual in between is of the Oriva branding being covered before the Prime Minister's arrival. Ashutosh, this question still needs an answer. Did the authorities tell you why did they do that?
The local police, the municipality officials, and mainly
Ashutosh? All right, Ashutosh will join us in moments from now. For the latest on this, the Prime Minister has arrived in Morbi. That is the big breaking news coming in at the moment. The Prime Minister arrives in Morbi. He is right there at the accident site. In moments from now, he'll start taking stock of the situation. All eyes are on what he says as far as fixing the accountability is concerned, on the kind of pressure he ends up putting. He's also going to be visiting those hospitals over there. He's also going to do a thorough check and take a full stock of the situation. But ahead of the Prime Minister's visit, there is a lot of politics also that is going on. The opposition, it's their job to question the ruling party, and they're doing just that. The Aam Aadmi Party and Congress are questioning the ruling BJP government in Gujarat over this tragedy. We here at India Today are doing the same. We're asking those questions that no other channel is asking. We're asking the questions and asking where is the accountability. We are speaking on behalf of the 135 victims of this tragedy. At the moment, what we are picking up is that there is a lot of fury over the 135 lives that have been lost in the Morbi bridge, and rightfully so. There is the right amount of fury that we are seeing across the length and breadth of the country. The lowest hanging fruits have been arrested right now. It is arrests that have been made, they are not of the big guns at the moment, and that is also a big question. Why are they not summoned? Where is the management of Oriva as well? All these answers, the hopes are banked on the Prime Minister that he ends up putting the right kind of pressure and helps the victim's skin in fixing accountability as well. 9 people have been arrested so far, charged with culpable homicide not amounting to murder. Oriva owner who has inaugurated the bridge is not amongst the ones who's arrested. This man, all right, Prime Minister Modi right there. He's at the accident site, and right above him it is the Oriva branding that has been covered up before his arrival. The first up visuals coming on India Today of Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the accident site. Also, we want to know what he has to say about this. At the moment, he's taking stock of the situation, and questions still emerge as to why is it that the Oriva owner who inaugurated the bridge and whose company renovated the bridge is not amongst the ones who's arrested. Why is he absconding? Why is it that the Gujarat police has not been able to trace where the Oriva owner is? Amongst the 9 who have been arrested, they are just the lowest hanging fruits. 2 ticket clerks, 2 managers employed by Oriva. But what about the big guns? What about the main owner? And there you go, the live visuals coming in of Prime Minister Modi having a chat with the local officials right there. He's being flanked by a few officials. He's having a chat with them, taking a look at the accident site as well, taking stock of the situation. Someone right there, people right there explaining to him what really happened. The Prime Minister taking a look at what really happened right there as far as the bridge collapse is concerned. And this begs the big question, where is the owner of Oriva? Where is he? Why is he not arrested? Why is it that the Gujarat police has not traced the owner of Oriva? Who is protecting the owner of Oriva? Why is there zero accountability when it comes to the company that got the contract to renovate this bridge? The Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress Party continue to ask the questions as they must. as an opposition must to the ruling party. The Prime Minister is taking stock of the situation, and the hopes are that, all right, Ashutosh is joining us for the latest on this. Ashutosh, we can see the Prime Minister right there. He has already started taking stock of the situation. What's going on?
Well, I see the Home Minister of State, Harsha Sanghvi, is briefing the Prime Minister about the bridge. And very interestingly, the Chief Minister of Gujarat is standing behind, and he's not talking. It is, and then also I see BJP President of Gujarat, C.R. Patil also. It is only the young Home Minister of Gujarat, of State, Harsha Sanghvi, is briefing the Prime Minister. And that looks like he's talking about the length of this bridge and also the structure. And looks like, because where he's indicating, that's where the construction of Swaminarayan temple is being done. And if I could read his body language, then he's talking about this is how the situation unfolded, how the wires were snapped. And just like visit over, Prime Minister is leaving the spot. And he apprised him about this position, about this bridge, and about its construction material. Now he's just going to just another side because he's also briefing about the structure, this iconic historic palace. I would ask my cameraman Sanjay Kumar to go to other side where the Home Minister is briefing to the Prime Minister, and we bring you the live images. That's where the gate, and that's exactly where I entered to that point to see about where the cables were snapped. In fact, these are the hangings. Platform is actually one way to reach for the access to this suspension bridge, and this is accessible for the people. Once you and there you see the Home Minister, and once you arrive at Oreva's gate, entrance gate, you buy a ticket, and then you enter to the spot. So it's around 50 meters, 75 meters of walking to hanging platform, which is supported by this historic palace wall. And by crossing that, and again, at a time, more than 2 persons cannot walk. Hence the questions being asked why the crowd was not managed, why so much footfall was allowed to reach here. And that looks like one of the expert, perhaps could be a civil engineer or someone from the government authorities. They are briefing about this structure. The way he's narrating about the structure looks like the Prime Minister himself is asking various questions to the officer. There's also presence of the Chief Minister, the BJP State President, the Home Minister, and there is a conversation that is happening between the official and the Prime Minister about what would have possibly gone wrong. And as we know, the structure is morely about that it could not take weight of the number of persons were on the bridge on that late evening at 6:30 p.m. This tragedy unfolded after the wires were snapped from their pocket. And now the Prime Minister seems entering back to the palace, and the gate where he's entering the palace, right entering after the gate, some 15 meters, we have a connection to that mega cables, the heavy iron cables. That's where it is connected from it with the grip and the hook that where it is placed, and that's also quietly rusted. And I'm sure when Prime Minister goes inside, he will have a clear look of the major connection, because you cannot really ignore it. If you walk straight from that way, it is very much accessible and visible. I myself went there, got some pictures done, and I saw those rusted metallic cable and its connection. So that would also give him really a stock of this situation. While right behind me, the search operation is on by the official. The Prime Minister took a stock of not only search operation, mainly that I noticed the conversation between the Home Minister and the official that I noticed here. Mainly it looks like about this entire bridge, and moreover the bridge, how this could possibly have happened. And hence we can expect that after Prime Minister's visit, the more responsible heads, the big fish, will also be named and nailed in the investigation. Now, after this visit, Prime Minister will be heading straight to the civil hospital of Morbi, where we have the injured people in the hospital being treated, though mostly people...
So Ashutosh, after this, the Prime Minister is headed to the hospital, and what's his itinerary looking like?
Well, it would take maximum 5 to 6 minutes to reach him to the hospital. Once he leaves from here, he has left this venue, but from here to his vehicular access, it could be distance may take another 2.5 minutes. And then there is a connection because the place Prime Minister entered through, the cable, the one still cable that I see is still here, has its root here connected with that anchor cliff. That's called the anchor cliff, which is still there. He may see that because that really looks rusted, and I can see possibly that how the maintenance was not recently being carried out, or even the checks were not done. And after visiting that through his cavalcade, he may reach hospital. The total vehicle time through his cavalcade may possibly take not more than 5 minutes. He'll be meeting those injured, and several others who are admitted in the hospital are amongst those who are not only injured, but they are also the rescuers. They are not only survivors, but they help people. They saved many lives. Prime Minister may meet those those injured, the victims in the hospitals of this tragedy, and then he will be visiting the Superintendent of Police's office, where there's a high-level meeting is expected. We have our colleagues at the hospital and also at the Superintendent of Police office where this meeting will be conducted. But for now, Prime Minister has concluded his visit in Morbi, this epicenter of this man-made disaster. We call it man-made disaster because it happened of the negligence of the duty of certain people responsible, but yet not been made accountable for it. Chaiti.
It's absolutely, yeah. And, you know, questions are continuously being raised over how a wall clock manufacturing company was even awarded this particular contract to manage, maintain the ill-fated bridge in Morbi, and where are the founders of the Oreva group and who is responsible right there? Hopefully, Ashutosh, the hope is that the Prime Minister also ensures that the local administration is made answerable to these questions.
Well, everyone hopes that, and that's the justice that we call a justice, that everyone who's responsible should be made accountable. At least name them in the investigation, with the questioning, with the evidence, with the letter trails, with everything that unfolded. We will get to know that who's really responsible. But primarily, it looks like a company who did not do his job well. Secondly, the civil and police administration who failed to comply with their duties, and that led to this negligence, and the negligence led to this massive disaster. And hence this investigation. That's exactly why the government was very much under pressure. You have, election days going to be announced in few days. You're going to be in the poll-bound state, literally, and then opposition gets really an ammunition to target on you. That this tragedy unfolding and still you're literally sleeping, not taking proper action. And that seemed to be one of the pressure factor why the SIT of the top officials, including one IS officer, one IPS officer, top engineers, civil engineers, being made part of it. And within few hours of that, you also make arrest. But the question why it is raise that who have you arrested? These are the small fish, the security guard, the ticket sellers. When the big fish will be named in the FIR, you haven't even named the people in the FIR. That's why the questions being asked. One can really hope the Prime Minister himself taking stock of that. He would have perhaps realized the negligence how the officials have made, and in that case one could really expect that really heads gonna be rolled. The SIT, the investigative team, will carry out its duty, and there will be justice to the victims. Chaiti.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And now after this, the Prime Minister will be heading to the hospital as well, where the survivors are still being treated at the moment. Ashutosh still continues to be right there with us, and Ashutosh is getting us those live visuals of the Prime Minister accompanied by Gujarat Home Minister Sanghvi at the hospital, at the accident spot, I beg your pardon. Sanghvi also briefed the Prime Minister at the accident site, and now the Prime Minister is headed to the hospital. In fact, 135 people have died with the bridge collapsing, and there are a few survivors who are being treated at a nearby hospital. The Prime Minister will be headed to the hospital. Ashutosh, how long before the Prime Minister interacts with the survivors? Ashutosh, can you hear me? Let's re-establish the connection right there to Ashutosh. Ashutosh will be joining us in moments from now with the latest details. Live visuals at the moment coming in. Prime Minister meets the rescue operation personnel in Morbi at the moment. The Prime Minister met those who were involved in rescue and relief operations when the mishap took place in Morbi. That is the breaking news that is coming in. He ended up meeting all these personnel, the rescue and relief operation people who actually risked their lives to save and try to recover whatever they could from the river and save the lives of a few that they could. They actually ended up risking their lives to do so, and the Prime Minister ended up meeting the rescue operation personnel in Morbi, and that is the breaking news we are getting at the moment. The Prime Minister meets the rescue operation personnel in Morbi. Latest coming in, he met those who were involved in the relief operations, the ones who were involved in the relief operations right there. Visuals coming in right there of the Prime Minister with the rescue and relief operation personnel too. The one visual on your screens is with the Gujarat Home Minister, where he's taking stock of the situation and understanding how that bridge really collapsed and understanding other details from the Home Minister of Gujarat, who's seen briefing the Prime Minister on this issue. And on the right side of your screens, you can see the Prime Minister meeting many other officials too. One of the visuals show you how he met the rescue and relief operation personnel in Morbi too. If we have Ashutosh with us, let's go straight across to Ashutosh. But the Prime Minister from here on is going to be headed to the hospital for an interaction with the survivors and with the hospital staff. We're waiting for that to happen.